Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、30、5日目です。So it is day 35. We're gonna do a little slight bump in our completing our Duolingo review of the Chinese course today, largely because today is also the after spike day. But there are actually two spike days in terms of lessons in WaniKani, right? Provided that I don't drop the ball on radicals. So in this case, today is the second spike day. So I expect today to be not as high, right, as the introduction, or the same. Although in this case, it's probably not as high because actually it could be higher. No, it can't be higher. So like most of these are going to be unlocked, right? So 15, 17, 17 plus 9, 26. And on level up day, you hit all the radicals and anything that overlapped with the previous level gets unlocked as well, right? So at most, during the level up, we had like 36, around like 45 lessons. Now we're expecting a couple more, so we're gonna push what we're gonna do this evening to next day so I can be a little bit more rested for that, complete my ideas, give myself an evening to do so. However, for now, I'm gonna have a slightly more extended WaniKani session. I kind of want to spend a little bit more time reading these characters. We're getting to the point where the kanji characters do not have mnemonics that I have. I usually use prototypic words if they are, but there are a couple that I don't actually even have prototypic words. To give a background, since I started with Duolingo and used Duolingo for over 300 days, most of the time the way I sort my mnemonics is, since they don't break down radicals, right? I do them retroactively. Every word, every kanji that I learn first ends up being the prototypic word, and that prototypic word is used to determine the association. So, for example, hyaku is still hyaku, largely because that's usually the first time I've seen it. So hyaku is the prototypic mnemonic of this character. So when other things include this, I make a mnemonic that deals with the idea of a number or 100, right? As opposed to like looking at something like this, which is rice paddy and street, right? Which was built from the radical things. I look at this as a town, and anything remotely related to these things can be associated with a town. Or like this one, stone. Anything that has a stone can be related to a stone. However, I often did not make the attempt to create smaller radicals out of my prototypic words, unless the big asterisk is I witness the frequency of breaking up more common recurring elements. So then those eventually get names and meanings. Like this is not bed or crust. HanziHero used crust. WaniKani used bed. This is ba. This is ba. So things related to ba in Chinese. And like this is kind of ye, has something to do with assignments. This one deals with elements. So energy is pretty close to the mnemonic that I was thinking of as well. This is also, this would be characterized as also, as opposed to alligator. Things like that, like car is car because it happens to be car. Kuruma happens to be the prototypic word. So oftentimes I get to reflect upon the stuff that I think are radicals, which they ended up being radicals because of the occurrence, like car. And then things I didn't extract, largely because I stuck at the kanji level. I did not use any more radical stuff. So things that come up very, very often, enough in the beginning, end up being radicals. And in this case, WaniKani does not do that, right? These aren't sorted by their frequency or cumulative use. They are actually sorted by the other way, which I kind of appreciate. They typically prioritize the radicals that also make convenient that their kanji is not that far off and or very similar. And those radicals tend to be named the same way. So that has alleviated a lot of the early things. I actually think this is the honeymoon period. The way WaniKani arranges their stuff. Yes, certainly. There was a little discussion yesterday asking Mattia what they meant by the first couple levels are going to be harder, right? And my thought is the first couple levels are harder, yes, for the same reason that Mattia mentioned about if you're not familiar with pictorial depictions, right? Pictograms or ideograms, people throw these words around. I'm not an expert in distinguishing if these are pictograms or ideograms, but if you're unfamiliar with this, certainly that will add to the difficulty. However, I actually think that this is a lot less difficult than one may perceive, largely because they're what is that word? Chunking. They're chunking a lot of times, and these are memory chunks. So like if this means man, then the reason a lot of times the motivation to picking man is because the kanji man or male is the same thing, right? So they are chunking in anticipation for the future, which is when these things disconnect. There'll be more than one. These are going to be combinatory to the new characters. And I'm kind of transitioning on that too. However, I think because of my Duolingo use and how I was trying to juggle Duolingo stuff, by the time we get to multi-kanji things, I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to rely on their mnemonic system or my prototypic system, which is to take the complex thing and then assume the kanji embodies the radical's meaning, kind of like in Chinese, where each character can embody its character, and when they combine to form a larger unit, right? Actually, I have a feeling. So there's this comparative before that you kind of do it in Chinese. In Japanese, what is it called? Agglutination. Japanese have more agglutination, so it, I might be using that word incorrectly. However, the meaning tends to morph substantially as the kanji is being modified in context with other things. In Chinese, apparently, which I haven't really thought about until now, Chinese apparently does not do that as much. So the way I was learning Japanese and remembering the characters in its like various states was efficacious for Duolingo. However, when I then started Duolingo Chinese, it was very, very useful, because in Chinese it's you might even be able to dispense of. It's probably why Kevin also called it as a component, as opposed to radicals. Like, it's less radicals in my opinion in Chinese, because the characters themselves continue to hold a lot of their meaning. So oftentimes the components in HanziHero feel a lot more optional than this one, right? So we'll see how that works out. I can see some interference. This is the place that I would probably find some interference at some point. There, Mattia. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. We are starting on our lesson day. So today is going to be our big kanji unlock day. So that's kind of exciting. See what I'm actually looking forward to, like, context, like their little blips. I like the sentences and whatnot, so we'll see. How are you doing? So, lots of thoughts right now. As we graduate from, like, your early level stuff, I think the way they chunk is both. There are two things that are opposite ends that might want to consider. Chunking is very lowers approachability. I mean, elevates approachability. When you chunk, it means you have to remember less things because they kind of overlap, right? The overlapping thing, the emphasis on overlapping, creates less and less memory. With that said, if the individual is not used to progressively overloading, as in progressively expecting more load and more complexity, then this can end up being a draining aspect. For example, if the way they design it, since they're all stacked on each other, right? In fact, this is a criticism of HanziHero. One of the comments from like other people who use WaniKani and started on HanziHero, one of the classical comments is like, why don't you make them the same? Like, why don't you call the components the same as the kanji so that you have one less things to remember? Isn't it redundant to isn't it extra work if you call your components something different from the kanji they're inspired off of, or the hanzi that they're inspired off of? And yes and no. The one thing that I concern myself with oftentimes is when someone is using these apps, right? Are they barely meeting the motivation standards to keep this consistent? If they are they expecting things to get more complicated? The reason I ask this to myself and thinking about other people's shoes is I anticipate this becoming more complex. So the amount of work that I'm doing now to remember this stuff, I don't sit on it. And the question being asked here is that a smooth transition for WaniKani, right? So we'll see. We'll see when we're going through it. I obviously cannot say anything about this anymore because I didn't start from zero. In Duolingo, the transition is incredibly planned out. Like, we're not talking about it just exponentially spikes up, which for whatever reason, or actually for a lot of reasons. The reason, one of the major drivers is the honeymoon period, the beginner's gain, right? So when it comes to a growth chart, oftentimes people's growth expects to go like this, and it catches on and it just shoots up, right? Exponentially, as opposed to expecting a curve that may be a little bit more modest, right? You might see an increase rate here, and then you're going to see another a decrease because it's going to have diminished return, right? So you might see this growth phase, but I feel like when people get caught up in their beginning phase, they think it's exponential growth. Oftentimes this expects that your learning curve, this is your learning curve here. So once you learn the trick, right? You learn the trick, then your investment comes back in multiplicative dividends. Now, I'm not saying people are aware of this. My thought is when I observe someone who gets upset, unexpected outcomes, like, oh, the workload is too high, right? Becomes too high, or things become more complicated. those things indicate to me of someone who kind of feel that this was supposed to happen, but it's more like this, where you might see a slight increase when it clicks, and then it just goes back. If not, even flattens out a lot more, because largely the initial adoption is fast. Like what I mean is it's very active. So you're learning something and then suddenly like, oh, I can use it now. I can use this system and I'm going up, and it should get faster. The harder I work, the faster it'll get. The thing is, when you get to this point, you stop learning. You have no more learning methods. Like you're not learning a method anymore. The method does not grow. The method itself at its core no longer changes. So in fact, this region is probably your most steady state region. So you've acquired the rhythm, you acquired the routine, you acquired WaniKani's situation. So I feel it takes about a week or two to get into the groove. Like, oh, okay, this is my review day. Okay, this is my peak day. Like for me, my schedule looks like this, right? It's on a 5-day cycle, right? 5-day cycle. It's up here, then it tanks up here, tanks, and then it goes, and then level up, and then tanks, and then it's today. Today is the second peak, and that's the regular. So after going through 4 cycles, because this is level 4, it's probably 3 cycles actually, because we don't count the first one. 3 cycles. Now I'm at a steady state, as in I kind of know where things are going, and you kind of feel this stuff. So we're not talking about analyzing it, more like if someone is to intuit what the trick is, that's it. Now usually I would suspect it goes up to the same level. Now for someone who's barely working at their knife's edge, as in they're constantly working at their super knife edge and they don't have any adaptive strategies or disciplines, the second peak, over time, these peaks, workload, success, will drop. And then there will be more peaks, largely due to the nature that if the content is slowly getting more and more complex, the content itself, the material is getting more complex, and you are not adapting to the content, expecting that doing the same thing is going to help you adapt to the content. That will not be the case here, in my opinion. It is unlikely to be the case, largely because the approach is static. The trick is static as you go on. The presumption here is that you are adapting. You are adapting to the content. So if you have problem areas, you have mistakes, you're coming up with strategies that will offset those. It's inconceivable for a system that has a specific learning approach to adapt for everything, especially nuanced things that is context specific, right? In WaniKani, I think the workload graphic exponential increase, especially during the middle, but then since you adapt to the SRS system and everything, it decreases. I disagree with that, but I'm guessing what happens is not related to the factors I'm talking about here. But I disagree with exponential increase. It's more like a additive increase. To me, there's no way, in my opinion, it's very unlikely for the vast majority of people to see like a learning curve and an exponential and then this. I think it's more additive. So additive is like this, you have a learning curve, you go your learning curve and it increases in a rate, but it's not exponential. Like it doesn't parabolically go up like this. That's that can be said about other things, I would think, but by the design of WaniKani, I don't expect that to be the social norm. It is possible. So what is possible is certainly true. So there will be people who will experience this. I personally think in reality, in practice, maybe they have statistics and whatnot to show this, but even if you chart the learning curves, right? The learning curves of people, I was looking at those like learning curve things, the bar graph stuff, right? The most dedicated would see an overall this way, which is the days. This is usually the plot of days, like how many days it achieves levels. And then if you look at the volume of each level, which they depict like how many words and whatnot, the relationship's a lot more modest than an exponential increase. Exponential increase is ridiculous. Like I'm not sure if mathematically people understand what it means to have an exponential increase. If it's an exponential increase, I would expect it to be a very modest distance of time, like maybe level 10. Do you think it's more of a steady increase? I think it is. What I mean is, so we're talking about rates here now. So we're talking about the slope. So the first derivative, the slope of this. So the delta rate. And then this rate will increase, right? It will increase, but it won't go parabolic like this, like exponential. Like every single, like over time, you're doubling your speed. Your speed begins to double and double in terms of content, like how you're retaining content. Like 1 month in, you're learning 100 words a day, and then 2 months in, you're learning 200 words a day, and then 3 months in, you're learning 400 words a day. That's exponential, right? It will continue to double and double. I think often it's a fairly modest one, and for me, right, it has yet to be known. I'm capping, unfortunately, and not capping as in lying. Sorry, I think the word, cap. I'm not capping. Well, man, why did they chose the word cap to mean lie? I'm capping as in I'm hitting a limit. It's a soft cap. So I can't know what my learning curve is and my my volume, because I'm not reaching my cap, as in I don't know what my upper limit is because there's a soft cap on WaniKani, right? And it happens a lot in the honeymoon period. People are like, can it go faster? Can we go faster? Can we go faster? Right? Now, those people might start to experience the modest increase, which I think a lot of passionate Japanese language learners do ultimately cap in their learning curve. So in the beginning level 10s, I actually think the passionate ones, most of their learning curves are identical. And what I mean by identical is it's not that their actual learning curve is identical. The way WaniKani is designed, it's capped. So, and this does not represent the majority, I would think. I would say this represents like the top percentiles. So like people who really, really love language learning, like you're already passionate, you're already hitting anime, you're already doing like looking for Anki alternatives, and Boom Pro alternatives. All their early phases, like their first 10 levels, are going to be nearly identical because it's capped, right? So let's just say assume a human error of 95%, like 5%. They can reach that cap because their workload, their learning curve hasn't been reached. Now, if we're talking about like the average people, right? I'm not sure. There is some pre-selection bias here, right? You have to, I don't want to step too far back, but there is something to be considered about how do you learn about WaniKani? As in, how do you come across WaniKani? there is a chance this number is higher because in order for anyone to be interested in WaniKani, they would have already been passionate about Japanese. So that can be it. So it even furthers my point here about the steady state thing. So this number might be even higher than this. Like for Duolingo is low. Duolingo is very, very low because Duolingo is everything. They try everything, and it has a marketing appeal, popularity, and whatnot. So for Duolingo's distribution, it's probably more of a normal distribution, right? A normal distribution where you have passionate representing like approximately 5%, and then you have people who are going to fail out of it, like approximately, and then the vast majority of people are like 80 to 90% in the middle. And where is this for Duolingo? Duolingo are people who are barely ready for more. So what I'm saying is they're looking for the minimum amount of effort to learn something, right? So if Duolingo decides we're going to make our course harder as it's going, right? They need to adjust their methods, and that's what they do. But they don't go really, really hard. Just here's an example. Duolingo has simple sentences, right? In fact, a lot of them don't even have listening yet. And then it introduces listening, speaking, like audio recording things. I'm talking about the mobile app as opposed to, and then they continue to add things like chat plus response, well, not chat, but paragraph, I guess, sort of paragraph description and response, then answering questions. This is for like the more developed courses. And then you scratch off the features as you're going if it's the less developed courses. And then, you know, eventually they get up to the LLM model. So they're progressively adding complexity, as in the method changes. The method changes. Now, I'm not sure WaniKani's method change. I would be surprised later. You can, like, I don't expect it to change, right? Because that's what the Anki does too. Anki, the SRS systems, the method and approach doesn't necessarily change. The content itself might affect the user, but the method does not. In Duolingo, the method does change. Unfortunately, there are more methods available for their flagships, right? The more popular a language is, the more revenue, also potential revenue, they can address. So those people, the languages that produce more interest and more revenue, also get reinvested into more method developments, right? So here, the method does change, largely because if you think about Duolingo's design, when someone starts Duolingo, they are barely making the bare minimum. Like those who like Duolingo are making the bare minimum because they want language learning to be effortless, which is great. And Duolingo has to lean in and make sure the person is consistently getting more and more complex, not just based on the content. Like the language itself can get more complex. Grammars can get more, like you have to juggle more grammar points and more nuanced stuff. The language itself can, but the method itself can also get more dynamic and complex, like a video game. At first, you're only attacking. Then, little down the line, you have to learn how to dodge. Then, when you have to learn to dodge, you have to learn how to dodge and attack at the same time. Then, you have to learn how to cast spells. Then, you have to cast spells and attack. Then, has spells, attack, and dodge. And it's not even that smooth. Video games is more like, here's a mechanic, go for it. And if you're ready or not, here's another mechanic. You're still moving? That's fine. Nothing's stopping you? Here's another mechanic. And you work on them, and you bumble on them, and you don't actually work on them in series, as in you master a mechanic and then you move on and stack a new mechanic. Language learning tends to take the opposite approach. You try to grasp and consistently attain a foundation, and then you move on, and then you move on. However, like in these types of scenarios, like in app design scenarios, so they have to determine when the average user base they have are successful. So what type of metrics do they use? Duolingo has a very simplified one. You get your answers correct, you move on, right? You get your answers correct, you move on. So there's actually no gate. No gate in Duolingo. Like outside of hearts, that's a soft gate, if anything. And there's no gate on getting hearts back, right? And if you subscribe, there's no gate at all. WaniKani has a gate, and it's a soft gate, which is you have to get it consistently correct or else you can't unlock things, right? So WaniKani has a stronger gate. However, their method is not going to change. Like, so my method has to change myself. I expect, the reason why I'm mentioning all this is I'm at a transition point now. So I've gotten to a point where today, when these unlock, the vast majority of these things are going to require me to do something that I actually haven't been doing much since the first like 3 levels, largely because I had something else in place due to Duolingo. What if people, when leveling up, decide to do every lesson unlocked in the same day? That's fine. This still scales to that. Couldn't it be potentially become on the long term an exponential graph because the possible burnout? No, because it's capped. So this volume is going to be the same at very similar at the end of every level. Exponential requires that the volume keeps doubling at every time. So you see, like level 1 is 25, 18, and 37. Level 2, 33, 35, and 80, right? So it does go up, right? Level 3, 24, 30, and 74. That's actually less than level 2, 36, 39, and 111. That's actually lower than level 2. So it can't go, you're not gain every level, even if you do all the lessons. This is where Gecko came in as a counter argument, which is a very valid point. The workload itself, like the actual learning capacity, is fixed for each level. They're not like, from level to level, you're acquiring no max of 200. And if we go down to 28, it's actually even less sometimes. So 6, 35, 129. So regardless of how often you do it, your advancement will be capped by its volume, which they kept below 200 in total for everything. I don't think I've seen a chapter, if I click on random chapter, it exceeds even 150. I think they aim around 150. Yeah, around 150 elements each level. So it's very consistent. It's nice. I'm not saying like here's the thing. I actually like that they're promoting a steady state. My concern had been for a while, when it comes to these designs, is lots of people expect exponential. Yeah, but on the long term, you have to burn a lot of radicals. We're not talking about learning anymore. You're talking about practicing. This is a graph of learning, not practicing. When you're burning and you're reviewing, that's practicing something you already learned. So we're not talking about review. No review. Review is something that's not part of the learning curve. You're not when you review something, you're not learning a new mechanic. It's not adding something. And we're also not talking about content actually, but even if we were talking about content, this is not the graph of leveling. This is. If someone is consistently capping out, this is the number of elements. When you're practicing, your graph will constantly look like this. Right? Because you're adding a fixed amount of things to your workload. Even if you're going to do the review and whatnot, it's still cumulative. It's a cumulative workload. Provided that you say, this is assuming a 100% accuracy, but say you have a 90% accuracy, then this slope is going to change. Well, it's actually not even that smooth. It's more like this smooth. It's something like this, actually. It's a staircase. That's what it's going to look like. And this gap is, however, the review process between all the double stacking stuff. So it's still going up, but it's not exponential. Largely because all the levels have less than 150 elements. So at most, you're adding 150 elements to your review pile. And if you get enough, like if you're leveling consistently, it's every roughly 5 days. Actually, it's more than 5 days because of they don't unlock all at the same time. So in the kanji to advance. So it's more like every 14 days to, I've seen like 7. So this is your window when you're looking at people's like leveling curve is between 14 days and like 2 weeks and 1 week at the end. And all of these with every 14 or 7 days is this gap right here. And then your reviews stack on top of each other largely due to the review gap. Yeah. So in my opinion, that's cool. I like that. Like, I actually like that that's what keeps WaniKani people. Like, for example, it would be cool to see the statistics on how many people quit WaniKani, as in like quit as in they found an endpoint based on their own choice. Versus I can't anymore, right? That's retention. I'm thinking about app retention. And that would be a cool stat to look at. Largely because if you're thinking about Duolingo, the retention rate is really high. Like, it's very, very high. Now, oftentimes, the retention rate for habit formation, when it's really, really high, is largely due to their incredibly smooth curve, like super smooth curve. If your demand of your material is exponential, right? This is a super low retention rate. A good example would be let's say you learned Japanese 101, right, in school, and suddenly you decided the amount of time it took you to learn 101 is this, and suddenly you're like, all right, in half the time I'm gonna learn Japanese 202 or 201, 301, and 401 in the same amount of time I learned Japanese 101, or something like that. Maybe at least 2 courses at the same time. And that means exponential increase in workload, and it also means more people are going to quit. A great example would be FromSoft games. And this is only done for fun, usually the first boss, there will be quote unquote an undefeatable boss, or seemingly undefeatable, right? Seemingly undefeatable. That, to me, is more of an example of a course that expects you to have exponential growth. Hey, you managed to start the game and roll around and kill a few enemies. Here's a boss that requires an exponential amount of knowledge. And what they do to play on this is they're expecting that you have legacy knowledge. And those bosses still kick the rear ends of people who like played the last 7 FromSoft games, right? So you could say, oh, you've played 7 FromSoft games and you have like thousands of hours of experience, right? And then they throw you in on a first seemingly undefeatable boss. But even for those people, some of these people are like, nah, I can beat it. And the boss is beatable. They can beat it, right? Based on their many hours of previous things. But do they have to? No, but they can, and few of them will. Kind of like open world games, right? Open world games. In Legends of Zelda, for example, the Breath of the Wild, right? You can go straight to Ganon and kick his butt with practice of beautiful foundations. Like, beautiful foundations. You know how to dodge, you know how to hit. That's it. You can win. You can do it that way, for sure. And you go straight to the finish line. That's an exponential expectation of a refinement. You'll learn all the boss mechanics and all the stuff with a very limited skill set, right? And to me, that's cool. It usually works well for WaniKani, for example. WaniKani, what's the baseline? You have to learn how the SRS system works. And then you set a schedule to it. And then for the rest, WaniKani has made it so that it's soft capped. It's soft capped, and the volume is soft capped. And I anticipate that in this time is when users are going to find out how the content becomes different, if it does. Like for people who rely on rote memory, maybe not. You won't see anything because you're remembering a new vocabulary word, and those vocabulary words are no more complex than the last one because they're remembering characters, right? To me, that's not the case. To me, they started off chunking. So many of these radicals are like, oh, well, the kanji is the same or very similar. And then the first vocabularies they choose are often, oh, the vocabulary word is very similar too. And then at some point, which I don't know if it's now, for me, I think it's starting to happen. So around, I'm going to say level 5 is what I'm going to say. Around level 5, there are you start seeing the smooth transition into multiple, like this, multiple radicals in a kanji. So now they're shifting away from a single radical in in a kanji to maybe 3 radicals, 4 radicals. Now that's probably what I'm gonna see, what I'm concerned or thinking about. Like, I'm curious, how often do people have to adjust to this? Like, for me, I expect this to happen. Like, I'm ready. Like, I have been ready for a while, right? And others might find that you might find a thread. And where is this all coming from? Well, there was a recent thread and someone said they feel like they are stuck. They are stuck, right? And largely because of the soft gate. The mechanical reason is because of the soft gate. But the idea is, I'm kind of curious if people have adapted, and or WaniKani have adapted to using a slightly different approach when soon radicals will take on, kanji will take on far more than 1 or 2 radicals. Like how effective is it, right? And I'm starting to see it happen, and that's what makes me think about this stuff. I'm curious if people had an adjustment period. How frequent people have an adjustment period. I know it exists because I was reading the threads. However, for me, I have been operating on, largely due to how Duolingo introduces kanji, I've been operating on largely at the moment expecting like 2 to 4 radicals of this nature in a kanji, in a single character, right? And I actually learn the way Duolingo does it. They don't learn by radicals. I end up taking this character, and then whenever this character appears, then I start breaking down its components. Or one could say they're radicals, right? And I build from there. I build out from the characters. And I'm curious if this is going to change my workload or not, because it can actually increase my workload. Not that I'm concerned about it, but it's interesting. Some time ago, you read a thread where people said that a lot of people quit WaniKani after level 50 because of the review workload, probably because they reached a critical mass. As the workload like do this, at some point they reached a critical mass of review. So probably review plus, it's probably just review in general, because lessons come around every once in a while. So they reached a critical mass. It's like, nah, I'm out. Oh, last kanjis are easier but made more difficult. Oh, interesting. Easier but made more difficult. Huh. The other prevailing thought that I heard was when you hit level 30-ish, like halfway, they're like, slow your roll, right? Slow your roll and go do something else. Plus something else. Right? Pick up Boom Pro or something. And this is not a coincidence, by the way. Largely due to when you do something else, you're also doing other methods. You have other methods, other approaches, other content. That prevents burnout. That usually keeps burnout at bay. Because these are the people that would say if you're hamming WaniKani, which means that you're selectively using one method the entire time, and then slow rolling and integrating other methods, which is what I've done, right? Duolingo has been 300 days, and that was my sole learning method. And then obviously I changed my learning method while using Duolingo. However, you can only do so much without outside inspiration. So that's why 2025 is WaniKani. So they maybe think, why wasting my time studying unusual kanji? That's a very wasting, when you start saying wasting and unusual, that's probably going to go back to the terminating discussion, like, well, it depends kind of situation. So I would say to those people, if they're asking themselves why wasting your time studying unusual content, the usual safe space when it comes to responding to that is, if you think you're wasting your time, don't do it. So then level 50 is probably when those people quit. So that's interesting, but it has very little to do with WaniKani's design then, right? That's a subjective take. That's good to know. So there is a point in which the content creates cognitive dissonance with the design. To clarify what I mean by this is, when you learn something, eventually most things are going to become unusual over time. Right? Learning a language is no different. So when it comes to a skill, whenever you start thinking, why waste my time? That means specialization. Oftentimes, if it's not your specialization, it's a waste of time. If it's not your specialization, it's a waste of time. So, like, for example, why get a PhD in molecular biology? I can't spell molecular biology. That's a little embarrassing. Molecular biology. When all you need is biology. Like 2 years of biology. It's like, why waste my time learning unusual things? Right? So WaniKani has that retention end game for sure. Whenever it becomes too unusual, it's no longer relevant, right? And that to me is a voluntary choice. So that's a good thing, in my opinion. That's a good end of life cycle. So to me, that's the impression I get. WaniKani has, the devs at WaniKani, like, I'm trying to hats off to them. They have made, I mean, that's probably why Anki and SRS works really well. They made a curve that's smooth enough that the vast majority of people eventually voluntarily choose to not use it anymore. Largely due to the nature that it has become unusual, right? When you ride a bike and you ride it eventually to the highest level, you're likely only going to tap into unusual things from now on. English, your native language, is very similar. When do you stop learning English? For most people, it's actually high school. So when you're done with high school in your native language, oftentimes it doesn't even need to be English. Most people stop learning their native language after high school. Largely because why waste your time with unusual things? A job will help you specialize your language. So then anyone outside will look at it as an unusual thing. If I were in their shoes, I would learn everything. Yeah, which means you're becoming a specialist, or you want to become a specialist, right? So you want to specialize in all of it. Yeah, especially specific vocabulary. Yeah. Like for me, I can demonstrate what specialized English would look like, right? Chromatin, right? Actually, sufficient. Sufficient and necessary. You might be thinking, wait a minute, I know these words. Not in that way. Not in that way. Sufficient and necessary are two words that at a higher level, it's the unusual cases of use. Right? Unusual. I can't spell. The unusual use of sufficient and necessary, not the common use of sufficient and necessary. Also, cause, consequence, result. You might be thinking, wait a minute, I know these words. I definitely know what these words mean. Not in the unusual case. So I chose this because, like those comments, a lot of people talk about why is kana words being taught in WaniKani, because kanji, this is kanji forward. There's no, it's a waste of time to add kana words. You learn it somewhere else. It's like, well, yeah, true. You can learn it somewhere else. Why include them? Sometimes it gets a little unusual when your content, you forget to remember that you've exhausted common use. And now stuff like this is extra. So it's nice to hear, at least in my opinion, WaniKani reach this state. I think a beautiful thing about products if your product works until someone says until they say, yeah, I can't get any more out of it. That's pretty cool. That's nice. If it's at a later stage, right? At a later stage. If they say, I hate this, it doesn't work, and then bail early, that is an exponential, oftentimes, in my opinion, it's an exponential growth problem. A lot of times on a working product. So we're assuming not like a product that's slapped together for like $10, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is it's weird. It's a little weird. I'm still a little looking for the source, but when has it been in exponential growth? Sustainable, right? Like, think about one of my main points about this digression is exponential growth is bonkers. There are very few things in this world, in this natural world, that has exponential growth that is sustainable. And yet, when people talk about habits, habits, especially learning a language, they behave as though they think their learning is exponential. It's rarely exponential, and at the far end, when they quit, when they choose to quit on good terms, choose to quit, they still expect it to be an exponential growth or something, or a linear growth even. They might even expect a linear growth, and that's not the case. It's diminished return. It slows down as you do it because things become unusual, right? So for those people, I would love to hear if they end up taking a life, engaging in a life of generalization and generalizing their skill sets. Because for me, that's what I have done. In order to offset this, how do you constantly feel like you're in linear growth and exponential growth? Pick a related skill. What does that look like? Boon Pro, Duolingo, LinkQ, or Link, however you pronounce it. Graded readers. What happens is that now you're adopting a new skill, a new method, and that method has the potential for temporary linear and or exponential growth, because you are learning a new skill on the same content. Now the question is, do these people get tired of learning the same content? Right? These are two separate things. You're learning a new skill, or you're learning the same content. And oftentimes when someone thinks about trying to chase after this linear growth and exponential growth, they're restricted by their content. So the chances of someone saying I'm fluent in Japanese and saying, oh hey, I want to use WaniKani to rediscover Japanese because I want to develop a new skill for learning, not the content. What does that look like? Watching in anime in English, and then watching it in Japanese, and then watching it in Chinese. These things require the development of different content. Now, if the process of learning this language and this language ends up creating new learning experiences, new learning skills, then they themselves can be applied to each other. Or somehow these different languages make you watch anime differently, then those are different skills that you can do. But rarely do I see that people watch the same content. So the content is the show. If you already know the content of the show, then it's a waste of time for those people to watch the same content. So this is the lying thing about language learning, right? Lots of people use JLPT 1 through 5 as a metric. This content is static. JLPT 1 through 5, the things you need to know, is static. There's only a finite amount of relevant content. And then everything outside of this, if this person is only focused on JLPT 1 through 5, everything outside of it is unusual. Right? So, how do you get to the end? It would be hopefully a combination of tools that are flexible enough for you to drop one and pick up another one by the time you get to here. The whole like motivation curve, right? Your motivation curve is you start here, you're going to get motivation from the honeymoon period, and then you're going to do the diminished return, and eventually complacency sits in and your motivation dips into the valley of despair, right? So this is the tool life cycle, or a lifespan, and you hope that it lasts long enough for the person to achieve the goal. And here it's interesting. I think it's going to be interesting to see how much it evolves. It's probably not going to evolve too much from here, because now it's WaniKani isn't teaching me a new approach anymore. It's telling me if the content is going to give me a new appearance. So like, for example, why am I saying this? Getting to level 3 is a nice place. It's a very nice place to know how the method works. And then and the nice thing about this is then you know what you're in for the rest of the 60 levels. You're done. And why is this a nice design? Is then people don't typically like to learn new ways. So now it's static. Now the rest of it from now on is going to be, do I find the mnemonics, the mnemonics design interesting? And then if I have mistakes, it makes it interesting, because if mistakes crop up, it actively tells me to do something, to do something different. If it works super well, then you don't make mistakes and it becomes less and less interesting. Not just for myself. You become like, it's a grind, right? No, those hours are gonna feel the same. You're basically rotating out new characters over and over again. You haven't been learning anything new, no new methods, and eventually, once you reach a critical mass of time, right, of time required, you're gonna choose something else. And what is that something else? Anything that is not WaniKani. Because if you do it all over again, you could convince yourself, oh, what you're going to convince yourself is, this is different. This time it's going to be different. So how do you do that? Some people start over because they don't want to learn a new method. They want to use the same method, but they want to start over. Right? And hope that the content is fresh enough. I see this pattern quite a lot. And not that it's a bad or a good thing. The idea is, if you're aware of this, you can take advantage of this. You can choose when you feel that this is happening. So, like, if you're aware of these designs, like the consequences of WaniKani's design, you can choose how to break up and take advantage of when you're most active and when you're not active anymore. Someone yesterday asked me if I'm going to get to level 60, and my answer to that is summarizing all of this, which is, the plan is to get to level 60 with one big condition, that nothing more interesting comes along. So for the time being, I will get to level 60, right? Largely because it's already done. If you got to level 3 and you had a 0-0 streak, in my opinion, for myself personally, because I know myself well enough, not for anyone else, for myself, based on how I analyze my workloads and my patterns and routines, 3 levels is what I need to know that I will get to level 60, because I could do this long enough the same way I have been doing it, because the method does not change, right? The method does not change. So it's great. It's awesome that you don't have to learn anything more. In fact, you kind of learn it by level 2, but level 3 is great. So then I already bought the lifetime subscription because I already know how SRS works. However, if I was a new person to SRS, I tested level 3, I would say, yes, I'm going to buy a lifetime subscription because I know I can get to level 60. And if I end up choosing not to get to level 60, it's because something else more interesting came along. You can have my money. This is my money to give to you. Make other people learn, have other people encourage other people to learn Japanese. That is fantastic. So here, that's what I mean by how I feel about this design. It's super efficient, which is why I think SRS is amazing for kiddos out there, for people who want to have low effort, efficient, right? It's efficient. It's low effort because it's efficient. Low effort, quick learn curve. The learning curve is like level 3. With some asterisks along the way because of Japanese as a content, is Japanese itself kind of matures a little out of the early designs of radicals, because characters will become more quote unquote complicated by maybe a order of, not even an order of magnitude. Like a kind of an order of magnitude, because one character, then there are one radical, then there are 2 radicals in a character, and then eventually there'll be 4 radicals in a character. And I can think of a few examples that would have 5 or 6, but what happens is it's only going to go up a little bit, right? It's going to go up by the number of characters, and smoothly, because that's the way they designed it. They stuck with less radicals in characters before they jam into kanji that has 6 or 7 radicals, based on like a different criteria. So it's awesome. You only need 3 levels. If you can do the 3 levels, you can probably make it until something more interesting comes along, right? And I actually think WaniKani is fantastic for that matter. These are my thoughts. Usually at the end of a month, so it is at the end of a month now, I start collectively reflecting on my learning experience with this product, right? With whatever the product. I usually do like a segment on this, but I'm not going to do it for WaniKani in this way. But this is one of my comments on things. My thought is very low learning curve. Very low learning curve. That's awesome. Like, relatively speaking. Very low learning curve, right? And it looks like the system is habit forming. These might be like, well, duh, these are habit forming. Yeah, the results. A lot of people focus on the results, like the consequences, the testimonies of other people. I'm trying to explain why, to myself at least, why it's habit forming and it has a low learning curve, right? Largely because the method itself, the automation, quote unquote automation, makes it that the user have minimum input at first, like for start, right? When you specialize, then you want more options, so there you desire more input, and that's when you get into specialization. When people say, oh, why can't WaniKani do this and that and this and that? I want this nuance, I want that nuance. But you have to remember that you are no longer zero. You are no longer a 0 person. You want more methods. You want bigger flexibility, because the design of WaniKani is that you learn the entire method in the least amount of time, so then you don't ever have to change that approach. You're smooth selling for the next 2 years, and you're rudimentarily and the people who complain about, oh, can I get more flexibility? Can I skip this? Can I only learn special characters? Can I only learn this? Those are the people that need another tool, in my opinion, or would benefit a lot from another tool, because WaniKani is not capping them. Or WaniKani is capping them. They are reaching their cap, like their limits, their upper limit in WaniKani. Like, they reach the WaniKani upper limits, and they're like, I kind of want more. I need more. Let's add more. However, to me, it's substantial. It's like that's the compromise that they have to get a very long learning curve, a very low learning curve, and get you started right away, is to make the method incredibly user minimum input. What's the fastest way to get someone on a smartphone? Buy an iPhone. What is very attractive about an iPhone? Minimum user input, minimum methods to learn. I can't do multiplication and division. Buy a calculator, because it requires minimum user input, and the method requires the least amount of effort to learn, right? So that's why I think that's the shining thing that I would say when I recommend WaniKani. Or like an idea, I would ask the person, do you like to do things your own way? Or do you trust things? And then when you trust products, right? How do you form your expectations of the product? If that person is like, I just want to learn Japanese. Any Japanese is fine. I don't have any goals. No JLPT one. Like, I have no desire for any specific goals. Start with WaniKani. Actually, I would say start with WaniKani and Duolingo. Largely due to the nature that if you're not concerned about maximizing your methods because you're already like not so sure, you're like, I just want to learn some Japanese. It's not a big deal. WaniKani is pretty cool. Like, when I mean by Japanese, I mean kanji. Sorry. If you wanted to learn some kanji and you're like, I don't know what kanji is more common. Like, I want to be conversational in a month. Now you're getting more specific, right? And then we can use those specificities to exclude WaniKani. Like, if you want to be conversational, stop right there. WaniKani is not one of them. If you want to be conversational in terms of a fixed response and a speech for like temporary use, Duolingo. If you want to be conversational as in make a Japanese friend and become friends with them for a lifelong thing, probably something very, very advanced that takes you to advanced things. I don't actually know what that looks like because I am not an advanced Japanese language learner. I have not used a tool that have taken me to a very advanced place, so it would be way too bold and presumptuous of me to say I actually know what that is. Everything about WaniKani is beautiful. The creator updated at least every half a week, and the community is what keeps it very trendy. I think so too. And that's what makes Duolingo shine too, as well, for the record. And not for the updating thing, but more for the community aspect. The idea is, though, a lot of the criticisms come from people wanting more, and that's great. However, lots of the end game comments about like WaniKani and even Duolingo, their end game for Duolingo happens very, very fast. You know when Duolingo is not for you very, very fast. The reason for that is because Duolingo's learning curve is stretched out to oblivion. Like, what I mean is, we're not talking about like the languages that are starting up. Languages that are starting up do not have enough content. So that's way past oblivion. There's not even enough content, right? But if you take Spanish, the curve, Duolingo's learning curve for like their developed language is like this. And what people, going back to my original point, what people find satisfying is in their heads, they think their learning curve is, their learning, like the learning things that they learn is this. That's, to me, that's what the behavior is like. They think that when they learn a skill, this is what that's like. I could say the closest thing you would get to this is when you were a kid. Maybe. And even then, the skills that you know as a kid, like for example, when you learn to walk, it's like boop, flat. Right? Or like when you learn to run, beep, flat. That's it, right? You graduate your English, you graduate high school, bam, flat. That's where the expectations get ingrained. Like if the last time you learned is constantly when you're a kid, like you're thinking about all the skills that you've learned the first time due to obligation, they become flat immediately. Like it's, and this period is short because you have reached a point of diminished return on the skill, and you're like, I'm wasting my time if I develop these skills any further. So they become flat. In fact, a lot of the skills that we have is not just flat. I'm being very, very gracious. It's actually like this. You go all the way up, it's flat, and it starts descending due to lack of practice. And you're hoping that a lot of your skills naturally get triggered so that this slope is mitigated. Like walking, running, getting up, carrying your native language, right? You hope that due to use, it stays relatively high. Like it stays relatively where you stopped. And nowadays, every intellectual, it's interesting. Like most intellectual skills that deal with like how you approach learning, still continues to be like, oh, I need to get over my learning curve, and it's like bam, and in a matter of, I don't know, 1 year, you're fluent. You're fluent. Yeah, the problem with dueling is that it doesn't teach you enough. No, I don't think so. It can't be considered a real learning app. I disagree. It's more of a game where you technically learn something, but it's not enough. I disagree. I think the vast number of users, the problem with the vast number of users is it's not fast enough. And it holds your hand too much. Now, you can make an argument that the content doesn't exist. Then that's not a problem. The content just doesn't exist. As in, someone has to pay to make for those. The content has to exist first to evaluate it. Well, when it doesn't exist, doesn't necessarily mean you can evaluate it. So when you're saying enough, your thoughts are how much content exists a lot of times. And then when you're saying teaching enough, one has to also take into account how much time it takes. Because when people say waste, they're talking about how much time they're using. So even if Duolingo covered from all the content, like a textbook, right? Even if Duolingo claims and have literally done this, right? Go from A1 to B2 and all that content exists. If it takes someone 4 years to do that, then that is construed as not enough teaching. When in the long run, you're saying WaniKani is beautiful. It does a lot of things. Duolingo incorporates more methods than WaniKani does. But it takes longer. It's not the element of enough. It's enough per unit time. So, for example, Chinese course that I'm doing now to review, the Chinese course, it's bare bones. Like, bare bones as heck. Like, all it is translations, listening, and speaking, right? Chinese course, bare bones. What does it cover, though? What does it cover, right? The Chinese course, what does it cover? It covers, and this will never change. It will never change. It is actually factual. Like if you go into Level and Radical and WaniKani, you will know what you have learned. The facts are, it has about 850 characters. And then 50 unlisted. Because I actually tried to, it's around 50 unlisted. So we're just going to say around 900 characters, right? And it has 3,000-ish vocabulary words. That will never change, regardless of what the methods are to employ them. And unfortunately for the Chinese course, six different inputs. So I'm counting not the reverse, because they do from Chinese to English, then English to Chinese, but you have the fill in the blanks, the listen, response, the matching, the flashcards, the Hanzi writing exercises, and then the multiplying in the pinyin section and whatnot, right? A little like matching across thing. So about six methods. WaniKani has one method. Right? Like one method. The thing you actually do has less methods than Duolingo. Now, why does WaniKani seem beautiful and elegant and wonderful is largely, in my opinion, it's often more efficient to focus on one method than multiple methods of input. Because when you have multiple methods of input, they end up being less focused on than one method of input. What is the one input that you're doing in WaniKani? You are going to type something, and the content speaks for itself. So the problem here is the 6 inputs. People don't like 4 of the 6 inputs all the time, right? So they could remove them and just focus on 2 of the inputs. Then it's starting to look a lot like WaniKani, right? And the nice thing about WaniKani is it is a specialized tool. It takes one method and it does it really, really well. Like very, very well. And that's what makes, in my opinion, such a different experience from Duolingo. It's not designed, Duolingo is not designed to be WaniKani, and WaniKani is not designed to be Duolingo. So Duolingo, in my opinion, gives you a very, very long, expected long pace, and it makes someone far more rounded than WaniKani. Now, 4 years sounds a long time. I chose an arbitrary thing. I think it takes people more. It's probably going to take someone 4 years to get to the end of a Spanish course. We're gonna find out how long it takes me, I suppose. But the like, what was it, like 15 minutes a day? I think that's more than 4 years before you get to the end of the Spanish course. 15 minutes on WaniKani, on the other hand, oh, you're just chucking along. Like, people on WaniKani is just chucking along. They chuck as fast as they can, find any avenue to speed up the process, right? So you don't necessarily say it's a waste of time. I think there are better tools to learn a language than Duolingo. I probably explained yourself wrongly. Like, that's exactly what I'm saying. You say there are better tools. And this is the problem. In my opinion, this is a cognitive problem. What do you mean by better? Like, when you say, you make comparisons like WaniKani and Duo, for example, in order to qualify if Duo is a real learning app. These things that I just spent the last hour explaining are fundamentally different between these things. So when you say better, you're talking about metrics. So what are your metrics? Real is often dealing with how fast the content is produced. Sometimes you're saying teaching. Like, you use the word teaching. There are different ways to teach, right? Do WaniKani and Duolingo share the same teaching method? So you can choose to say there are better but I refuse, or I have a hard time believing that they are comparable, the things you're comparing. Because I heard the word enough as well. So how do you measure enough? Enough content? I chose content as my metric, right? So what does it cover? WaniKani could say, oh, we cover all of JLPT 1 through 5 vocabulary. And then another, like Duolingo, could say, oh, we only cover up to JLPT 5 and 4. And then immediately you're like, well, okay. Then you could say, in this metric, WaniKani is better because it has a larger coverage. You didn't say that. You said that it doesn't teach you enough because it can't be considered a real language app. It is a real app that teaches a language. So for me, I kind of know where you're going, and I'm being a little bit more direct, largely because what you're saying reflects most people, like reflects the large majority of language learners, and I agree. Most large majority of language learners agree with you. It does. Duolingo is not a real language learning app. It's a game that is technically, you learn something from it, and most people say it's not enough to help. Right? I agree with all those observations. I think the vast majority of people agree with you. I actually agree. I would say most of those things are also true about WaniKani. But somehow, the difference is you think WaniKani is beautiful on a different standard than Duolingo is being evaluated on. I don't think WaniKani teach you enough, especially about learning. WaniKani does not teach you about how to learn things properly. It's an unnatural way to learn a language, but it's still beautiful. Meanwhile, Duolingo is another unnatural way to learn a language, but you don't think it's beautiful, and that it's not a real language learning app. Unless you're also saying WaniKani is not a real language learning app, then I have no problems with that. That's not a double standard anymore. Like, if you're okay with being consistent about your evaluation, then that's fine. If WaniKani is a real language learning app, then Duolingo is too. If neither of them are, then fair enough. I have no counter arguments, right? Does that mean I will not use them because they're not real language learning apps? Not really. Just like I don't say this person is not a real Japanese person, so I don't want to talk to them in Japanese. I would still talk to someone who's not a real Japanese speaker, right? I'm not a real English speaker, so would you choose not to talk to me because I'm not a real English speaker? Right. Is there something like this to learn other languages? You're constantly looking for unique and creative ways of language learning, but haven't made any significant progress. Interesting. What other languages are you interested in? Sing. I am using two that are very similar. I'm using WaniKani for this method, and HanziHero for this method. The developer Kevin, the things that he shared with his brother Phil shows remarkable similarities to the design philosophy in WaniKani. So if you like WaniKani, right, if you're looking for something like this, HanziHero is Chinese. It's for Mandarin. Both traditional and simplified. So if this method appeals to you, there is a slight difference, and you might like it. If there's a chance, and you can try it. You can try it out for free. It's for free for the first like 100 characters. Instead of a level, they decided to use characters. So when you learn 100 characters, that's when the trial ends. But they take a slight different approach. They did use mnemonics. They use mnemonics for the radicals, and they attach them to the characters as well. So I would probably suggest trying it to see if it works or not. For you, Duolingo is really to really help. It should prepare you to speak with people in real daily conversation, not just making simple sentences like "I eat an apple" or something else. Okay, so that means, does that make it a real learning app? Also, I don't think WaniKani is a real. Okay, that's fair enough. Then I have no counter arguments. So, should Duolingo help? Okay, then yes, then you're going to have to find something else. Yep. If you believe that making simple sentences like "I eat an apple" is not important to the smooth development of learning, then you're gonna have to go find something else. Oh, I missed your second chat. You currently speak English, Hindi, Marathi, and Punjabi. Punjabi, yes, regional, yep. And now learning German since you're I don't know of any. Unfortunately, my experience is limited to whatever I have on the YouTube channel. I started language learning self-study language learning last year, and my experiences limit to these 3 things: Duolingo, WaniKani, and HanziHero. So just Japanese and Chinese, unfortunately. I'm not aware of how German works at the moment. As far as I know, the comments that I read about the German course on, like, say, Duolingo is not sufficient. And if you're already learning German, you're probably already past the point of the pace. And since you're multilingual, Duolingo is not for multilingual people, like, in my opinion, largely because the speed in which you acquire your tertiary and quaternary language will be moving way faster. Your baseline learning curve will be too quick for Duolingo. And for Mattia, then good luck. Good luck with your criteria, because I disagree with you again, because you treat language like you don't need to learn foundations. And then you treat language, in my opinion, like the tools required to capture every aspect of a language, as opposed to be real. So if you want to be real, stay in school, in my opinion, and talk to real people the whole time. That's your only standard. And for me, I'm respectfully, because you have that personality, that mindset, I don't think you'll be able to understand complex problems in different dynamic approaches, because your mindset tends to only accommodate a holistic approach, which is very useful if it's always available. So the whole idea of real, I cannot agree with at all. Real and fake is like situationally determining what conditions. So your conditions will constantly vary. Vary in the sense that you have this definition of what is everything. Like, something to be real has to take you from beginning to end, and not stepping stones. So WaniKani is part of a bigger picture. Duolingo is part of a bigger picture. So because they're parts, they're not real. That's pretty unfortunate. Aku, wisdom has been chasing you, but you have always been faster. Which translates to what you are eating. Oh, you're currently using ChatGPT. I actually like that. That's great, actually. ChatGPT, YouTube, yeah, German, and then you stop using Duolingo because the learning curve is unrealistic. Absolutely, that's exactly what I think would be very, very checks out for someone who's multilingual. Because since you already learned multiple languages and you have multiple languages, most of the app designs, I would say the vast majority of app designs are not constructed with the learning curve of someone who's already multilingual. Their learning curve will blitz past every app. Like for me, I'm already talking about this for like an hour and a half now. WaniKani's learning curve is non-existent for me. Like I still use it because it's fun thinking about how people interact with this, right? Interact with this and whatnot. But if you're already someone who have done these methods and gone through it multiple times and successfully learned another language, you don't need these tools anymore. Yeah. I think Mattia is the same, by the way. Mattia, you're multilingual, technically. So most of these apps are going to feel like not real things. They're not useful in the sense of they already teach you, they're trying to teach you methods that you don't really need, and you don't need to learn any of these fragmented things anymore because you've done it already. You've done it multiple times. So I absolutely agree with you in the sense that if that is you, none of these things are real apps. So I have no counter arguments. WaniKani can't possibly be a real language app to someone who has already learned multiple languages. And Duolingo can't. Actually, most apps can't because they are supposed to make language learning easier for people who haven't usually learned another language. So I wouldn't be surprised, and I totally respect that you came to the conclusion that these aren't real apps because your demand and your requirements are really, really high now, right? As you are successful. You are a successful multilingual person. And sure enough, I want to give everyone, I made sure to clarify this. I am not actually learning anything new per se, like maybe like 10% new things from WaniKani right now. Especially about learning. I'm not learning anything about learning approaches. So the methodology is very sound, and I'm talking about it because it's worth whoever's interested in language learning, they want to be aware of what the app is doing. Then they can, in my opinion, be more informed in determining if the app is useful for them. I say immediately that Sing will think whatever Duolingo has to offer, it is too long. It will take way too long of a time. It's too lazy. It's low effort. Like, it's not comprehensible because it's geared towards people who are thinking, maybe I should learn a second language. So it already eliminates that out. And if you already picked up a Genki textbook and you have the motivation to pick up a Genki textbook, WaniKani is it's optional, even for your second language. However, if you already learned Chinese and you're going to learn Japanese and you speak English, you don't need any of these apps. Apps are supposed to introduce, in my opinion, methods when all your current methods fail, right? And in my opinion, when all your current method fails, you're looking for new methods, not the same method. So, Duolingo is good if you want to familiarize with a completely new language, but doesn't help in real-time conversation. Exactly, because it's not designed to. It's legitimately, Duolingo is not designed to have real-time conversation. You literally don't do real-time with an asterisk. Sing. So you mentioned you're using ChatGPT with an asterisk, except Spanish. Maybe slightly except Spanish, provided you subscribe to Duolingo Max. With only that one exception. For now, right? It might help you a little bit with real-time conversation. Only with Spanish, because that functionality, I think they might be rolling out to English as well. So those who are learning English and those who are learning Spanish, maybe. You literally don't do that. And Duolingo literally didn't do that. So saying that it's not a real app, for example, for language learning, to me is a little bit misleading. Largely because if the tool is not designed to do something, what is not there doesn't necessarily mean it's a point of criticism. They chose deliberately to focus on other things. Now, would it be great to have those things? Absolutely. It would be wonderful for a tool and a one-stop shop for everything, right? You use ChatGPT app on your phone where you can talk to via voice chat and can simulate actual conversations with a native speaker? Yes. So can Duolingo, technically, but for Spanish. If an app is real or not depends on your perception of real. Exactly. And for me, I'm defining it in a way that I accept the premise that it is not a real app for Mattia, like a real language learning app, Duolingo and WaniKani. However, for me, I think it's dubious and misleading to use a categorical word like real and fake without qualifying and being able to explain why you consider it is real or fake. The reason why I talk about my thoughts about things is to provide evidence and qualifications, right? You talk about these apps in a subjective way. It depends from person to person if you find these apps useful or not. Cliche terminating comment, but I prefer speaking with native speakers, but it's only a personal issue. I'm fine with that. I take your opinion for that. I love that the preference thing. That makes sense. It's a personal issue. That's a cliche terminating, uninformative cliche terminating comment. And then it depends on people. That's also a cliche terminating comment that is not qualified. I prefer to know something about you. Nothing against Duolingo or these apps. That is something against them. I disagree. Saying that you have nothing against Duolingo is suggesting that it's downplaying, in my opinion, to me, what you just said is you downplayed all your criticisms. So you don't stand by your criticism. Like, I actually believe you do have something against Duolingo, and they're perfectly valid. What you said about your personal preferences and what you subjectively said that you require an app to be is something against Duolingo, and it's respectfully acceptable because you've determined what you need. And Duolingo and apps do not have those things. So they are against Duolingo, and I think they're warranted because they don't meet your preferences. I think it's very misleading to say that you said Duolingo is not a real language app, and then you tell other people you have nothing against Duolingo. Saying that doesn't mean other people won't think you have something against Duolingo. I think that's very misleading from an English standpoint. I find ChatGPT more effective than Duolingo because you can also have a conversation in Hindi and learn German, and it sounds way more natural and uses vocabulary that people would actually use. That's fine. Again, Duolingo has an exception for Spanish, in the exception that if you speak English and you use Spanish, or Spanish and you use English. Again, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it uses it uses OpenAI structure, the OpenAI model for the same purpose. They curated their own synthetic voice in order to interface with a large language model for Spanish and English. So yes, it doesn't do Hindi or German, so that is true. It's not the same as summarizing Duolingo. So it's not the same as summarizing Duolingo. So when you say ChatGPT is more effective than Duolingo as a whole, that is erroneous. That is a leap of logic. What they're doing with Spanish and English is identical, or nearly, if not a more differential approach, using a large language model, using their interface with their large. I haven't used it myself, but I know it's probably based on the OpenAI structure. So for that, yes, I agree that they don't offer Hindi and German. and you can do it on ChatGPT. So that's pretty awesome. That's really awesome. Is it more effective than Duolingo because of that function? Not for Spanish or English. I would say it's probably negligible. Not that it's better or worse, but it's probably negligible. It's analogous. You have to also remember that different people have different learning styles. Not everything works for everyone. I disagree about learning styles, but people have different learning preferences that they have normalized over their life. But learning styles is a misconception, is an absolute misconception. In fact, this has been a very long, many decades worth of debunking this learning style thing. Learning style is not inherently a genetic boundary. It is usually a environmental, it's more likely to be environmentally influenced than it is genetically influenced. Yes, people have preferences. They don't have styles. I'm just saying, like, we want to be very clear, because you learn better if it's visual. If you had to read a book, that's your preference. It's not a style. Like, there are no such things as visual learners. There's very minor, if not non-existent, evidence to suggest that someone is a visual learner, was born a visual learner, and can only learn visually without the practice of any other faculties. Right? You have a preference for visual learning because your background has normalized the practice of visual learning. If you don't believe me, that's fine, because I don't have to say any of this. Personally, it would be very welcoming for someone to find out and discover the body of literature when it comes to learning styles. Learning styles was very much, in my opinion, a manufacturing of industry marketing. So when someone says, buy my product because this is designed for visual learners, that was a misconception on how one practices skills in order to preferentially be more adept at learning something. It's not the same as if you choose to start reading a book again, you don't magically happen to have a proficiency for reading books without visual pictures. The idea is your behavior is most well practiced and therefore produces a preference for visuals. I think I grew up in that era where when people said like, oh, I learn better, as in I'm incapable of learning any other way just as well and efficient. That was what that meant. I learn better visually, as in I am incapable of learning just as well without visuals. So, maybe, now hear me out. I'm not an expert on this. So you can choose to, you can choose to counter argue me. And I would love to have evidence of that. Like, what I mean is, I love to hear from someone who has an expert that would say the contrary. Where, like, if a child grew up, when a child grew up and they grow up reading books, for example, they grow up reading books, and then the internet happened, right? The internet happened. Like, and then now they learn really well watching shorts or something, you know, watching like animation and stuff. Did they lose the capacity, or are they unable to learn other ways, right? The good news, in my opinion, I think this is good news. So I hope, let me try to frame it in a good news way. It means that if you combine visuals with reading, you benefit more you have untapped potential. So yes, continue to prefer to do what you do really well, but like WaniKani, right? If you're really good at SRS, that doesn't mean you can't be very good at watching anime. Which also means that hopefully you're not going to limit audiobooks, which also means that hopefully these things translate to speaking to people and learning that way, right? That's kind of one of the things against learning styles. Not that I'm saying you don't have any preferences. You guys most definitely have preferences. I also have preferences. WaniKani and Duolingo are not my preferences. For the record, I really enjoy using WaniKani, which I really will get my lesson in today. I really enjoy WaniKani. I also really enjoy Duolingo. Not their content, like not for the sake of their content. My goal is not it's no boundary to how much I learn Japanese, like fluency, whatever, JLPT, what have you. That's perfectly fine. I'm here to look at learning methods, so how learning approaches work, because that's in my opinion my top priority in teaching people things. Teaching people things involve getting their foot through the door and giving them the foundation of methods that may be interesting to them. And the more methods I collect, the more likely I can accommodate someone's learning preferences that they developed into adulthood, right? And so as an adult, I consider myself an adult. You know, I'm 37 and I'm postdoctoral. I'm still collecting newer methods, like methods that kids use these days, methods that new adults use these days. So I haven't ever learned using an app, right? This is my very first time. I don't actually download apps onto my phones. So I've had a smartphone since the dawning of smartphones, but I don't usually engage in like learning material online. So this is the first time. This is my first time trying these things out. So I do immediately have preferences. I totally agree. Like this SRS stuff is so fast. This SRS stuff is so fast. I can see why it's very attractive. And then what is it? Like things like Boon Pro. Using Boon Pro to extract like anime. Using Boon Pro to extract anime stuff can be an incredible tool. I haven't even tried that yet. So I would totally agree with you about the preferences. Like everything you say I agree with the exception of like a few specific words that I wanted to clarify. Not everything works for everyone. Probably not, right? Not to the same efficiency, obviously. And work is a subjective, you know, work is it needs to be qualified with metrics. So what works is if you say to learn one thing, to learn one content means it works, then you could qualify that everything works. But in this case, we have to qualify work. But you learn better if yeah, that's true. What an interesting discussion. Has been a very long time since the last time you had such discussions. We have this every day, or we could have this every day, but I do have to do my lessons at some time. But you don't have, okay. I would love to hear the counter argument though. If you can, I would love to know someone who has dedicated their life to testing the hypotheses that humans are bound at birth, like they have a predisposition for favorable learning context. It would be really cool, right? I actually would think if someone is able to prove that, I think the world would change. The dogma would change in terms of learning, where like people would not argue or discuss about different ways of learning. So if there were learning styles, for example, then determining your learning style would remove the need to explore different methods. Would likely, because it would be marketed as then your learning would be targeted. You would have targeted learning styles as opposed for efficiency, for like marketing purposes. So if you can identify who, quote unquote, is a visual learner, is innately a visual learner, then their product would be more successful. They would be more consistent at being successful. Unfortunately, obviously, we talk and discuss about different methods all the time, so this is probably not very strong. You think the most important thing when learning anything are willpower and discipline? For learning, I agree. Learning in general. Everything else is optional. Earlier on, I think Pro Call, someone who asked me a lot of questions lately in the last 2 streams asked me about motivation. Like, how does it factor into habit formation? The establishment of habit formation and its relationship between innate and learned obligations. So that does go into that. So it's a step before choosing. It's a step based on decision making, right? So before all of this, you have to be a decision maker, and decision maker often deals with this currency, I call it, like this figurative currency called motivation, and that has a relationship with willpower and discipline. And I touch upon discipline in the terms of understanding like schedules, self-awareness, and whatnot, where you have discipline comes with a level of self-awareness and self-evaluation. And then willpower has this really multifaceted dynamic interaction with what is perceived as motivation. Willpower and motivation are associated. I think okay, and here you're studying a bachelor's at 30. Ooh, what are you studying? You're also a university student. Oh yeah, you did mention that. Is it language? You mentioned it up higher up when you said your different languages you were learning, and then you're at a university. What are you learning right now? Maybe I sound immature. That's why I don't think either of you sound immature. And immature, I'm gonna qualify immature, guys. Immature deals with for me, when you're thinking immature, I'm thinking intellectually. And what is a sign of maturity is how large your perspective is. A lot of times. Basically, if you're asked a question, or if you're asked a question, or you're prompted with the trigger, your response shows maturity. When you're considering when one is consistently able to differentiate between one's own preference and other possibilities. It's not to say that an immature mind does not have its benefits. So maturity is not a one-way streak. One can be immature and passionate and be incredibly successful. Being mature can slow one person. Like I'll do like some spins. A mature intellectual may have a difficult time deliberating and making decisions because there's a lot of maturity in their knowledge, as in they have so much wisdom that delegation and making decisions can be tough, right? It can be long-winded. It can take a lot of things into consideration. So when I'm thinking about this, I don't want to give you a nuance. I want to dispel the nuance that we are immature in different ways, in different situations. Like, for example, incompetence can be accommodated with immaturity. My maturity of language learning is very small. Like, I only know certain apps that do certain things. It doesn't have a mature perspective when it comes to the realm, the competence in the realm of language learning. However, I would consider myself moderately mature when it comes to the aspect of learning and teaching, because I have a lot of experience, or I would like to say I have a sufficient amount of experience to qualify myself as a mature learner. However, I'm very much in the early stages of seeing what apps can do for you. You're 21 and you chat with people, I think they're your same age. That is a level of honestly, if you're generally the younger person talking to older people, that's a great way to indicate maturity. In terms of the intellectual age, we're talking about intellectual age, so not like biological age, but intellectual maturity. When I was younger, right, when I was like 16 or something, I usually talked to 30-year-olds most of the time. Yeah, 30-year-olds that were boomers who weren't attached to the internet because I really liked their perspective, kind of thing. Maybe someone with ADHD or autism would have a unique learning style, maybe? That's a predisposition, though. So now we're changing the game. We're talking about predispositions. So low percentage predispositions. And we don't usually like the things I'm talking about. We're assuming the statistical average, like a healthy human being with no, right? Because we're generalizing now, right? We're generalizing. You could say that people will have unique learning styles if they're blind and deaf or mute or missing limbs. In fact, I could say people will learn very different if they can't smell or experience pain. So predispositions, I agree. They will probably have different learning capabilities. Not styles, again, not styles, because you remove the choice. Style would mean that you can still choose between them. Like you choose to be a visual learner. If you're gonna bring in ADHD, that might not actually be a choice, right? So you're adding conditions to make it so that it's no longer a style, it's a choice. I mean, it's an obligation. So we could go and turn this on its head and say a blind person will have a learning style because they can't see. That is no longer a style nor a choice or a way to visually learn. They simply can't do the thing. Kind of like a mathematical proofs, where what is 1 divided by x, right? You can choose 0 and the answer will always be the same. It's undefined. And then you can choose 1, the answer will always be 1. And these are trivial tests. Now you can soften it and say, what if you chose 0.000000001? Then we're getting closer to ADHD in this term. Or you chose 1.0000001, then you're getting closer to ADHD, right? Yeah, a blind person would have a braille learning style. A braille learning style or a listening style, I guess. If you're really like, if we're going to the other side of things, they would have the options. Their options would be limited, is what I would say. Styles. The reason why I'm saying this is one of the biggest motivation is styles is not considered a limitation. To me, I don't want, in my opinion, there is not enough evidence that exists in this world right now that would suggest that there is limitations on a healthy human being when it comes to the nature of that learning. Now, if you literally have limitations like blindness, your options become limited, but those options are not limited within itself. So like, does a blind person learn better? Or does a blind person have a style of listening that is comparable or like supersedes Braille? Right? The only counter argument you can give is that there is a thin or vague line that separates learning style from learning preference. Yeah, and it makes the biggest difference. What do you think is what do you qualify as the thin line? How do you explain that is a thin line between learning style and learning preference? Preference to me is a choice. When people use the word style for me, it's not a choice. And the giveaway, I'll share how the giveaway is when someone says they have a learning style, they will say, I learn this way, as suggesting that they should only focus on this. A preference, when someone says, I prefer to do this, it tells me that they are doing other things. They are more likely to do other things. More likely. Not ones and zeros. More likely. They're more likely to do different things. When they're talking about style, they are more likely to focus on this one thing. You said that learning style would be when you have many options, which also goes for preference. You could use different styles. For example, you could be a visual and audio learner at the same time. That is not... If I gave you that impression, then I have failed to do so. Style... I'm referring to someone saying that. So they have already made a choice. I did not say about what type of style are there. I said there are options. But that was not my focus. My focus was you said you are a visual learner. You have already chosen your preferred method. This is after the fact. When you say you have a preference for something, the people that I tend to meet, I would say they are more likely to be suggesting that, oh, I do more than that. I prefer this anime, as opposed to, oh, I'm a shonen watcher. Also, who sticks with that choice. Whole preferences doesn't refer to one single choice. You can have more than one preference. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So, well, if I'm forced to learn by reading with a gun to my head, you would prefer to learn that way also? That's a very apt thing. That's when you say style. Exactly. You have captured what I'm saying. You treat, in my opinion, you give me the impression of someone who treats it that way. I wouldn't need to put that I will use different types of example. That's too vivid. I wouldn't need to pressure someone who has a preference. They would be exploring on their own. Someone who believes they have a style do not necessarily explore as much as someone who thinks they have a preference. So if you think you're a visual, if you're a visual style learner, you're gonna continue to think that way. That's pragmatic. Like, you can achieve many things with that. I am not here to contest your style of learning. I'm here to share what I observe personally when it comes to someone who thinks they have a style of learning versus someone who just does whatever works. I think I'm more of a style person with language learning now that I think about it. Yeah, because you have a preference. You want to speak to a native language person, right? At all times. There's no need for you to do anything else. Everything else is subpar. So you'll be disappointed. You'll be disappointed and feel like it might be a waste of time a lot of times doing otherwise, right? You can't learn, you don't want to learn and extract not ideal things, like not ideal approaches. Duolingo is subpar because it doesn't meet your style needs, right? You are less likely. But now, hear me out. I still think you can be a style learner, right? These are not like 1 and 0s, guys. I don't want to give people, like, you can be both. Like, you still have preferences for other things, right? You can have preferences and style of things. Like, I don't like brands, right? I don't like brand labels. That could be a style of clothing. I habitually say that I look better without branding on me, right? That means that I will be less likely to... I gotta compromise with you, Sing. It is a vague line. It is a thin line between both. I absolutely agree. And I think it's more like a strength, the degree in which you apply them. So you mean preferences like male, female, non-binary? So why? I guess. I don't know. We're not... Well, okay, so now you're picking something biological? I see. I mean, we were talking about intellectual things, but I guess you could think of biological things as intellectual. Can a style person have more than one preference? I don't know. That would be I think so. But now we're changing topics. So we're changing topics. Yeah, the gender thing, the gender thing is a biological thing. So now we're changing our conditions, right? We're changing our content. So now we're changing our content. And this thing, again, it's like choosing a deaf person or a blind person. You can reduce reductio ad absurdum, I suppose. Reductio ad absurdum. You can reduce it to an extreme case. Like, for example, can a style person have 0 preferences? The answer is no. Can a preference person have 0 styles? Probably no. Can a person have no gender? I'll let you answer that if you want, like, hypothetically. Reducing something into that type of argument or like that type of question can make things very easy to answer, I suppose. That would also mean that those thin lines and vague lines will no longer be appreciated. If you take a nail and you try to hit it with a very, very small hammer, right? Very, very small hammer, but then you decide to take a sledgehammer and hit the nail, the appreciation of the nail and its form is lost. But if you conducted a survey with a random sample and asked about learning styles and preference, there will always be bias and errors? Yeah. And there will always be bias and errors, but then it still ended up being a normal distribution. Who would have thought? When the sample size is large enough, regardless of the bias or the error, there wouldn't be a clear pattern. That's what surveys work. So you have a random selection. If you have a random selection, the whole idea is there wouldn't be a clear pattern. So we're talking about like sample size, right? Since wait, you said economics, right? Sorry, I skipped the part where you say you're studying economics. Pretty sure it was that. So I'm guessing now we're talking about population statistics. So when we're doing population statistics, regardless of the bias, right? You could see a bias. I would be interested. You have statistics? Okay, so we're talking about like psychological now. I'm not a statistician, so we're just gonna use like layman terms. So bias, right? Bias. There are many ways to explain. You're in data analytics, so hear me out then. You have more knowledge than I do. I do not have a background in data analytics. The most data analytics I have is probably genetic information, right? Analyzing genetic information. If I'm extrapolating from using like high throughput sequencing data, right? So you're looking at patterns seen by the disruption of genes, right? So say every person has a genome, and that genome is aligned to every other person, so that creates a meta level of data sets for every person, right? You're aspiring to become data analyst, but you don't have a deep background either. Yeah, so let's just say every person, right? Every person will have an input on their biases and their errors, right? So if there's errors and the distribution, what would the distribution look like if there were a bias? So if there was a bias for like learning styles, for example, you would probably have to do a ratio and say there's I don't know. They'll only test two spheres of learning, which like visual and what is the other one? I don't even know what the visual styles. I don't even know what the styles are, by the way. It's visual and listening, auditory are the two dominant ones that people use. Auditory and visual, right? So then you would take the ratio, right? Then you would plot the ratio, I think. So this would be the ratio. That's too complicated. Let's just do a binary survey. So it would be just visual versus auditory, right? So they can either tap 1 or tap 0, because I like 1 and 0, sorry. I know 1 and 2 would be the other one, but 1 and 0. Unless you are a Power Ranger, then you probably would have something else. Yes. So visual or 0, right? and say there was a bias, right? There was a bias. You have like a graph would look something like this. This is not enough to discern this, but for layman terms, this would be a great one. Say it is statistically significant that people are more likely to say they're a visual learner than an auditory learner, right? So does this explain that these people are visual learners? There's a visual style. Does this metric... So hypothetically, you said, what if you conducted a survey with a random sample, right? Random selection, and asked about learning styles, right? We'll stick with learning styles for now, because preferences would be another thing. You would need a different type of... preferences would not be a 1 and a 0 answer, but for simplicity's sake, styles, 1 or 0. You're either a visual or a auditory. We could be more complicated and say 1 plus 0, so where people think that they're both, but let's pretend like they had to choose one, because that would be the element, or it captures maybe the meaning of style. You're either preferentially one or the other, as opposed to saying both, like equally or something like that. So 1 and 0, like no Likert scales, right? No Likert scales or anything like that. And you find this. How would you explain this result? You could have a null hypothesis. Yeah, we're testing the null hypothesis now. The null hypothesis is that there is no relation. Wait. For this null hypothesis, this experiment, the null hypothesis is there's no significant preference. So what happens is, what we're expecting is within statistical range, right? There are no statistical differences. Yet, what will we get? Well, there are 3 situations. Either visual is greater, auditory is less, and or they're both negligible, right? It will be here, or the inverse. The question is, I don't actually know if people... There's already... This data do exist already in meta-analyses in more detail, like exploring the functionality of these groups versus the other one. So in terms of survey, I'm only talking about your hypothetical, by the way. If you conduct a survey with a random sample and ask about learning styles and preferences, there will always be bias and errors. Okay, so... what does a bias and an error looks like in this survey? So if we had random sampling, what are the biases and error? How would it affect this? So I don't think you'd be able to discern using this approach to know if there's a bias, if it's due to bias and error that differentiates. Depends on the level of significance. Okay, say it's statistically... I'm saying this is... How can this answer your question? I don't actually know how this can answer your question. Like, you say there's always bias and errors in random selecting what visual styles they have and preferences. I don't understand how that can tell you whether the bias and errors affect style or preferences. Like the interpretation of this. Remember, this is corollary data. So how can you know, like when you say there will always be bias and errors, how does that have any impact on randomly sampling people and saying if they have styles and preferences? Like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to differentiate between styles and preferences? And you're saying it's not possible because there's always bias and errors? I mean, I wouldn't go about approaching it this way. Largely because it doesn't actually, the metric that you're using is not answering the question. So if the goal is to determine are there styles versus are there preferences for language, for like learning. Yes, because if you conducted a random sampling method of survey, you cannot have completely accurate data. Same goes for learning styles and learning preferences. Neither is accurately defined. Yes. And what happens when you have neitherly defined? You cannot ascertain that there are styles nor preferences. You can only suggest that they may exist. I'm not fighting for a theorem here. You are. So yeah, I agree with you. You cannot have completely accurate data when you're surveying. Yeah, that's exactly your point. So what am I doing? I mean, your experiment doesn't evaluate what I did, what I'm suggesting. And there are experiments for that. Unfortunately, this would not be the most optimal time to pull up those experiments where they take individuals, they take representative individuals, right? Preferably randomly selected, but they didn't. They take representative sample, and they combined the person's perception. So they do answer a survey, of course, and get the person to perform a task. And they do a correlation between the task preference and their perceptions with as large of a sample size as possible to ascertain if their perception on their style and their preferences had a significant difference in the area of learning. But even if you study a person for their whole life from birth until, you still will not have conclusive evidence about learning styles. You won't. That's the whole point. So while you're going around saying that you say that I'm a visual learner, that's a moot point. I'm arguing for the non-existence of it, or the dubious nature of suggesting that is a productive comment versus, I don't know what point you're trying to make anymore. I think you're furthering my point. Yeah. So yeah, what I mean is, do all of the above, because there's not enough statistical evidence to support any of this. So I totally agree with you. Like, all your valid points, they're valid points. It's largely why you're stealing my thunder, if you will. All the counter arguments that you have come up with are counter arguments to me. Your support. Yeah, this is why I have issues with my issues. This is why human experimentation is and especially behavioral psychology is tough. Right? It's tough. Now, now someone would ask, so why does it matter then? Why do I need to know these things? Like, well, you don't need to know these things as long as it doesn't stop you from learning. That's my bottom line, right? Pragmatically speaking, my thought is, if you think you learn visually really, really well, if you learn visually really, really well, my inclination is to tell you, have you tried reading a book? Now here's another one. I'll give you the lesson learning, the language learning one that I encounter more often in reality. Someone, they spend 3 years and they spend 3 years reading, right? They're like, yeah, I'm really good. I learned everything about Japanese. Like, but why can't I learn speaking to people? Well, you gotta ask the person, have you spoke with anyone? Do you speak to yourself? Do you speak to anything? Do you even read things out loud? It's like, well, no, because my preference slash style of learning is reading. I like reading. And I've been told that if I read long enough, I would naturally learn how to speak. Like, and look, hear me out. This is one of the strategies that sell one of the most popular types of language learning apps and language learning books. This is the argument, right? Now, no, those people don't believe this. It doesn't stop people from thinking this is what they're suggesting. Like, for example, very prominent language learners say, if you read enough, you will develop the ability to want to speak. As in, you become so comfortable enough that you start to speak, right? And that speaking is what allows you to become a speaker. And learning by speaking and talking to other people. Not that if you read something because of your visual learning style that it leads to everything else without actually doing those skills. So that is true. Duolingo has download because of that gamified learning. Yeah, exactly. Duolingo falls into that point. But is it really Duolingo's fault and WaniKani's fault? Let's take a little step back. If people actually believe they have learning styles, let's just say one style dominates and then the other style follows. The other skill sets follows. When you go and download Duolingo as a person that has a specific mindset, what are the outcomes of that mindset? Now, for us, at least you, Mattia, and me, I have languages in different places, have languages in different deficiencies. I am completely illiterate in a language I speak to my parents 100% of the time. Completely illiterate. To me, in practice, anecdotally, one does not have a style of learning that can compensate for the literal practice of another style of learning. It involves practice and acquiring that skill. If you're saying your style is so strong or like it's inherently part of you, then it does not necessarily explain how someone has an incredible aptitude for something but still incapable of doing something in a language and then be capable of doing that in another language. I like reading in English. I watch my shows with English subtitles. Yet I am illiterate in Fujianese, but I speak arguably fluently with my parents. So does that make me a person who is a visual style learner or an auditory style learner? Now you might be making argument, oh, but you're different because people vary. You might be the special case where you're both visual and auditory learning. And I'm like, that sucks for a baby then. That really does suck for a baby when they haven't decided what style they are. It's a shame that some babies grow up not learning how to visually learn, and it's a shame that certain babies grow up not learning to auditorily learn. So how would you explain an absolute skinny person going to a gym and becoming a beast? Learned conditioning. Learned conditioning. Although you're also bringing in genetics now, so you're going back into a physical property. So there's a physical component to it again. So I guess you're talking about like now you're talking about the realms of also having genetic components that deal with which is true. Some people say there are genetic components to intellectual capacity, right? So some people do, like, for example, if your IQ is 160 and someone else's IQ is 90, when do you change the line in which the language, you know, like the learning capacity is changed? We're talking about comparing a hypothetical you versus another hypothetical you, right? So, for example, if that same person decides to walk into a gym and they decided they decided that if they decide to work towards a goal using something they don't prefer, something they don't have a style for, like, let's say their physical is so tough, they decide to bench press as opposed to doing compound squat movements with calisthenics. When you think about fitness and you go online and you say, what is the style of fitness, right? And you're gonna say, if there are styles of fitness, then everyone who have chosen calisthenics would be less successful if they did weightlifting. But then it would depend on choices that me and the hypothetical would make that would change the whole game. Exactly. Preferences. You're right. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Weights or injection. But hear me out. That's usually it. I'm gonna be direct with you now. What is the hidden agenda in this? What is the hidden agenda of all of this? I think to illustrate this, I'm gonna say, let's do some conditions. Even if, hear me out, I have a slight hidden agenda. So I usually am not direct about hidden agendas because it kind of defeats the placebo and the nocebo effect sometimes. So I have a hidden agenda. Even if styles exist, let's say styles do exist, right? So you have this style of learning, and there's this thing that I would say is a human condition. So it's still corollary, but this is much stronger. It's a much stronger human condition, and that's a diminished return in specialization. So we're doing like an economics approach here. You know what? You're already in economics. I'm gonna take the diversification approach. So say you're you're a visual learner, right? You're a visual learner, and you practice this your rest of your life. You're saying like, oh yeah, I'm a visual learner, right? At some point your aptitude for visual learning is going to be like this, right? Now, if you chose, so style of learning does work, right? Let's say style of learning does exist, and then these are your choices now. So you're choosing to focus on style visual learning. Then your auditory skills, let's just say the theoretical cap is like here, right? Your theoretical cap. However, if you believe in styles, and styles do exist, the person's reality competence could be like this. Now, why do I think of diversification when it comes to the human condition? How long would it take you to reach your hypothetical cap at between these two? So you could liberate a little of your time to invest in a weaker component of a less trained area of learning. And my hidden agenda is oftentimes to keep human condition at bay, which ties into your willpower and discipline. Oftentimes when someone diversifies after specializing in a skill, discipline, there's a lower need for discipline and a higher return on elevated willpower when someone diversifies on bigger gains from an undertrained skill by liberating a fraction of their trained skill. So like at some point, even if styles did exist, so you're completely focused on visual learning, you are acquiring lots of things, and choosing to engage in a different discipline often nets a substantially larger reward in conditioning it, even if the min is lower when it comes to learning. So splashing other methods, for example, into your core method with your core method will ultimately have a larger, in my opinion, statistically likely to have a greater likelihood of uplifting than focusing solely on that core method. Understanding that is kind of close to like diversifying. So if you have learning styles, it would also mean you have teaching styles. Indeed, I do have teaching styles. I code swap when I teach. So I know that Mattia, and then you, by the questions I asked. I asked very specific questions in order to determine how I present my arguments and my discussions. Now, I could be a bro and just say, "Trust me, bro, you're wrong." Now, that wouldn't be too effective, would it? Although it could be effective for other people. Do I have a very specific teaching style? Not particularly, but I do have a preference. I have a preference for a particular teaching style. My particular teaching style is we lay it out, right? We do introduction. It's a formal education. I lean towards formal education. Largely, most of my experience is in formal education. So intro, right? Problem. You have a preference of teaching with WaniKani? No, I don't have a preference for teaching WaniKani. WaniKani is the material I'm observing. Do I teach like WaniKani? Do I use some of... I use some of the principles of SRS in teaching people things. I don't use WaniKani. I don't use anything I stream as a teaching method. Like, I don't teach anything here. I show. So it's kind of like Duolingo. This streaming thing is a very, very... The actual things I use is to demonstrate. Well, you need SRS in learning almost everything. I know. So that's why I said SRS. I don't teach like WaniKani. Actually, okay. All right. I haven't thought about this. That's an interesting question. Do I have a preference of teaching with WaniKani? Here's my thought. I will like entertain it as best as I can. I use analogies. And I also use graphs, right? But the analogy part is baked into the graph. So the analogy would be like WaniKani's style of SRS. The analogies are serving as mnemonics. So oftentimes I use video games if I know that other person likes video games. In this case, I'm appealing to your economic side and your statistics side. So I've already set an establishment that perhaps we can use statistic layman's terms, right? So technically this would be using a mnemonic style. I'm tugging on your emotional and your sentimental way of discussing my viewpoint, right? So the viewpoint will become more memorable if it's relatable. So it's a very similar perspective in using mnemonics. However, in this case, my mnemonics is not agnostic. So what I mean by agnostic mnemonics is WaniKani is different. I know I'm not the first person to do that. No one is. We're human beings with a limited lifespan. So we are the progenitors of all the people before us. So I would be very surprised if I was the first person to do anything other than write the things that were in my thesis. Anyways, WaniKani though, their mnemonic is agnostic. So yes and no. Yes and no, I would use typically I would say no. That makes me think that we are not unique at all. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Unique is a combination of unique now uses a combination of permutations of all the actions. Right? Now we're thinking, let's think about statistics. What is the likelihood that your combination of situations as you live on would end up being unique? They go up exponentially with every dying breath, with every lingering living breath, every lingering action. So if you live to 100, the statistical possibility that you aren't unique goes way down. Go way up. Sorry, we're going the other direction, right? So right now, this conversation you have with me has made you exponentially more unique than any other person who hasn't spoken with me. No? You could reductively reduce yourself, reduce your uniqueness to one component of your life. Then that would make it more statistically likely that you're not unique. Right? So if you were to tell someone about the story that I've used, I created mnemonics, right? This whole discussion. And if you use some of my graph approaches or anything like that, I use graphs because visual learner, right? Why do I choose to even write words on the screen, right? Streamers don't have to do that. They could just use your voice, but I choose to write on the screen, even like actual letters, right? Those letters aren't necessarily visual in the sense of a lot of people say. So sometimes I draw graphs. So I'm combining them. And now hear me out. If you use this example, if you go and talk to someone and say, I spoke with a random retired, indefinite PhD holder in molecular biology. He went by the alias Maku, and he shared with me these interesting ideas. The more specifics you have gathered from that same instance make you statistically more and more likely that you are unique in your combination of things from any other person. Because the chances of you bumping into a person who has the alias Maku and at the same time is a Chinese American, right? An American born Chinese in the United States who happens to speak Fujianese and have two parents that are Fujianese from first generation, and having a conversation about a language that you aren't learning at the time, and yet we are talking in English, is probably statistically unlikely to happen. So, and that's one action you made. That's one permutation, right? But me and an alternative who didn't have a discussion with you is not unique. Then, no, because you're comparing a null. You're comparing a null to an action, right? A null is not a control, right? A null is not a control. Another action is. So the you in another parallel universe could as well have engaged in another conversation with another person, which then would be unique with the current action you're making here. No action, actually, interestingly enough, is also an action. So if we were going to be super crazy, when you don't take an action, because you haven't taken an action in that moment, that is an action that is unrelated to all the series of actions you have made in all your other parallel universe selves, which adds to the uniqueness, because inaction in a series of time are a set of combinations, right? So any action you do moving forward contributes to the unique population of actions. No action is juxtaposed to taking an action in this case. So all the times you decide not to take an action in which someone else would likely take an action, that makes you unique to that person. Unless there's some sort of random scary preference that humans decide they choose not to do any actions for the rest of their lives, then I could say, yeah, you would become less unique if the vast majority of humans decide they rather spend their whole time sitting there and not making any decisions. Right, the statistical likelihood is probably negligible that the vast majority of humans like to sit there and do no action. Otherwise, if that's not the case, then you will still become unique through inaction at a very specific time frame, right? We're talking about over the course of one's lifetime, as opposed to focusing on goals, right? If you look at any particular goals at any one time point, it might not seem as unique. But the combination of all your decisions make you exponentially unlikely to be reproducible. Like the twin effect, right? You follow twins. This experiment has been done before, where you follow twins and you figure out the likelihood of their statistical deviation from each other, even when they're identically genetic, right? In fact, from a genetic standpoint, I can tell you that the moment twins are born, they are likely not identical anymore. Because genetics, while the genome may be the same, possibly in the first couple years of life, like say the first 5 years of life, even if they occupied the same environments, the same as closely as possible, epigenetic markers may change between the twins. Can genetics be altered? They can be altered. Mutations. So when two twins occupy different environments, right? Like say one day the twin decide to spend 3 hours more in the sun. You have no idea if there was a genetic marker that mutated due to radiation, right? Epigenetic markers change between twins. You can actually differentiate, in my opinion, with enough technology and resolution, you can differentiate between twins based on their epigenetic markers, which is not the same as saying their literal genome undergo a mutation. That does happen over a human's lifetime. So you can actually probably tell how, you can probably map in a way that, or guesstimate the age of a person by seeing how well or confined their genome is over time. Because it's unfortunate to say, but those mutations are the things that happen with cancer, right? At some point, mutations accumulate to generate a loss of function in regulation in a cell, and if you live long enough, eventually that happens. It's unceremoniously, cancer is an unceremonious connection with aging. This is where I studied the stuff that I was interested in when it came to the genetic components of things when I was still studying at a university. It wouldn't be unique because all these discussions would have been made by someone already somewhere around this planet. Again, you're talking about one point in time versus another point in time. That's an erroneous argument. That it wouldn't be unique because all these discussions, that is logical fallacy. As an absolute logical fallacy. Like, let's just say at T0, I agree with you. There's probably going to be a discussion that has happened, and you decided to reductively change the discussion to a topic, as opposed to even talking about the permutations of the words we used. So you're telling me somewhere in the universe, exponentially, however long our discussion has gone, that these exact very natured words in any sporadic preferences and all of that permutation, that there's someone else who used the exact nonsensical words and combination that I've used between two people of these names at this very moment, even in this specific time, which also at the same time have all cumulative lifespans and events that lead up to this moment. That's impressive. And if that is possible, let's say it is. Let's say it is. Maybe also in a different, let's say it is. You are viewing unique as 0 and 1s, right? And these are to me, these are trivial tests, at least in mathematics. I said, your odds, your uniqueness, the odds of your uniqueness goes up exponentially with every possible different combinations and actions that you make and every detail that you decide to do, right? The more details you know about a specific time point and the more you elaborate on it, your odds go up in your perception of uniqueness. Obviously we're talking about perception here because we can't really test this. We're in an observable, we're participating in the universe that we're trying to observe, right? But in this case, the odds would go up exponentially. Whether you're unique or not, that's up to you, I suppose. I was talking about the odds of being unique. So in this case, whether you choose to do an action or not, the longer you live, your odds of being unique goes up. Unless there's some very, very flawed, like up higher order thing that I don't understand because I'm a participant in the universe I'm trying to observe, then yeah, you can probably ask like other people about this, maybe a philosopher or something. If that was the case, no one would bet on sports for what? I don't see how being unique has anything to do with the outcome of the consistency of sports. That's probably what you're alluding to. Like, if you bet on sports, there are projected outcomes. Yeah, because sports have rules. Yeah, sports have rules. They quantize outcomes. You can choose to do that. You did it here. You quantize the outcome. If you're not unique, then you're a copy. So it's that rules that they play by humans who are not rational. That's fine. But you're quantizing the outcome. What is the sports outcome when you take a bet? The goal is only a quantized outcome. So you're either you scored or you didn't. That's a way to funnel and reduce the set of probabilities. You could argue, like you did in sports, that you're unique or you're not. True. I didn't talk about that still. I talked about the probability. So, yes, the people in that sports game is consistently increasing in their uniqueness as they're making each action, but the outcomes are restricted to the possibilities. So whoever is the nearest to that consistent, so any contribution to it, the output is fixed. There are many outcomes, not when compared to the universe. Oh wait, you're using a Likert scale now. Nice. So now you're using a Likert scale, right? So instead of saying unique or not unique, now we got something good. Now you're betting on larger in context. Yes, not so many. It's actually negligible, but without blowing it out of proportion. Now you've changed the game. Now you're viewing it in terms of win, loss, based on a Likert scale. So any point of these areas can be a betting point, and yet you list it quantized. Because that's how odds are binned. They are binned based on odds. And odds bin the thing. So yes, you can expand the amount of outcomes. Betting is to reduce the potential outcomes. Now you can make the betting more interesting by including more outcomes. But we're talking about your uniqueness as a human being versus rules that determine which outcomes exist. This is a system that you can create. So now you're operating within a system that has predictable outcomes. The joke that I was making about, well, not really a joke, being a participant in the universe of which you are trying to observe is a paradox. Creating a system with expected outcomes make things more predictable. Life is also a bet where we have to make choices based on your predictions and guesstimate. Yes, it is. And it's a guess. And that would be a very reductive way of using English to say that this betting is the same as betting on life, which it isn't. That's being reductive again. I think you have a very high preference for reducing things in order to make them the same, but that's not being enlightened to the idea that they are not the same. Alternative would be saying something like, learning a language is the same as learning how to breathe. You take one step at a time. So in this case, these are different things. One, you have no concern. Yeah, otherwise you put two different things together into context. Yes, otherwise you can't put two different things into context. I didn't try to. You are trying to. Right? And I'm suggesting the counter argument, which they aren't. You chose a sports analogy, and I only have to refute that they're not the same, while you're suggesting they are the same. So whose argument is more superior, easier to prove is probably me, because I only need to disprove it. And that is the bearer of the hypotheses, right? I think you're supporting a hypothesis when I am supporting a different hypothesis. I do have something I'm supporting, which is the odds of something going up in uniqueness, right? However, changing the condition to sports, then I get a chance to. That's how analogies work. You use it to demonstrate something similar. Oh yes, thank you. That's a very remarkable cliche terminating statement. Yes, I agree. That is how analogy works. That's also how analogies break down. Analogy is with the intent of making them similar. So if I have an argument, a counter argument, I'm trying to counter argue how they are dissimilar. So if you state something like, oh, well, analogies, well, that's the way it is. Isn't that what politicians do? That is what politicians do. That is also what intellectuals do. And scientists do. And null hypothesis testing. So are they the same? Is it's betting with a designed outcome the same as betting without a guarantee, right, of a desired outcome? Like, you are still making bets. I agree. You are still making bets on, I'm thinking of football at this case because Mattia likes football and I was watching a little bit of Milan plays yesterday. And then betting without an observable outcome because you're betting on the universe that you participate in. It's like, well, I'm more likely to bet on something that has a defined outcome than betting on something that has life. And yes, many ways they are similar. And then in many ways they are not. The nice thing about having granularity is that we can define the nuances of the differences, right? When we compare them. One point of an analogy, by the way, is also the capacity to draw contrast between the analogies. Right? If you offer an analogy, I can compare and contrast your analogy. You could choose to say analogy is for comparison, and I totally agree. Therefore, it also offers the opportunity to contrast. But maybe we're living in a simulation and someone is betting on us from the outside. That's fair. You can never know. You're a participant in the system, I suppose. I think you're making lots of terminating things, so I don't have much more to add. Mind you, I do have to go on with my lesson. This is probably going to be a long one. It is fine if you want to make this an exercise. Maybe it's the government who is doing it. Okay. Sing. I know, I'm not sure if you're joking about this anymore. I really think that, I hope that you don't think that in a way, because it sounds like you're spiraling into entertaining mania and nihilism. But I'm not a person who like says very much about nihilism. So perhaps someone else who irrationally wants to irrationalize rational thought may be more suited. Saying things that terminate in a cliche or any sort of like conspiracy theory and stuff, I can't really make any comments on that. So yes, maybe it's the government who's doing it, and maybe the universe is a petri dish for someone else, and maybe betting on life is not worth it, that kind of thing. I think now we're on the element of saying like, what is the purpose of life and the meaning of life? I don't have any answers to that other than irrational ones. So one can reduce each other to irrationality and then call it a fruitful discussion between intellectuals, but I have no comment. I think you can believe in any of those things because I'm not here to convince you. So we are spiraling to philosophy? Probably, and I don't usually do that. In synthesis, the theory states we are the brain, an alien from residing on planet Earth. Yeah, so yeah, I think in philosophy, if you're philosophizing things, I like to hear them. And that's good enough for me. So if you think maybe it's a big government conspiracy, I suppose that's reasonable. I have no reason to not believe it. And I also have no reason to support it. Right? The best, most conservative thing I can think to respond to that is I don't think about it. So you can call that being complicitly ignorant, which that's fine. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, right? And there I terminated the discussion. Right? You don't fully believe it's just a shot in the dark? That's fair. Are you talking about like life actions? All right, so we passed our threshold for our review, so I'm gonna start our review soon. I was going to do something tomorrow because I was gonna rest today. That's probably not gonna happen now. Oh, and the mistake went out. What was the mistake? It was friends, right? Hopefully I remember what the mistake is. Anyways, it's an interesting discussion. I mean, well, it's an interesting commentary. I'm gonna take most of your. I usually take most philosophy and life perspectives and whatnot as commentary. Most of the time, I will neither provide any form of contrary or talk points or anything like that. I may share my own personal opinions if I think about it. Other than that, I don't mind hearing about your thoughts about philosophy and like the state of the human simulation and whatnot. That sounds like more information for me than for you, and I appreciate it. You can understand why it can't be talked about because we can't reach a conclusion. Yeah, more or less. And I don't necessarily think about a conclusion. I would say it's more informative to listen to someone's philosophies and viewpoints than to try to gaslight them, right? Unintentionally to adopting your own viewpoint. Personally, like it's more useful for me as like a streamer and all the pragmatic motivations I have now. When we talk about like ideologies, theology, spiritualism, and like political stance and stuff, I'm more likely to be a person who's willing to listen and acquire that information, and I will try to share my information without trying to say that this is what the other person has to believe. And then therefore there will be a mutual exchange of information, largely due to the nature that these things can often be inconclusive, I suppose. You think the government is like religion, complex means of power in order to prevail on the common folks? That's a fair way to look at it. So am I trying to be neutral? No, I have my own positions. I am exercising my professional credibility in public appearance to be more amenable to collecting data than to try to sway and or influence other people's positions. So in a way, you could say that's kind of being neutral, but I am not neutral on these matters. Whether you learn about those neutrality points and whatnot, that is at my discretion, right? I do not want to be held liable for my own inability to allow other people to express their own positions. It sounds like a political answer because, generally speaking, the people who know me are probably able to discern what my positions are, largely due to my analogies and all that, right? So, for example, you can probably discern me being neutral here is probably a courtesy that I offer other people that I expect in return, where two people can mutually share their positions that are purely opinions in a safe space, right? Yeah, so if you talk about anything political, you're going to sound political. Indeed. That is one of the beautiful paradoxes, right? That I do feel quite a lot of people lack the awareness. And I don't think they need to, because it can be an unhealthy relationship, right? This is typically what I sound like when I'm navigating an attempt to breach my professional conduct, which, again, I don't do this officially professionally. I'm not a professional streamer nor a content creator. I actually have a long digression on what I consider as professionalism, but inherently outside of that discussion, I typically sound far more political when I'm trying to be as respectful as I can to the other person. Call it a investment. I forward invest in people by collecting and listening to what they have to say. And then only when they solicit my opinion will I typically openly share them. And in a very conservative way that plays well to the situation. What is even a professional streamer? Can it be defined? Haha, that's a great question that I unfortunately will not have time to expound upon. It's an excellent question. Someone asked me this 3 days ago and it took 5 hours. Probably not for today. You will have to accept my humble apologies that it takes quite a long time. Would you care for maybe a hot take? A hot take on it? And the discussion was really good. I've been really tired the last couple 3 days because we had some super good discussions. People asked super great discussions. So, when you say what is even a professional streamer, I think you know what I'm going to say in the next 5 hours. That is the hot take. Because you already asked the question, right? So if you're asking what is even a professional streamer, then you'll probably know that I'm going to spend 5 to 6 hours explaining that because there's no standardization or any way of vetting or quality or metric in which it is enforced and universally agreed upon, one cannot be qualified as a professional streamer. There are no formal standards to establish, right? So the hot take is, it is very difficult to define, and therefore I don't use a term that is difficult to define. The nice thing about professionalism is that it can at least be something that's defined. You would probably say that it's whatever you perceive it to be. In this case, in this case, probably yes. The reality is you can be a professional streamer because you can perceive, for the time being, you can perceive it to be whatever you want to be. And therefore I don't use the term. You know what I mean? Like, because professionalism to me requires maybe like a document that provides the minimum standardization of the regulations and vetting process. Anyone can be a professional streamer. So therefore, I can not conservatively, with great respect, use that term to describe me in any capacity. Largely because it is inconceivable what people think is considered professional. It is a double-edged thing. You can call yourself a professional if you so choose. I choose not to because it's undefined. Funny, huh? Funny how one little characteristic or one characteristic ends up creating bipolar results. But yes, the hot take is I don't use the word professional oftentimes when there isn't a stringent enough, and that's arbitrary too, by the way. For me, stringent enough. You may, but maybe others can call you professional. Yes, they're most definitely be able to call me professional. I myself do not call myself a professional. I do not have control over what other people say. Exactly. The best thing I can do is to do my best to suggest to others that I am not a professional. I do not consider my professional. However, I do not have control over what other people think of me. I try my best to demonstrate that. So that's all I can do. I don't concern myself with the I don't necessarily concern myself with what I can't control, but I do concern myself with understanding what is not in my control, and that is one of those things. So when I publicly do this, it means I cannot control people who hate me for using Duolingo, right? But I understand it, so it doesn't necessarily cause me emotional distraught, and it allows me to pick up a challenge and analyze it, right? That's probably the most political way I could say that. I do not like influencing people's cognitive abilities unless it's hurting them. So like, if I rarely actually, I even find myself hard to interrupt or interfere or find a place to interrupt someone when their life could maybe, I don't have a lot of righteous indignation. So when I see someone suffering, it's still really hard for me to interfere with what they're doing because they are entitled to their choices. However, if you ask a question, I'll give you like a 6-hour essay for sure. If we had to define, if you had to, a word would say he's a professional interculator. What the? But maybe others. Okay. Listening to manga makes me remember my old philosophy is so wholesome. You had a philosophy teacher? I haven't ever taken a philosophy course. It would be really cool to take a philosophy course. Like, enroll in a university randomly. It's like, what are you here for? And like, I just want to sit in a philosophy class. Actually, I do listen to some philosophy like content creators who are professors. Like occasionally there are professors like, did you know you can watch like seminars from like universities who post like online seminars? So you can actually go to like major university sites and watch the seminars. So that's what I do from time to time. And I would like watch the recording of a philosophy seminar on any like random topic and see if I can gather anything from it. It's actually quite entertaining to me. Obviously it could be dull and disinteresting to others. You just do your job and the rest becomes history. Yeah. There's something very quaint, simple, and elegant about that, huh? I do what I can. I learn what I can. I record it for posterity, for myself, and whoever is interested and want to join a little pocket of that experience, you have my happy dollars. As a general hot take, I have a long digression or a long bit about happy dollars. And the one thing I want anyone who speaks to me know is I'm already invested in the discussion when you made me notice your existence. I wouldn't be streaming otherwise. I actually, this is going to be another hot take, unpopular opinion as well. I don't stream for myself most of the time. I stream with the potential that I can give happy dollars to other people. Like, there's nothing really stopping me from not streaming and just studying Japanese for my own satisfaction, right? But my own satisfaction is trivial compared to being able to have even the semblance of opportunities to interact with another person in which I can share experience, or maybe even vicariously. The first time you heard the word philosopher was when you saw the Harry Potter movie. Hey, those Harry Potter movies are pretty good. I also listened to the entire Stephen Fry narrated audiobook of Harry Potter. I didn't actually... Okay. John Green would have a different story about this, but I listened to the entire Harry Potter book series, narrated by Stephen Fry. It was fantastic. Nothing like having a British speaker / comedian fulfill my stylistic stereotypes of what a Harry Potter narrator would sound like. Yeah. So happy dollars. Here's one little hot take from the last 3 days, and then I'm gonna go and study or do my review now. Someone asked me, outside of asking me, do I ever envision myself being turning this into a professional thing? So that's that hot take from them. Another related thing was someone asked me, what happens if someone interacted with you in poor faith, like in bad faith, right? Because it was my digression about happy dollars. And my hot take, without going into the details, is that when I get on stream each day, I've already told myself that the vast majority of people who requires payment, I'll give them happy dollars. So if someone is in poor faith, let's just say that person is like in need of some happy dollars. So they come in and they're like, you suck, your face is ugly, now I feel better. It's like, no worries, here's your 100 happy dollars, I can handle it, right? Do you feel better now? Maybe we can explore why this makes you feel better. Stay for a little bit, here's 50 more happy dollars. If I can give them enough happy dollars to convince them to stay, then it circumvents their initial motive, right? So that is the challenge I've set for myself, I suppose. Some people might see it as a challenge, but generally speaking, I want to say this clearly. I'm in a privileged position, so there aren't a lot of things that cause me to have to spend all this figurative happy dollars on things like being happy, being loved, having the self-confidence for self-love, and then having the admiration and surplus of giving happy dollars to other people. So that's why I'm here. There's no urgency or obligation to accumulate something, in my opinion, a little trivial, like actual dollars, because happy dollars are worth actual dollars too. That's understandable. If you stepped into dirt, you'll get dirty, so it's better to stay clean, I suppose. That's definitely one way to look at it. Do you have any other chance? No, this is it. I don't have enough. I don't have enough Language learning is quite an endeavor already. Yeah, everything's here. The thing is, I chose to stream for over 5 to 6 years in order to accumulate enough observational workflow and experience in order to start recording something. So the YouTube like videos only travel back to the last year and a half. Any reason for learning languages? You get to meet people like me. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That is incredibly egotistical. I thought that might be funny. Any reason for learning languages? There are a few hot takes. I think we've covered like 5 different topics before. Rediscovering learning methods. Rediscovering learning methods. No, I was asking why. Oh, am I? Last thing. Any reason for learning language? Oh, me. Why? Any reason for me language learning? Here are fast hot takes. Fast hot takes. I'm gonna fire them off very quickly, and I feel like you have the. You're free to use your imagination what these hot takes are. So, hot takes. Why am I language learning? Okay. Okay. So why? It's fun. That's a cheap one. Sorry, that's a very cheap one. Learning new methods. Learning new learning methods. This is to stay topical for youth education. By the way, I don't have a day job, so there's no way I can acquire more experience other than actually doing it, right? So I don't know how younger people learn things now, right? So I want to participate in learning something. And then why other things? I play video games. Japanese video games. My background, my family is Mandarin literate. Mandarin literate to some extent. I am illiterate. Well, I'm no longer illiterate, I suppose. No longer, but I was illiterate. Culture? Is there anything that doesn't overlap here? So we got some pragmatic sense. I want to show learning. I think this is what my channel will ultimately be about when it comes all together. When I have some sort of elaborated written thing, showing learning is very different from showing the results of learning. So if you ever want to if you want to understand me, I will almost always be learning. So that means I will be talking about a topic that I am not comfortable with in like the actual content, the content of the things. And the skill that I have to offer is to practice communication and problem solving. Now, communication problem solving is natural to learning a new language. In fact, it's very coherent to other people. When I was playing video games, it's less coherent. Like, it was a lot more detached. Like, it's much more difficult for the target audience to understand what does playing a video game and demonstrating how you interact with a video game have anything to do with practicing communication problem solving skills. That was a bit more stretch. So the last year that I dedicated to language learning has provided a more coherent and consistent expectation, right? And that was very fruitful. And this is part of my social experiment. I'm in the second year. Oh, actually, I'm in the third year of a 5-year project, a 5-year social project. And that was after a 5-year project on streaming. And that's some legacy. So that's some legacy on why language learning. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty decent. We hit on some of these. Most of these have been talked about. Maybe a book. It's probably just gonna be a PDF that you can download off of like a hosted website or something. But maybe a book. You don't know. I write a lot, so we'll see. You should make a video with few seconds of your clips and title it from illiterate to fluent. So in the Duolingo thing, if you look at the beginning of every thumbnail, I have a routine where it shows me actively recalling every previous day's construct, and it was deliberately to tell people in the first like 30 minutes what I learned in the previous day, and then this will take like a 6-hour discussion on how I framed my study schedule with Duolingo to make it so that I can do those things possibly in the future, possibly. However, that would require an editor. I'm not the biggest fan on doing like the hot take stuff. So the reason there is a motivation for me to not do that, largely because I know you use the phrase random sampling. So if the YouTube algo is very specific, right? How do I leverage YouTube algo and Twitch behavior, for example, after random sampling, right? Because it'll be filtered. And my thought behind this is it leaves the stuff that I do possible. So one way that would cause a disruption in the way the random filtered and then filtered sampling is that my gate would be too low. You can only imagine how non-sustainable what I'm doing right now, right, would be if I were having to speak to hundreds of people, or even 10 people who resonate with hot takes. It would be very difficult. Maybe you have a future conversation with yourself displaying different levels of fluency. Oh boy. Without teasing too much, the Duolingo, I'm trying to wrap up the Duolingo Chinese course, which I will be, the last part was supposed to be tomorrow, but I think I'm gonna have to push because I won't get the stuff done today. The next step has something to do with what you just said. So these things take time, obviously. Language learning is a long process, but the year 2025 started with WaniKani and HanziHero as a foray into SRS. 2024 was Duolingo as a social experiment for starting positions, right? A common starting position to understand where starting happens. 2025, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Yes, that is very much the terminating, the cliche terminating statement that I stick with at heart too. But 2025 have other things because Duolingo Chinese is no longer here, so then I get to test other strategies, right? And one of them has to do with an LLM. So when you mentioned ChatGPT, it's not a coincidence. Maybe you're not unique after all. Seeing, it's not a unique strategy because you might find me doing that in the near future. The reason why is very, very involved. Duolingo Chinese does not. I'm joking. You're unique because I'm not you. But does not involve, like, does not have this. Remember I mentioned that Duolingo Max only has English and Spanish? Duolingo Max only has English and Spanish. Now, we talked about professionalism. This will be the last topic though. I talked about professionalism, but I also talk about standardization. And then we talked about metrics, right? Metrics. How do you evaluate things, right? LLM is foreseeably what Dual Max is doing. So in order for me to know, I need comparable analyses. So since Duolingo Chinese does not have LLM functionality, I'm going to use Chinese as an opportune moment to engage in LLM design, right? Approach. So I will create my own study schedule around LLMs for Chinese using speech. And Dual Max, where does Dual Max come in? I'm starting Spanish in March. Spanish in March with Duolingo is 2025's project. By the time I get to the end of the winter of 2025, I'm going to try out Max to compare my study approach using Dual Max in the future for a month with my approach with Duolingo Chinese, right? I need some experience and stuff, right? All of this is in motion already. So yes, you have some excellent questions, and I've tackled a lot of those questions. Maybe in another day. Oh, and you're overseas. Oh, dang. So you're in the same time zone? That sounds like Italy, right? Italy, German line. You don't happen to be German. Do you? Mattia is actually a statistical minority. If you're German and or Scandinavian, then you've hit the statistical majority for my interactions. You're German? Okay. Yeah, Mattia is Italian. So you're German? Maybe you're not so unique after all. Oh, you're from India though? Okay. Now you're a little bit more unique. I'm kidding. I had a distinct feeling based on your name, like your name. I didn't want to, because you already mentioned Punjabi, right? Punjabi. But you said you were learning German, so I imagine based on the time zone, then you would have to be probably living somewhere in Germany. So all your languages already. I had a colleague. I had a colleague that was Punjabi. So Punjabi, I heard them talking, and I had two colleagues. One spoke Southern Indian. I forgot what the name of that is. And then Punjabi. Like they were like talking about it. I had two coworkers at some point. So you would be unique if I was from Mars. So anyways, there's something about that. So thank you for entertaining. There are plenty of times to have more conversations. I say this all the time. So definitely feel free to share your thoughts. Yeah, Indian has many dialects and languages are most very different from yes. I am although I'm diaspora from China, right? My parents are the immigrants. We speak a dialect as well. Chinese also have unintelligible dialects to each other. Presumably over 100 of them, and mine happened to be a fairly common one in the United States, relatively. All right, all right. With that promise, we'll get this done. And tomorrow, oh man, I'm sure I'll be able to get through a day without entering a deep digression. Fujonese is the one you've heard. 你听过胡椒华？히네有人가 YouTube 小马's YouTube about 胡椒华. 이 어공胡椒华가 New York side and 니야胡椒华 그냥 건 New York. 그냥 건 New York New York Chinatown, right? New York Chinatown. Mongong, right? Fujonese, Cantonese, Mandarin. Ooh. I can't do Cantonese. Sometimes I don't even know what's true. Yeah. Probably yeah is probably that's exactly where you heard about Fujonese. Yeah, I figured. Statistically, you're more likely to encounter Xiaoma's like, algorithm, right? Algorithm works very efficiently. I feel like the internet's algorithm really does make people feel less unique. I think this is going to become an inside joke at some point. But yes, Xiaoma is probably the one that was able to show Hujiwa got Dongyangye, right? Dongyangye, Chinatown. In other cases, in terms of Cantonese, the best I got is like phrases and stuff from Hong Kong entertainment, right? 你講乜嘢? 你說什麼? Right? 你說什麼 would be 你講乜嘢? That would be like the closest thing. I have like catch your typical trappings. Like if I go to Hong Kong and I say, oh, thank you, hello, oh, I don't know what this is, that type of thing. I'm okay with those phrases. And then for Mandarin, we're working on it. We're working on Mandarin at the moment. Xiaoma is a new gen YouTube watcher. Yeah. I am I older than him? I'm pretty sure I'm older than him. Lao Shu? I'm a boomer when it comes to YouTube content. So I'm probably haven't caught on because I didn't start language learning until later, right? Actually, I'm a Gen Alpha, I guess, when it comes to language learning, right? I didn't follow language learning way back. Drama is only for entertainment. If you want to learn language, listen to my... I hope that's not the case. People should not be learning language from me because I don't teach language. For Mandarin, have I met a Mandarin? Oh, Simply Chinese. Simply Chinese or Comprehensible Chinese or something like that. Oh no, I think that's a Japanese. Like, I think Simply Chinese is pretty good. Someone showed me Simply Chinese once. I think that person's really nice and adorable. She travels around China and talk about things. Alternatively, and her English is fairly great. So, and then for Japanese, Dogen is pretty good. Dogen. I'm not sure about anyone else. I watch a lot of multicultural couples who talk about language, and it can be any language I'm not interested in, or like at the time. So like for example, since you're into German, right? You probably have encountered, what's her name? Is it Win? Probably Win. Or Lin? The girl who's married to a German, who's now engaged to a German boyfriend. She was one of the content creators of the last year, one of the top. Oh, or like what's his name? Liam. Little cultural bits. Liam is probably very. I'm name dropping a lot of times, but I'm trying to be like topical here. So, thanks. You have no idea. Oh wait, are you answering Mattia's question? You don't, but we can understand the process. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's maybe come back in another 4 years. I might have quit and decided that I was to dedicate my entire life to exclusively speaking in C++. You never know. In another 5 years, you're gonna watch me sit here and exclusively program in AI using like some sort of random infrastructure and never saying a word ever again. I'm kidding. I don't think that's gonna happen. That's unlikely to happen. However, I could definitely see myself in another 5 years taking my Python skills and then translating them into something else. Probably. I don't know. Maku speaking while streaming. Hello world. Do you do any programming for your statistics and economics? I would say I would be floored if you have no consideration for higher like statistical modeling for now in this day and age. I would love to go back to university, like higher university, to see how much technology has shaped, or how little, maybe how much or how little, I suppose, how technology has impacted curriculum, especially when it comes to statistical analysis of large data sets. Imagine Maku live streaming maybe include iOS. Oh no. If there is a person that can convince me to do an iOS IO stream, sorry, not iOS stream. I don't know why I say iOS. IO stream. There is a person. There is a person that I have that's a personal investment. He can possibly give me the motivation to do an IO stream. Possibly. Possibly. Other than that, not much to change. You did basics of C++ in school, but not in economics. I see. You can code with ChatGPT. Oh yeah, you mostly can. You're kind of stealing my thunder here. There's a reason I'm investing in LLM, but it starts with Duolingo Chinese, like offshoot of Duolingo Chinese, but I don't want to give people the impression that I pick up skills because they're unrelated to each other. Most of the skills I pick up are related to a bigger picture. Where I go. What does learning Japanese and Chinese have to do with playing video games? Sky's the limit. Why do I do SRS and LLMs? Soon. I also draw, by the way. What does drawing have to do with writing kanji and Hanzi? And what does LLM have to do with drawing? I have 3 years of plans, and all of those buzzwords fit into those plans. I am really excited to show it, but it takes a while. It'll be another year before some of these stuff will become obvious. I'm a big planner. I enjoy planning things. I do have a looser 10-year plan from this point. By the way, this might sound like a gag, but I always, quote unquote, I always have a 5-year plan and 10-year plan, because when 1 year elapses, I plan for the 5-year and the 10-year plan. Like, I don't wait for my 5-year plan and my 10-year plan to expire, like, wrote me into it. I reevaluate the 5-year and the 10-year trajectory after every year. At this point, ChatGPT can design a programming language. It probably can, with enough bootstrapping and refined enough data set, in order to like overcome certain catastrophic loops and whatnot. Did I had a plan for the pandemic? Yeah, unemployment. I'm kidding. Well, actually, it's kind of true. That's one of my punchlines. The pandemic was unemployment, but it's not a bad. It's not in a bad way. It just happens to land up for the pandemic. If we're using like COVID as an example, my last position, it was right before the pandemic, so I came back home, and here I am. So it was a very, very wild coincidence. Oh, and fun fact. Here's another interesting fun fact. I study RNA viruses. And the people, like in the United States, the people who were authorities on the whole, like the last pandemic, the COVID pandemic, I recognize most of them. As in, like, I've read papers and like seen these people. They were somehow involved in, like, in some way indirectly in my professional background. Can you teach ChatGPT to teach itself a language from scratch? Oh, that's a You know what? That would be so cool to do a constructed language with ChatGPT. Oh man, there's a lot of things. We will have to think about this in the future when I'm actually more competent, but I'm not that competent. You sound like the number 21 foot lettuce guy. Can you educate me? I'm a little uncultured when it comes to the number 21 foot lettuce guy. Was this something like happened and then this guy just happens to coincidentally coincident? Okay, we do have to start after the 4-hour mark though, but you can keep on chatting and I will read it, and then I will try my best not to try my best to juggle these tasks. Come to Italy to work with you while I make pizza. You stream WaniKani and HanziHero with me making pizza in the background. Oh, you can make pizza in the background. You can make pizza and then do it. Okay. Why not just do it now? You have a great pizza business as far as I know, right? Right, that's really good. I would love to have some of your pizza though. One day. Number 19, imagine someone's foot in your foot long. That's a meme. Okay, hold up. Number 19, imagine someone's foot in your foot long. Can you try again? I'm not great with this. This is out of, I'm way out of my depth now. I'm my memory, like, I can't imagine that. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Like, number 19. What does number 19 and 21 have to do with foot long lettuce? Oh, it was in the news? Okay, I'm just gonna have to read this later. 21. Wait, what is it? 21 lettuce. Foot long. What keywords do I need for this news? And I'll read it this evening, like when I have time. What should I be looking for? This is absolutely intriguing. You'll eventually cheat you one. You're always welcome. Woo. All right, Italy, huh? Italy. We'll have to think about it. Number 19, not 21. Okay. Number 19, lettuce, foot long. Oh. 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 Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. All right. I got you. I'll do some culturing for memes later. Gotcha. You sure you're not interested in Japanese or Chinese? No. We can hook up when we do Spanish, right? I heard Spanish. I heard Spanish come out of your mouth, so we can totally hook up with Spanish. That sounded really weird. I think I could have had different choice of words there, but we'll hook up when we cross Spanish. By the way, Spanish is my first learned language. So we're doing a lot of review this year. Right. I'm not as multilingual as you are, though. You should use French if you want to hook up. Oh, man. That's a good point. Spanish is pretty sultry. Listen, Spanish is pretty sultry. I could just break out in singing Carmen or something. Serenade you, you know? Wait, is Carmen in Italian? Oh my gosh. If Carmen is in Italian, I'm gonna put a foot in my mouth. Is the Carmen play Spanish? I'm pretty sure the Carmen plays Spanish. Yes. Ooh. I was a little bit concerned. I'm like, wait. Not as romantic as French? Listen here, thing. Listen. My parents are Chinese. How romantic do you think I am? It's a joke. It's a joke, but it's actually really true though. Like my background is Chinese. How romantic do you think I'm capable of being? German sounds like constant abuse. Oh no. Like real talk. We're talking about cultural awareness now, right? We're talking about cultural awareness. How romantic do you think having a Chinese background is? I'm kind of curious what the stereotypes are from like outside. Jap. How romantic do you think Japanese people are? Maybe I would believe you if you said Korean. Like Korean entertainment gives you the idea that Koreans are overly dramatic and whatnot, but I don't think it it tracks for Chinese and Japanese portrayal. Not to be nationalistic, but Italian is ranked the most romantic language in the world. Oh, interesting. Introverts can also be romantic. Yeah, with ourselves. I'm kidding. I am. Somehow that would make for a great punchline in a stand-up comedian act. Like, yeah, introverts can also be romantic. Yeah, with ourselves. Like, you know, like we're always romantic. Every time I tell myself, you know, every time I tell that guy to stop being an idiot, I look in the mirror. Romantic. So, you know, we're very, you know, introverts are very, very interactive people. You know, they wake up and they have a conversation with themselves. You know, it's like, hey, You look kind of stressed today. Do you want a cookie? And then you go to the fridge to get a cookie and you realize you don't like making cookies. If only there was someone else, you know? Just say enable IO stream and everyone will bust out laughing. Oh, boy. No. Hear me out. I got an even topical punchline. And thank you in advance to if you know who I'm referring to. But nah, I just end my EXE. You know? Just start an alternative EXE. Out, right? Just execute Maku 2. Piece of cake. You know? Who needs to be introverted when you can makeshift clone yourself using your pattern and data set to create your a facsimile of yourself in a large language model with a deepfake rig. You know? Yeah. Maku EXE stops responding. Hats off to who you think I know. You know, I would love, for the record, this guy that I'm talking about, there are very similar behavioral nuances between the two of us, but he's in an entirely different like subject matter and context. And I would say if you're already listening to him and you like what he does, I wouldn't be surprised that the people that I'm speaking to now are aware of his content. He's a very I really enjoy how he makes, you know, his content while also having a personality that can be genuinely very functional, right? So if you already know who he is, I'm not surprised. So he's my long lost twin? Nah, my voice is like so much more whinier than his. I didn't go through that. Hey, you know, you guys, suddenly, you know, I just hit puberty and I dropped like 14-year low octave. I don't have a low octave voice, and you know, I'm kidding. And also, you gotta admit, how can I challenge that hair? Come on. And low key, he can do things drawing on a mouse. Like, I can't do that. I pull out the pen every time I have to write on the screen, but he prefers to use a mouse. That's exceptional. Incredibly exceptional. And also he's able to command like a larger audience, right? So not quite the long lost twin. I totally vibe with the guy. I can't believe I'm saying that. It would be really, really fun to tease his mind about how he leverages his pragmatic skills with behavioral psychology when it comes to evaluating security risks from his professional background, because he was an offensive officer at some point. Pretty neat. I really like his background. In case anyone watches this later, I'm referring to Thor, so I can't even compete with his name either. Like, imagine. What's your name? It's Thor. You mean like the God of Thunder? No, like me, Thor. No, not Putin. Wow, that you went somewhere else. You definitely went somewhere else with that one. Oops. I'm Japanese. We're still in Japanese. Okay. We're definitely going now. We're definitely going now. I had you in the first half. Yeah, we're talking about pirate software. I think the guy, what impresses me is not necessarily what he's demonstrating, is his demeanor and his behavioralism. Absolutely find it incredibly refreshing in the world, in the type of algorithm based content nowadays. There are others. Like I'll throw a few names out there if you're ever interested. I don't think I'm all that dissimilar to Carnage and Maximilian Dude when it comes to. I don't do topical things. However, I believe those two do have topical things, and those topical things they manage in a different sphere that I can't possibly comprehend at the moment because I have no first-hand experience. However, in terms of like relative age, and experience, probably. But they're both family. They're both family men, so they got me in spades on that, which very much is reflected in how they handle their public public perceptions. Maybe one day. Oops, that's not what I wanted to type. Yeah. Thor does programming stuff, so that's kind of neat. I default to Thor for all the peeps out there who are interested in computer software engineering and wanted a potential resonating persona. Not necessarily that he is a persona, but a persona through parasocial relationships. That person is a wonderful balance. Yeah, Thor does programming. Although he does video game, like I actually don't know what kind of programming because I'm like a pep. Like I don't I'm if it's not Python, I don't know what he's doing, but he is making a game, so he tends to do that balance of community interaction while also giving very motivational messages in his own way. Obviously, the the words we choose to use, our background, are very, very different contextually. However, the underlying message and the demeanor and diction is very reflective of someone that I find would be an excellent friend. My friends are very much like talking and listening to Thor. And Max pretty much too. Although my friends do not have children. Perhaps they would entertain the prospect, but anyways. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Obviously there are lots of other content creators that are wonderful in their own way. I only have so much time to try to understand what is it that drives them and motivate them. Those guys though, more like the random person dropping by and telling me that I should pay attention to them. That's probably my exposure to them. Like someone say, "Hey, did you see this? Insert name, popular streamer, 1 million subscribers, did this, did this, the last 5 minutes." And I'm like, okay, I'll take a look in this evening and check it out. And then that's how I gathered a lot of information, like a dilettante, like I'm a weeb, ish, for like topical streamers and like I know a lot of names, but I don't actually intimately know any of them, even parasocially, like what their professional backgrounds and stuff are, with a few exceptions, and I've already mentioned them a couple of times. Other than that, Hank Green and John Green probably. I make time for that. Okay. Right. The heck? Oh, that's fine. What do you watch, by the way? This looks like flashcards? Yeah, SRS. This is the SRS thing. Oh, wait. When you said you're looking for something like this, I've made a false presumption about your question earlier. Are you familiar with Anki? I've made a leap of logic here. When you asked if there was something else like this, I was kind of thinking you might have been familiar with SRS. Oh, you am, but it's boring. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, it can be boring. Totally understand. Now, hear me out. Would you want to do something more dynamic while talking about the meaning of life in tandem? Because I think this is about all I can manage while talking about the meaning of life and all that it is in our universe while trying to do this. You know? I mean, you need SRS out of the way, but I'm looking for an interactive way of learning language. An interactive way of learning language. Have you met or started dating a German person? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That certainly would be a very interactive way of learning a language. I think I'm testing how facetious I'm able to be right now. Maybe we're a little too unhinged. I'll reel it back a little. Professional courtesy. You are also planning to create your own language learning platform in the future when you're a polyglot? Oh. No, you have zero dating life? There's a prospect. You could develop and learn. Oh no. Oh no, no. Now we're getting into some weird territory. Well, I look forward to hearing about your learning platform. Your language learning platform. I am not very incentivized to sell any form of product or like create any form of project legacy thing at the moment, but I will most certainly be one. I would most certainly love to be a person who can test it, I suppose. I am always open to experiencing the magic and the contribution of other people's work. Oh, oh. I used the wrong. I don't want to talk about it. I was thinking of what I was saying last. What I just said. And count you in? I see. You want to revolutionize language learning because you have struggled for 6 years to learn German. You have been learning German that long? Dang. Dedication. I appreciate that. That must come with a lot of experience. Very bold words as well. I don't have aspirations, unfortunately. Maybe hmm. I'm thinking if I have any aspirations. I like enabling people. So what did I, how did I mess this up? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, oh, I see. Oops. You haven't been learning seriously, it's just that you have been here for 6 years. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, I mistyped. That's a typo. That's fine. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't type. It's a typo. Oh, double T's, my keyboard. You're going to make an app which encourages people to become polygons. It is like the one for all courts from My Hero Academia. It keeps on stacking on top of each other. Sounds fair enough. It'll be interesting to see what that looks like from the perspective of a polyglot. There has certainly been precedence for that type of thing now, like Link. What am I doing? You can imagine yourself in the future and telling people that I will give them money if I can't speak their language. Yeah, you're practically a content creator at this point. You're 30? Interesting. Why interesting? I don't know. There's just a lot. A lot. It's incredibly ambitious. Incredibly ambitious. It's very youthful. I was already far more I had far more sobering aspirations, but personally, I had far more sobering aspirations, but at the age of 30. I like it though. I like it. You're very young at heart. You were never into learning languages except for Japanese because of anime, but recently developed new ambitions and aspirations. I see. So, did you stop with Japanese? It's because you haven't achieved much in life at this point. I want to do something that makes people remember you for a long time. Yeah, very young, youthful. It's nice. I hope you find that. Yeah. I really do hope you find that. You certainly won't get any resistance from me. I'm not a get off my lawn kid boomer yet. So if I had any personal takes, when I hear that, it makes me want to ask you a lot of questions. But then it also conflicts with my idea that maybe it's best just to see it happen. You know? These things take time, right? You're 30, but you don't have a girlfriend or wife, so maybe? Yeah. I'm 37. I don't have a girlfriend or wife either. Although I'm secretly an LLM, so sorry for the spoiler. You gonna ask me questions if I want. It takes a while to develop those questions because your comments were very sweeping. They were incredibly broad, so it takes a while for me to think of one. Maybe we'll develop those questions over time. It takes a time to process. If it was like a very specific thing, I would probably have more, like the questions would be developed a little bit quicker. However, the stuff that you said was incredibly sweeping, right? Like the qualifications of a polyglot, the ramifications and inverse relationships between encouraging people to be polyglot versus encouraging people to want to learn a language. There's compromises in that, and then there's also a compromise between the interactivity of an app design versus the passive and active participation of people. So the things you're saying are there are lots of things that can produce interference with each other. So like they're not mutually harmonious, the things you're saying. Like creating an app in which it encourages people to be polyglot, but at the same time it keeps stacking on top of each other. Like laddering, ladder language laddering. Those two things can have there are a lot of inversely opposing compromises for someone who want to treat language as a stacking effect versus someone who wants to become a polyglot. From my personal perspective, they're at odds with each other for myself, at least in my position. And then and the idea of being a polyglot enables you to somehow understand how to engage people to become a polyglot and be a tough psychological detachment in the future, depending on how long you're going to do that. Stacking on top of each other would be by producing polyglots who further use the platform as a community to produce more polyglots. Yeah, that doesn't generally happen, in my opinion. That's unfortunate. Like the last time this type of ideology has happened was if we continue to encourage people to get a college education, it would encourage others to get a college education. Or like if you churn out PhDs, you would encourage those PhDs would stay in the field to encourage other more PhD candidates. I still think where there's a, going back to your willpower thing, where there's a will, there's a way, hopefully. That's largely why I said it takes me a little time to process what would be some relevant questions and things to ask, because it's not necessarily a gamble, but possibly also the limitations of experience at this point, at the moment. So I prefer to do a wait and see thing. I don't like spreading FOMO or like nihilism and whatnot. Largely, sometimes when you think too deeply into your aspirations, it can be very defeating. So I didn't want to go towards that at any time. It would help languages to survive in the future. That's an interesting thought. By survive, do you mean from a preservational standpoint? Because languages survive by changing. You're going to bed? Take care, Mattia. It's always nice to have your company, Feel free, join in if you have any other philosophical questions or philosophical takes. I would love to hear your philosophical takes on these conversations. I'm all ears. I may not even say anything if you were saying, like, hear me out. Let me lay out my philosophical take. Anyways, sleep well. Oyasumi nasai, Mattia. Ciao. Survive as in still being spoken by a considerable number of people. In what form? Sometimes when people talk about surviving in a language, right? Actually, a lot of times, the surviving language, when it comes from the perspective of a polyglot, perhaps, or a linguist, is the preservation of that language, as opposed to the teaching and the learning of whatever the state of the language it is now. So one interesting thing that happens a lot of times when you're promoting language learning, especially multiple language learning, is that the language itself will start to change on its own. So having a system that promotes people to be polyglots might actually be a system that would probably phase out distinctive languages. It is predicted that most languages like German are not going to survive in the future. Yeah, so what would be constituted as German will continue to survive from a non-polyglot standpoint. Like from myself, from a multicultural and multilingual person, languages become something else. So their survival is whatever they become. Like Old English is not Old English anymore. Mid-century English is not so much this century English anymore. Dialects also come and go and influence each other. It's interesting. It's interesting philosophy. When people who have the goal of speaking lots of languages would end up leading to a reality in which those languages get preserved because they speak a lot of languages. I actually think they tend to meld together. Maybe not. Maybe that's my inexperience. That might be my inexperience. Also, probably another question that I would probably concern myself with is what languages? Which languages? Do you start with a preservational approach and go for the languages that are endangered per se, that would conflict with the pragmatic aspect of trying to get people to learn languages in the first place, because it's ignoring the cultural significance of you learning those languages in the first place. Yes, the more languages you speak, the thinner the line gets, and you start to forget differences and create a unique language. Yeah, that's a tough one. Like, these are the things that I have recently thought about. It's a tough one. You have this inherent trade-off. Um, it'd be interesting. I haven't really thought about asking. I don't know any polyglots, so in that nature. I haven't asked them what they thought about the trade-offs of humans, the human tendency to uh, assimilate different languages in one, or a concerted effort to differentiate them, as because a concerted effort to differentiate them, it also does not appeal to a language app that tries to get you to learn more than one language. Largely, like for myself, the aid or the leverage that I have is to leverage all my existing languages to learn a new language. The alternative perspective is you are expecting that people would be attracted to compartmentalizing and preserving the languages without having them interact with each other, because that would naturally create an environment that they would be more focused on compartmentalizing and differentiating the languages. Like for myself, Japanese and Chinese are intertwined. The reason why I'm interested in Chinese and Japanese are because they are related to each other. So it can be very tough when your original philosophy is to encourage people to learn a lot of languages and be interested in a lot of languages in which your goal is to preserve languages that are endangered. Languages that are endangered are naturally going to attract less enthusiasm in the cultural space. Influential languages are the ones that are not endangered, and they tend to also hold a very large, disproportionate cultural impact. So when you release an app that is predicated on endangered languages, that can present a very big a potential conflict of interest of design and philosophy. Maybe using language as a form of currency in the future. Ooh, that's interesting. That's also objectifying a subjective form of expression, and that can be a little tough, right? One of the current symptoms of objectifying a form of expression is YouTube and Twitch, and you can kind of see the consequences of objectifying a form of expression, like AI art, or how many viewers you have equates to the value of yourself as a profession, like as a content creator, or what your art looks like is the value of your art is based on the popularity of your art. That can be a little a little tightrope here when it comes to using language as a form of currency. It makes a form of subjective expression quantifiable, and I think we have a lot of examples of that already. Likes and dislike ratio, viewer retention, viewer counts, that kind of thing, with even more arguably more nebulous, flexible forms of expression. And then when we break it down to language, Japanese I already feel that Japanese is already hyper objectified already. Like someone would say something like, I know 1000 kanji and you know less than me, so I'm a better Japanese speaker. Not that speaking has anything to do with the connection with Japanese, the extent of one's Japanese kanji. But yeah, that's also a very interesting way of going about it. I'm sounding like a party pooper. I'm sorry. I don't want to sound like a party pooper. I have very sobering thoughts a lot of times when it comes to ambition. Or instead being used as a sport, like a contest, so more people learn a language to be more competitive. Call of Duty. Sing. Call of Duty. So the chances when I think about that, I think about polyglots turning into Call of Duty players. That's already happening, by the way. How someone comes to me and says they list, I know some 8 languages. Like this person would say, I know 8 languages, you know 2, so I'm more qualified than you. Actually, here's a real example. Someone said that they learned 3 languages and they only heard me speak English. So by default, they think they're more qualified in telling me how I should learn a language than myself. And that happens too. How would I relate this to Call of Duty? My KDA ratio is better than yours. So you have to listen to my calls because my KDA ratio is better. Yeah, competitive process. Tough. Art is a different example, which doesn't have necessarily a competitive process. However, the one that caused art to be slightly a competitive process is probably like likes and dislike ratios. However, in general, there's no more like an open world RPG. Open world RPGs tend not to be competitive in that nature. There are far more nebulous metrics for open world RPGs than there are for saying how many languages you learn. Although open world RPGs are not exception of toxic relations as a form of expression. Open world RPGs are not immune to toxicity. Somewhat like Sword Art Online style open world, yeah, no, not free of brewing statistics, toxic interactions. Yeah. Like right now, my question is, does making learning language a competitive process go against at the moment the incentives of the cultural motivations to learn another language? I think right now the prevailing encouragement, like if I had to, I'm gonna take a conservative poll. The motivation in someone's ability to tackle language learning, especially acquiring the second language, or the third language, is often through cultural means. So I would like to think that a response for a app that's designed to promote polyglottism is probably predicated on instigating and topically referencing the cultural sentimental investment. So like anime and manga would be Japanese, right? China could be Journey to the West or the Three Kingdoms, and so on and so forth. I think the most positive force in terms of motivation has often came from a source of cultural interest, as opposed to viewing language as a form of metric for one's intellectual capacity. So that can be a little tough too, because the internet moves like, I don't know, like a kid that just downed 6 5-hour energies. You know, like a kid that just chugged 6 monsters, right? Monsters or Red Bulls or something. So, I can imagine a platform in which, in order to use, which by the way, you might be thinking, nah, no language platform does that, right? To attract people based on that so that they can get started on the language learning journey. Well, what app do you think I'm referring to right now when I say they use topical things like collaborating with Netflix and stuff to have exposure to incentivize starting their language learning journey and then allow their product to be a first step and a source of ridicule in order to raise to lower the barrier to the entry of language learning before they go on to decide if they want to specialize in that language. Lingoda? What the heck is Lingoda? I'm talking about Duolingo here. Visit Duolingo's channel. Duolingo doesn't do like blatant open advertisements. They specifically do topical media to create the exposure for people to be interested in learning a language. So even regardless of the quality, quote unquote, the questionable quality, like most people discover later, because it's a beginner's, right? It's a beginner's language app, and not a real language learning app, apparently. That doesn't stop them from like one controversy suddenly causing a disproportionate explosion of the usage of Duolingo. For example, recently with Mandarin. So, in order to achieve that type of nature, Duolingo has done the one thing that causes retention and motivation. They generate motivation. Duolingo channel looks like a K-pop band channel. Yeah, basically. For now, because it's Squid Game. Yeah, Netflix. The Duolingo crew owes so much to the writers because when you see that, it's viral. And you see that, it's like, oh wait, if I want to watch Squid Game, I could at least learn a couple phrases in Korean. So that's what Duolingo does well. I'm highlighting what Duolingo does well. There are so many things Duolingo doesn't do, which means that by default, it doesn't do well because it doesn't have those things, right? However, it is a platform with almost an absurd expectation of polyglotism. And yet at the same time, the motivation didn't start by saying I wanted to be a polyglot. It started by saying I'm interested in this thing, this culture. I want to be topical. I want to watch Squid Game and be like, I know this Korean phrase. That is something that must, in my opinion, may have to exist alongside everything else. You're trying to cash in on the attention span of goldfish? Well then, how do you expect that you will be able to... they aren't, by the way. That is a very reductive way of saying that. That's like saying you're trying to cash in on being a polyglot. That is not the mission statement, nor is it a reflection of the CEO and founder and any of the people who write blogs and whatnot for their things. But from an outside perspective, I can kind of see that. Someone who hasn't designed a app yet and know the necessary compromises in order to understand how to compete. You don't cash in on the attention span of goldfish. You compete for the attention span of goldfish. So if you have some sort of misunderstanding, the sobering thought is, if you wanted to create a app that has an overwhelming produced revolutionized way of language learning, if you cannot compete with the attention of the span, compete for the attention span of goldfish, then your project no longer has a valid ground to stand on. But their app has become fully about money rather than creating content. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. I can kind of see how you would think that though, so I respect that opinion. I respect that opinion because the things that are important to you happens to probably seem like they're money makers. But understanding where the revenue comes from is not the same. I would not be suggesting the thing. Where do you think, actually, maybe I'm being a little presumptuous. How do you think their app has become fully about money making? Like, what do you think the content, like, where the money is? Where do you think the money is? The CEO does disclose some of this in interviews. I mean, unless you want to be cynical and say, well, that's the CEO. The CEO can lie professionally at any time they want. It's like, well, that's not true either. But you can be cynical like that. I'll take that type of impression. But where do you think, when you say it's fully about making money rather than creating content? They created a lot of content in 1 year. So I can't even think of where that comment would come from. That sounds like emotional bias. Because their app is designed to make it smooth experience if you buy their subscription. Okay. Sure. And that somehow becomes fully about making money rather than content creation? So are you suggesting that they don't make content that isn't, or providing a, they don't make content with or without the subscription? I think that's a logical fallacy, in my opinion. I'll give your app the benefit of the doubt as well, right? No, I mean, they're shifting focus from why they created the app in the first place. I disagree. What do you think, in my opinion, what do you think is their focus when they first created the app? I'm kind of curious. It's good to understand these things. I understand because I get to know your philosophy behind your app in the days that you'll create it, when you create it. So this is my opportunity to make language learning gamified. That is not the intent of the app. It's interesting though. I suppose that is kind of, you could kind of say that it's a consequence of the CEO's vision. It's certainly one of the consequences. I don't think I've ever heard the CEO utter those words, like to gamify language learning. It was the focus of Duolingo. If I had to try to make an analogy, when you come out with your app, I could say the whole point of your app is to make learning language a competitive process. And I think that would be a little bit myopic, knowing that you wanted to encourage polyglotism and the preservation of language. Not sure if that's fair or not. You can say it's unfair. I'm okay with that. I think yes, but the first impression is also important. That's fine. I don't have that. That doesn't change the fact that it's not true. Like, to make language learning gamified is not the mission statement of Duolingo in any published thing. It is a way to get people to learn language. they gamified language learning in order to achieve their focus. One of the ways they use to achieve their focus. I suppose you could see it that way. I wonder how much of that first impression is an echo chamber. I differ. So clearly it's not that. So it was only a means to an end? No, it was not only a means to an end. It's part of a bigger project. Part of a bigger vision. Much like when you release an app and you start with one language. And then someone's like, oh, this language is only monolingual. Like, man, it's a shame they don't support any other languages. And then later you release another language. It's like, oh, hey, now they care about 2 languages, but what about the others? It's an evolving bigger picture. But if, in my opinion, if one cannot professionally give the courtesy to a rival or a competition, it's difficult for me to trust a developer that does not have hubris on their side. Right? It, like, what does that say about your what does that say about the character of a developer if they are able to reduce the vision of many people? It's tough, but I'm being a little bit aggressive here, slightly. One of the visions that that the CEO said, like, maybe a little bit, someone kind of made it sound more like a hot take, is that one of the focuses is to find any means to compete with TikTok. Oftentimes they don't necessarily think of competitions, but the one that the CEO has mentioned a couple of times in the interview is our design is to take people's attention away from TikTok. Now, you could argue, oh, yeah, shifting focus to making money will help you get that. You can imagine that from their social media, yeah. Now that you've looked at it, right? But one of their focus was they understand who their competition are, or at least what they think their competition. This was in an interview by another podcaster. The podcaster asked, like, so what are you going to do? Do you think incorporating AI is going to make you more competitive in the competitive space, right? And the CEO actually did a turnaround face and said, well, you know, when it comes to learning is very unattractive in this day and age. Like, people just don't like learning things. But one thing really stands out as a competition is the entry point. If you don't show up, you don't learn anything. So how do we get people to show up? What is our major focus? We need to get people to show up. And in any guys, we don't think about Babbel as the competition or Rosetta Stone and whatnot as a competition. We think of TikTok as the competition. So, yes, language learning gamified might be quote unquote a way to try to compete, right? So if you're talking about creating a vision for encouraging people to become polyglots as opposed to learning one language, a polyglot is like, the gate is so much bigger, right? If we're talking about motivational investment. So you have to achieve that gate in order to find your app appealing. So what are you going to do about making it more appealing? It's clearly not about gamifying it. I thought those words were brilliant. Like, it hit really different when seeing the hearing the CEO say that. For example, I have a PhD, but that doesn't mean I'm popular, right? The world of standardization for accolades are measured in different currencies now. like you mentioned earlier about currency. Without optics and a means to attack optics, a product is unfortunately going to have to make compromises at the expense of perhaps being misinterpreted by their interactions. But hey, I would love to see that be different in the future. I would really love to see that. Like when you said attention span of goldfish, I would love to see a product that increases the attention span of that would naturally compete with something that is reducing the attention span of youth. I genuinely feel that that would be a wonderful revolutionizing help for learning. Having something that even remotely increases the retention and attention span rate of healthy human beings. I really enjoying this, but it's 6 a.m. Yeah. Do take care. Yeah, I'm gonna be behind today, so thank you for like, I let me know. I would totally love to be a tester in that. That wouldn't be possible, I think, on a phone. I believe in you if you have the aspiration. And I also believe in someone who's able to find a way to do it on the phone. Maybe, right? There are more brilliant people out there than myself. And hopefully you might be one of them. Develop an app that increases people's attention span. Anyways, it's been a pleasure. Obviously no obligation, but good luck with everything, and I would love to hear what becomes of your like bachelors and all that stuff. Right? Thank you again. I really appreciate the company. I would do it, but I have an attention span of goldfish. Ah, we'll have to talk about that in a way. There's no way you have an attention span of a goldfish when you talk to me like for 4 hours. Nonsense. Nonsense. Today's interaction already defeats your premise. that's absolute nonsense. Anyways, good luck. Sleep well. Sleep well. Okay. So, Alfeeder Zane. Is that the correct one? Okay. Okay. Why am I stuck on this? What do they want? Just... Oh, okay. Okay. I knew that. What were my things? Oh, right. Oops. I don't want to talk about it. Oops. Right. Now I'm looking for that. Oh, it's nice. There's a buffer for double entry. I accidentally hit enter twice there, so it didn't register twice immediately, which is good. I like that. Oh, right. Right, they want something. How do you write this? Very powerful with, oh, it's like, oh man, that doesn't. I was gonna write like with all of one's strength, but let's just try it. Okay, okay. What was it? It's like with all one's strength. As hard as you can. Oh yeah, I guess I can use full power. As hard as you can. Man, why don't I just think about that? Got bought the umbrella. Whoops. Wait. Oh yeah. Wait. I didn't have any lessons today? Oh, it's tomorrow. Oh no. Well, I guess that's pretty poetic. I could have squeezed in my review today. It's not today. Today is not the peak day. It's tomorrow at 8 p.m. Man, I really thought today was the day. Well, I guess that's a pleasant surprise. What does that mean for tomorrow? What do I plan tomorrow? How'd I screw this up? Oh, that was a typo. So these both are typos. That's fine. Wait, this is not a typo. Was it? Oh, I put say instead of Jean. I don't know why I typed say, actually. Fine. Actually, tomorrow. It's not today. Well, that's not too bad. I'll try to sleep early and try to get the... I could cheat and start really early tomorrow and then wait for the following day to stack up to 160. Oh no. Okay. Well, I certainly didn't do a lot of we still did our 0-0, right? Now I don't know if I'm gonna push off 2 days. Today I found out, I looked at what I needed to do for a Like a Dragon playthrough, and turns out I don't need to do a lot. Everything's already set. I didn't realize I played that much, so I need a week for the Like a Dragon thing. Well, we have 2 weeks left. A little over 2 weeks left. So maybe I'll push it another day. I was having way too much fun with the discussions. I really wanted to make it a little bit more about language learning next time, but it's topical. All right, so let's go over this and then... So fascinating. I really want to know what that looks like. A language app that leverages the sentimentalism, of cultural interest, and at the same time emphasize the preservation of language. Some part of me suggests that a thing doesn't exist, not necessarily because there hasn't been people who tried, right? At the same time, I don't think that's an excuse for not trying. And that's probably one of the parts that I was being very conservative about. I don't want to be discouraging in being realistic. I think it takes a very ambitious, youthful, maybe even foolhardily ignorant person to achieve something that I can't possibly imagine at the moment. But it's very difficult to think that the attraction of so many things to rival that of doom scrolling right now. One day. I feel like Duolingo tends to be a very easy target, but at the same time, like, what is the low-hanging fruit in front of everyone? Doom scrolling. I derived so much more, in my opinion, you know, as an anecdotal thing, I derived so much dopamine and satisfaction from engaging in long conversations with even one person in my day, and can mean the world to my outlook and perspective in the future. And yet I could kind of see spending all 5 or 4 of those hours doom scrolling the same thing, and be okay with that, right? So honestly, to echo some of the funny conversations about being unique, I think having a discussion online publicly with someone makes you already, like, I would even double down and say it probably makes you far more in the day and age we live in, because I would say at least, what are the numbers like now? 30 million? At least 30 million people aren't doing that, probably at this very moment. That's pretty sweet. Like, sweet in the sense that it still exists. Maybe a little bit sobering whenever I think about it in that terms, right? I hope I didn't offend anyone, but you don't have to always strive to be unique, right? There's a lot of consistency. Sing shows a very strong counter argument using sports, right? Sports and consistency. Consistency reduces uniqueness, right? It makes it predictable, and that's an excellent point. While there are times we strive for uniqueness, although I was thinking about language learning at the time, because language is a form of expression, in my opinion, there are obligations as well, right? Food wouldn't be consistently safe if it was embracing uniqueness, full stop, right? Yet the culinary arts have made room for food exploration within a foundation of consistent prediction, right? Like, do not consume rotten meats, that kind of thing. So it's one in a lot of things, but it's a balancing act. It's a really interesting balancing act. I think one of the consequences of learning a lot of languages is oftentimes, and it's illustrated in people who have different vision, is that they're often a portrayal of favoritism when you learn more than one language, especially when they focus on preservation. And I don't know if that goes against something or go against Sig's vision in the future. For me, it's a very personal thing. I learn a lot of languages because they bring all my languages together. The last thing I want to emphasize is how they're different, and that can be a little bit of form of the opposite take. I like Japanese and Chinese because they're related, and I like how English is a pivotal part in the bridging language of most languages. I'm an English speaker, so English has become the bridge to so many languages. Inherently creating a product that emphasizes languages that don't leverage a lot of lots of influence nor cultural relevance, that is a unicorn in the making. And unicorns are majestic. They're very excellent to look at and almost fictional, rather, right? However, making a product like that work in this day and age is nearly conceptually unfathomable to me. Like, how do you do that? Well, certainly it will start with needing to make money first. And what's even more like daunting, when I was hearing the person Sing mentioning that Duolingo appears to only shift their focus to making money. Trying to imagine a product that appeals to polyglots, that means that your audience is incredibly small. And at the same time, you're trying to make a sustainable product that has enough appeal and influence to leverage for world appeal. That is, in my opinion, sometimes coming from an incredibly naive perspective, but then it could be possible. You could have something like an angel investor, right? That could happen, but I actually think a product like that would require an angel investor, someone who gives money with no strings attached. And a product like that will burn money. It will burn money not even fast enough for it to make. So it can be really tough. One of those things that it sounds too good to be true. And thinking about it is like, if that were possible, it's a very questionable thing why such a product does not exist yet. Not that it can't exist. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't think a product like Duolingo can exist without their awareness and trade-offs in trying to compete for attention. And Duolingo is no shy of using their metrics to understand that. So there is a reason why certain languages do not have higher support and rollover in content creation than others. It's funny to say that if more people subscribe based on their usage, then that money funnels into that, right? So when you're thinking about a polyglot thing with the focus on preserving languages that are possibly dying or lower in influence, where are you going to get the money to support that? Angel investors or disproportionately more wealthier people. That whole idea of focusing on money making, it's not the whole picture. Now it does involve money making though. Duolingo's CEO have disclosed some things about money making. However, it's not even in the realm of the same context as making an experience smoother, but not mandatory. Hey, Zhao, long time no see. 好久不见，好久不见。你再见干什么？什么干？什么办？什么干？干什么？ I don't actually know how to use that. Yeah, what have you been doing lately? Let me finish up this thing. I'm really late today. We're already over our time budget. It was some really interesting conversations today. Okay. Man, measurement, origin, whole, leader, foreheads, alligator, ceremony, spirit, branch, energy, center, world, plate, bamboo, thread, ear, insect, flowers, sea, red, R, shellfish, foot, knot, samurai, rice, loiter, bed, pie, cliff, master, umbrella, beggar, horns, spikes. Graduate class took me so many times to busy on study and research. Graduate class takes you so many time to learn. I see. Are you working on is this like a particularly busy thing you're doing right now? Or is it usually this way? I can imagine graduate class to be. I kind of miss it whenever. What are you doing right now? Is there anything that's particularly exciting that you're doing? That you're really invested right now? Okay, well, let's do reads. Did we miss any reads today? No, we didn't. Not these reads anyway. So kyo and ko. Kyo, ko. Go. Da. Da. Oops. Kori. Kori. Mo. Sen. Mei. Nen. So. Yaku. Cho. Ho. Seki. Not busy, but it's hard. Playing games? Okay, what have you been playing, Zhao? What have you been playing? I'm waiting for Gecko to tell me about Civilization. I think Civilization is coming out this week, and or have already came out. Civ 7. Oh, it's not out yet. It's next week. It's exactly 1 week from. I saw the embargo lifted on their on reviews for it. Okay, and then what did I mess up again? We had Eugene. Eugene. The heck? Oh, yeah, typo. I remember the typo. I think I wrote machi. Yeah, mochi. So mochiru. Right. That's it. Today I basically spent 5 hours talking about random things. And then 30 minutes of lessons. I really thought this was gonna unlock like so it's tomorrow. I think I'm just gonna suck it up tomorrow, go to bed early today, and do my Chinese Duolingo review tomorrow. Like to finish it up. Because we gotta get to playing some video games. I'm still I have a week. I have one extra week right now. Okay, that's it. Hopefully hopefully people find this interesting. I'm sorry guys. Whoever is like following along or just chilling or checking in. Warning. I mean, this doesn't make any sense actually because they wouldn't find this warning. It's at the end of the video. So we kind of just spent the first 5 hours chatting about lots of interesting principles. It got a little wild into philosophy. I kind of drew the line at philosophy. Too long. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. And tomorrow is the peak day, not today. So tomorrow at 7 or 8, I might actually get on early tomorrow to do whatever these 3, 6, and 7 is. I don't know what this 80 is. It's probably, oh well, it could be this 31. How many are there? 36? No, it's got to be in this cluster, right? I didn't like leave 4 out all of a sudden. Maybe at least one, just one would be left out. So it's got to be a group of yeah, it's got to be a group of 30 35, which the only number could be here. So maybe we'll skip on that upgrade day. I'll get up early tomorrow. I'm gonna try anyways. It'll be a short and abbreviated WaniKani. Alright folks, there you have it. If you dare, I guess if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? I hope some of the discussions are very interesting. I do enjoy having interesting discussions. Happy dollars for everyone, folks. So I'm gonna get up, walk around and stretch. For Japanese and WaniKani enthusiasts. 皆さん、またね。じゃあね。I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第28天 Day 28. Business as usual. It looks like our review volume is going up slightly still as it's climbing. I feel like there were some mistakes, right? Okay. Right, Xena. This was jerk reflex. I wrote 四页 instead of 七页, right? So 七 strike. Strike is the word. Keyword error. 昨天 so 昨 what's the mistake? George. Mistake. Because George. Jen. Jen, because I forgot the initial. Got the initial. 看见 see is the keyword as opposed to meet. 想见 infer is the mistake as opposed to think. Yeah, I spent we yapped though. We yapped. I met another person. I met an Indian who moved to Germany, and it looks like they've been there for 6 years, and they want to be a polyglot. So that's kind of neat. They are in economics, have some statistical background, And they shared me with a lot of their dreams of trying to make polyglottism a thing. We talked about philosophy, uniqueness, probability. There was quite a lot of stuff to think about. I learned quite a lot about this person. Throwing happy dollars around, you know? 别人 别人 how do I do this? I wrote others, but they were looking for other people. So, other people. I did add others, but we're writing down our errors. Okay, let's go. That person has heard Fujanese before, but that was from Xiao Ma's YouTube. Did do quite a bit for Fujanese appearances. Okay, all right. All right.
妹妹
Mei. Mm-hmm. Younger sister. If you have two younger sister, oh, one younger sister's quite loud and the other one's quiet. Makes sense. 我妹妹是 son of a nurse. I don't actually know the read of this.
我妹妹是护士。
护士。我妹妹是护士。她没有妹妹。
她没有妹妹。
她没有你有妹妹吗？ Fair enough. Those are pretty straightforward.
妹妹。左右。
Oh, left and right is still approximate. Oh, interesting. What is the approximation that I got? It's part of my thing I'm supposed to remember for tomorrow, but I totally forgot. It's 大约, right? 大约 or approximate or probably. Approximately 大约 instead of 左右. Interesting. 左右. If you're approximately right, you may be a little to the left or the right of the truth, but not by much. Approximately. Or left right, it's wishy-washy, so it's more or less left or right of the thing. Like roughly speaking, a little bit left, a little bit right. 左右. Ooh. 八点. Is that supposed to be 中? I don't think that's 中. It has keen in it. It has li. 八点. I still want to say 中, but 八点半. I don't know. 左右.
8点钟左右。
Oh, it is 中. Oh my gosh, that's supposed to be 中. Oh my goodness. It's not even recognizable to me. What does 中 even look like now? 点中. Holy, oh yeah, I know the simplified. I remember the left side being simplified like that. Yeah, the left side simplified for keen is this. For keen, yin. And then zhong, wow, really? Really? All of this? Wow. That's what I was thinking of anyways. When I said 中, it's like, that can't be 中, right?
8点钟左右。
8点钟左右。一个月左右。Okay. Fair enough. Yo.
左右，白菜，
Bai Chai. We said this. I use Bai Chai quite a bit. Ba Chai. Ba Chai. Oh man. How does it go? Bai. Oh yeah. Bai. Bai Chai. Interesting. It's a vegetable that's mostly white. Okay, fair enough. Chinese cabbage. Yeah. Bai Chai. Bai Chai Xing.
白菜心，
我不太我不太喜欢白菜
我不太喜欢白菜。
HanziHero 啊
白菜，
sorry
楼下，
楼下 oh there's a 楼下 you know does that really translate into that character that I'm remembering? Oh my gosh, yeah it does. They replaced it with rice. Yeah, they replaced it with the rice radical. Intriguing. It's also another thing that I reviewed. 楼下 just to go down the stairs. 楼下我的朋友住在楼下 Okay. 枪光 right? Or something like that. 枪光在 yeah, 枪 oh no, it's different. Not 枪光, it's 枪 something. 枪 it's shui, I don't know. I don't remember. I keep forgetting this one. But I'm familiar with 枪 now. 枪 is good.
餐厅在楼下。
厅枪厅在楼下厅枪厅 they don't use 饭馆 as a 枪厅 instead of 饭馆枪厅 and 枪 reminds me of 枪馆 so like instead of using 厅 you use 馆 right so 枪馆 so in Fujonese the most common word that I've used in my lexicon is restaurant because my parents used to 呛馆呛过呛馆go to the restaurant so 呛馆 I'm kind of curious how that works with ting and ting is like a ting right is that the same character? Ting doesn't come up with anything. I was kind of hoping to get the Ting character. I think it might be. It might be because it kind of looks like this, except with all the things underneath it. 我们在楼下见面 Oh, that's
我们在
meet.
楼下见面。
Okay, 见面 is meet. I guess we'll go meet. Oh, yeah.
楼下，
Oops.
大楼，
大楼是楼 What the heck? Dalo ends up being low. Dalo refers to a big one. I know, but a big one is still a multi. Okay. What counter is that? What character that? This is definitely. I was gonna use Jia, but
这栋大楼
Dong. Okay, so it takes over. This Dong here takes. Okay. 这栋大楼. Interesting. Dong. 在大楼前停车. Yeah, 停车.
在大楼前停车，
So stop in front of that. Stop in front of that big building or big multi-story building. Yeah. Or park. Fine too. Uh.
大楼
Let's go, let's go.
妹妹，白菜，大楼，楼下，左右，
Okay. Alright, go next one. 楼上. 楼上 above upstairs, yeah. 楼上有空 free, yeah, empty 空 is that 房间 房间
楼上有空房间，
房间 so high 房间 yeah, I need to be a little higher on the tone there. 房间他们住楼上等你。
他们在楼上等你。
他们 I don't know, I added an extra syllable somewhere. 他们在楼下等你。Oh no, 餐厅在楼上。
餐厅在楼上。
餐厅在楼下。OK， 楼下。
楼上。
上。
左右手。左右手。
Capable assistant. Left, right hand is one. A capable assistant is one who does exactly what your own left and right hand does. Ooh, right hand man. Oh, neat. 他是我的左右手。
他是我的左右手。
左右手。左右手。嗨。左右手。
左右手。
左右手。左右手。Is it an A?
D.
Okay. D. Alright. Who's D? Who's our Didi? Oh, Diddy Kong. Diddy Kong inside the bathroom of the house. Okay. Diddy Kong is in the bathroom of the house where he noticed a small hole in the ground. Okay. Ground. Surrounded by loose soil. Check. He peeks in and an alligator came out of the ground, snapping at him. He hangs from the shower curtain with his tail, trying to avoid being eaten by the alligator. You know, that's kind of topical, actually. I mean, that's very lore accurate. Unicorn has to avoid alligators. In fact, one of the villains is an alligator. Or crocodile. I don't actually know. D-tool. D-tool. D-li. That's probably D-li. No! D-dian. Oh, you can combine that with that character and still be Dian. D-dian. I was thinking like a place, so like Di-fang would be another one. Di-qiu. Di-qiu. Like earth, like ground, globe, like ball, earth. That's kind of neat. Locality. What does that look like? Ooh. We'll say Hu Di. No. Dang Di. Okay, Dang Di. And then Di Fang. That kind of looks like Di Fang. No, Di Ban. Oh, I was using the right hand. Iban. Iban. Oh, is this like Heiban? Oh yeah, it is like Heiban. So the ground board, like a ground flat board, flat surface. So like floor. Like Heiban is blackboard. So Diban, same character, right? D.
D 加
Yeah, okay. That's a crown and not a forehead. Okay. Can I get away with crown and forehead? Are they too far apart to be the same? I feel like what's on the crown is also on the forehead. We'll add this. This is a depiction of a crown. It is actually turned upside down for some reason, so the pointy parts point downward. Nah, there are different types of crowns. It doesn't have to be pointing up. You got this. Oh, is that where the crown's coming from? One. Interesting. Rong. Meng. Dai. Yep, sash. We are familiar with that. A dollhouse? Are you for real right now? This component depicts a roof, which will take to be the roof of a dollhouse. Imagine a small dollhouse with a roof that is shaped like a crown. The little drop is the handle, right? Oh no, the chimney. Really? I don't got any overlap with this. Okay. A pig? Oh, I can kind of see why they use pig. As opposed to a boar. Okay, this is an abstraction depiction of a pig. The big pig, the top horizontal stroke is the huge snout. And the 4 strokes that go leftward are the feet of the pig. The stroke that ends at the bottom of the right is the tail. Oh, I can kind of see that. Oh, alright. I'm on board with that. Okay.
加
Okay, dollhouse. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the auditorium, where he is performing a magic trick to busk or change in front of all the audience waiting to enter the auditorium. He takes a dollhouse and puts it on the ground, then zaps it with his expanding ray. It turns into a huge house. Cute. A dollhouse into a house. And a second later, the door opens and a huge pig comes out. The audience given. Oh, okay. a twist on pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Nice. 大家家人国家家里家 blah 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 blah. I don't know. 厅家庭家庭家庭 okay.
家家地
That took a bit. That's a little concerning.
"左右手
You know what this reminds me of? Lo xiang lotion lotion lotion. Sorry.
楼上
All right.
能
Ability, yeah, ability to do something. That's right. Elbow instead of private. Oh no, I can't connect private with elbow. That's not gonna happen. It looks like an elbow. It's fair enough. Oh, they visualize it that way. That's fine. A bear? Really? Late at night, you stare at the moon. Sure. When suddenly it sends a bear that lands right in front of you. Attached to each of its two front elbows is a spoon. This is the ancient spoon moon bear of legends. To the heck? Oh my gosh, that's tough. All right, two spoon moon bear. All right, got it. Really? Oh. Yeah, that's simplified. Oh no, wait, it's not simplified now that I think about it. Shong, like, 熊猫, right? 熊猫能 Hi. Interesting.
能
All right. Ned in the main room of the English Manor, showing off a new nung granted by his fervent prayer. He says, "Tiddly doodly bear," and instantly turns into a bear. The butlers all applause. Ned, when using this ability, nung, still retains his glasses even in bear form. Oh, that's kind of cute. Okay. 可能 right? 可能能手再能 Interesting. 再能 to be able to 能像能够 Oh, like goal. Same, right? 能够 Oh, is that Lee? I have a character for it. It's probably Lee. Gong. Oh, dang it. Wait, where did I get this from? Oh, Kung Fu. Kung Fu. Or Kung Fu. Gung Nang. That's where I got that. Okay.
能去
Chi. Who? Quasimodo. Oh, that Quasimodo. The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Chi. Oh no, it's Quasi. Yeah. Chi. Chi sounds in pinyin has no English equivalent. The U in it is pronounced as yi. Yeah, the chi pronounced differently than the English. Yes, instead using the middle of the tongue and chi. Yeah, chi. The name Quasimodo also begins with the letter QU, so we chose okay. However, the chi Quasimodo qua is not pronounced the same as chi. Yeah, chi is a fictional character from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. He has a hunchback, a giant wart that covers his left eye, and is deaf. He is hated for his deformities, but he is kind at heart. Classical tale. Chen, 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 Che, Chu. Spring. Interesting. What type of spring are we talking about?
全
Chen. Yeah.
犬
All right.
去
Okay. All right. What is Quasimodo doing in the house? Quasimodo is in the bathroom of the house staring at a detached elbow that's hopping all around the bathroom tile. Quasimodo finds that if he drops some soil on it, it will move around more quickly. Oh there, Timmy. Konba. Wa. Konbawa. Timmy. It'll move around quickly. It goes around and around the hunched observer. Quasimodo smiles and watches it go. Okay. That one's a little tough. Outlet. Chi. I'm just gonna guess. That looks like Lu. So Chi Lu. Yeah, Chi Lu. Chi Lu. Chi Nian. Chi Nian. Yeah, Chi Nian. Oh. I don't actually know what that. Chi Shi. Chi Shi. Oh, like world actually. Actually, I do have an example of that. To lose. What do you look like? Zhu qi. Oh, 失去. Oh, 失去. And then 出去. Okay. 去. Ah! I don't want to talk about it. All right.
Chu. 能 区
All right. Go. Present. Xian. Okay. This is Xena again. Xena in the bathroom of the pawn shop. looking for a scepter. Okay, I see the scepter. Scepter that was misplaced. She looks in the toilet and pulls out a walking eye, of course. Nothing like the walking eye making an appearance again. But nothing else. It seems that at present, there is no scepter to be found. Oh, that's kind of a rough one. Qu Xian scene. Xian, what looks like Xian Yi. No. Xian Chang. Xian Chang. What do I have Chang from? Xian Chang. Xian Chang. Xian Chang. 现在现那猪现王现人现任 Oh, hey, that's one of the characters that got like used once ever. In Duolingo course. 现人 the one radical on the far right, where the middle stroke is longer. 现任先进 OK
现后
oh, okay, behind. A foreman. Hey, I finally got the name for this character. Foreman. I still don't have it Japanese typing yet. So why does this guy look like a foreman? The majority of it depicts a man standing, sure. While to the left is a whip. Okay, that he is holding. He is strict foreman who supervises work of any type. Try picturing with a whip in one hand and a yellow construction hat on. Okay. Yeah, attack. 攻 a fail. Die. 顾 救 Yeah, like 救命 Help me. 救 or 救护车 Ambulance. Okay. Foreman. Cocoon? Wait, they separate the cocoon from thread? Intriguing. Oh, wait, is it different? Oh no, I think my world has been blown. No, it can't be different, right? I guess we'll find out soon enough. You can see a small cocoon that seems to be made out of elbows that are tightly locked together. You open up and find an elbow inside the cocoon. Alright. Cocoon, huh? Yeah, wait. Do they have an example where the cocoon is stacked on the thread? Oh, no, you know what? It doesn't have to be part of thread. Cocoon doesn't have to be part of thread. That's fair, actually. Whoa. 咸 Yeah. Yao. Oh, that's medicine. Yao and ji chicken. Okay.
后
Oh, okay. So what is Harry Poppers doing in the heck's Ho? The bakery? Yeah, the bathroom and bakery. He has a suspicious feeling while sitting on the toilet and looks behind him. Behind him on the wall is a small cocoon. Sure, cocoon. Harry Potter jumps up and throws his sandals, right? Sandals, I see it at it. It suddenly bursts open and out comes a mini foreman who starts chasing him to make him go back to work. What the heck is that? Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, this thing is really funny. Like, so they went with behind, but for me, I learned it as after first, before behind. But it's one of those somewhat confusing things. Behind, as in if you're gonna think about like walking in a direction, you're talking about walking behind. But behind is a little different from being after something. In like two different directions. It's interesting. And it's the same for Tian. Tian. Tian is in front, but it's before when it's timed. Heckin. Ho Tian, yeah. Day after tomorrow. So it's after as opposed to behind. Yi ho. Yeah. Piao is ticket in Chinese, yeah, and piao can mean votes in Japanese. Yep. Okay. You think of the latter because you learned that first. Understandable. Oh Tian. Oh Tian. Yi ho. Yeah, yi ho. So after. As opposed to behind. What is that? Ling ho? No, it's not Ling ho. Is it Ling ho? Jing. Oh. Jing ho. I knew that, right? Is that simplified? Jing ho. Do I have a simplified character of this? No, I think it's the same. Jing ho. Xian ho. Xian ho. Qian ho. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah. Okay. Front. Interesting. Qian ho. Front and back. Around. You have to go front and back around. Okay.
Ho.
This one I could get mixed up every once in a while. It's more messier than left and right.
Ho. Xian.
All right, time to do our reviews. These reviews are big because they're attached with many. So, let's get to it. Hop hop. Yep.
间西
Wait. 东方 or 东方. Wait. 东方 because outside the chapel looking for the direction of the compass.
东方
Okay. Okay. 外来
外来
external. Brain thinks Toho. Oh, Toho, the thing, yeah. Was this supposed to be like a postage stamp? I don't think it was supposed to be a postage stamp, right? Was this supposed to be a postage stamp? Oh boy. Wait, do I have anything that used this character already? Hmm. It is a postage stamp, okay.
来
Oh. Okay, let's correct something because I'm not. Might be Zhengwu versus Zhengwu. Zheng. How does that work? James Bond is in the bathroom. Yes.
正午
Zhengwu. Uh.
人人
Oh no, is it people or everyone? Son of a... We're gonna go with people. Dang it, it's everyone. I don't like this one. I'm gonna add people. I disagree. That'll be a safeguard. We'll just look at it every time. So, yeah.
也好
花生花生
花生 上
呢
呢
I think they went with umbrella here. Hoang
床
you 生 you 被人人夸 wait 有生有生有被人人 what? Or are you combining English? You son yo there's a pun in there. I feel it. 早上 Jasmine flower. Oh.
早上
No tones. We need tones in order for me to know what it sounds like. Without tones, I can't tell what it is. Oh wait, yeah.差不多 Whoops. Don't forget that.
差不多
Bakery.
欧
I've got the parentheses. That's actually important. Okay.
不吃
进
进
yeah.
也
An ABC and a mainlander are disagreeing. The mainlander tells the ABC, I don't like the tone of what you're saying. That's a good one. Did you write that yourself? That's a pretty good one. What is this supposed to be? It can't be sword, right? Is that still a sword? Are we still calling this a sword? Or is it a knife? Oh, we're still calling it a sword. Okay. Yes, that's a really good one. I like it.
我本
Go ne 做 yeah 做
桌
Oh no. Oh wait, this is a shack, right? Okay, let's principle. So we have Shrek is in the bathroom of the house, and the sun just keeps making you feel uncomfortable. Why does this have to be yes?
是
Yes. Let's double check this. Zelda is in the bathroom of the high school again. Oh, yeah, Zelda is on the mound with the arch with the mound of soil.
在
Let's think about this. GU. Goofy is inside the office or in the basement creating his own country. Oh no, he could be in the office or the basement with the halberd where you have to kiss. Oh, he could be inside the office or the basement. I think it's the basement. Son of a Okay.
Ch
Oh, this is one of my new ones. That's temple. Temple and sun. This is Shrek. Shrek was inside the house? No. Doesn't sound right, is it? Oh yeah, Shrek was inside the house with the temple and the sun, and he was trying to figure out why the time didn't advance. What level am I on? 4? Either 4 or 5.
Shi.
Also to clarify, in case this might seem a little dodgy. Which level are you referring to? This is HanziHero, so hopefully we're on the same page there.
茶
Frankenstein.
夫
What's HanziHero? This is Mandarin. We're doing Mandarin. But it does use a design language that and a design philosophy that overlaps with WaniKani. So whenever someone asks level, it looks similar. Which also looks similar to Anki and so it looks. So I had to make sure because generally Hanza users don't typically ask what level. So I figure I wanted to clarify. I am still on level 4, by the way. I'm on level 4 in WaniKani as well. So by coincidence, I was like, I'll still say the same thing. 别人
别人
I'm learning both at the same time. I am, yes. And as a clarification, and to make sure everything is clear, I spent 300 days on Duolingo Japanese and also 200 days on Duolingo Chinese, and we have completed the Duolingo Chinese course. So we're kind of like catching up in both regards. 昨天 天
昨天
That's yesterday. I don't want to talk about it. Fucking Goofy. Goofy was inside the office building. What was the component called? Oh, handsaw. We wanted the heckin' handsaw. And
他们
basement. Basement is 3. Sure. 18.
18
Dang you. Spelling. Wait, is there 2 T's in 18? Wait. This was the... We're just gonna type temple, but it's Buddhist temple, it's fine. It's kind of funny, but this is the one that had a typo today in WaniKani. This is 有人
有人
It still means the same thing as well. It means friend. 叫 Wait, 叫 Wait, let's see. 叫 Is this the bathroom? Who are we talking about here? We're talking about Jimmy Neutron. So Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the barn with a torch. And when he was lighting the torch, he saw the mouth of the cow approaching. Does that make sense? Yo is to call because he was calling the cow. Yeah.
叫
Yeah. I think the shared meaning depends on when it was imported from Chinese. Yeah. I don't see how that's relevant. Like, I'm not saying it's unidirectional. The relationship is still there post. I think you're trying to say from an origin perspective. I mean, Chinese could have imported the Japanese phrase too, or vice versa. But it doesn't change the fact that they're both the same now.
L.
Do we still use? I don't know if they decide to call this a lid too. I think they could decide to call this a lid. Yeah. This one is different. Muscular arm. Although, I think we're gonna add strength. Do you know any Chinese words that were imported from Japanese? That's a good point. That's a good point. I don't think I've encountered them from the studies, right? I don't think I encountered them from studies. Maybe Nihong probably. Oh no, maybe not actually. I feel like 日本 or Nihong might be. Yidan maybe. What else? 学生 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 no 学生 is 写真 not too many examples. I think the closest is probably 写真. I don't think there's that many. But the one that I noticed, because of 写真狗, she tried to learn Chinese, but she couldn't read 是 protect the ground during the day. That's interesting to me. There's probably some I just don't know about it because you've never learned Chinese. Would you want to learn Chinese with me? Stay blue. Actually, I don't remember. I think you probably be much faster. I'm not sure where you are on your journey right now, but this stuff is really fun. Like not go, right? You at least minimally from WaniKani side of things, this would mean not go. Not go. You tried learning Russian while learning Japanese and that didn't go at all. Oh well at all. Oh, okay, I see. That's okay. I understand. No worries, no worries. But this not go is pretty good. 不行.
不行
Not go is not okay. Or can't do, obviously. Not go. If you can't get it to go, you can't do it. Sherlock. What are you, Sherlock? Is it sh? No! Wait. Oh. Is it just... No, it's not just S. Oh, that's Shrek. Oh, Sherlock is just S. Shrek is CSH, right? Yeah, they have a different pinyin. They have a different mnemonic for remembering pinyin. So, that's something that is different from...
工人
from WaniKani. It's the bulk of the difference, for sure. 工人 谁 谁手 What was the hand thing? Shrek was in the basement of the bakery. Oh, and then discovered a severed hand. Yeah. Okay.
水手
Pinyin is how you write with a Chinese keyboard. Sorry, I'm a little. No. Yes. Pinyin is the closest to Romaji. Yeah. Not with the Chinese keyboard. Sorry, not with the Chinese keyboard, but with the Roman keyboard. Yeah. So the things I'm typing, like when I'm typing this, like things like this, like for this was this that when I type this in the keyboard in a Roman keyboard, it would show up as these characters. So it's your Romaji. It's your closest Romaji. But the thing that needs to be done is you need to figure out how to remember these things, right? How do mnemonics? By the way, this uses the same approach as the HASICS stuff, where you use mnemonics. So HASICS was the foundation for like WaniKani, in my opinion, the WaniKani and by extension HanziHero. And what this developer decided to do, by the way, it's a 2-person developing team as well. Evan, like Ko, is the main writer of this, and he decided to write the pinyin attached to the characters as opposed to remembering a separate mnemonic for the read and then attach it to this different reads. Now the reason this can happen, in my opinion, is that Chinese, the norm is more to have a singular read. The exception is to have multiple reads. So then Kevin built up a system where you need to know the main character, the position in a location to remember this. So like for Shui is obviously Mizu. It is Shrek. Shrek is in the Sherlock is in the bathroom of the beach house, wondering checking on the water bill. And he tapped his I don't know what, I don't even remember what components they used. But he went downstairs to the basement to check, and he discovered a whole mafia of crabs flowing out of the pipes, and that's why the water bill is so expensive. And that's how you know. So Sherlock, SHU, Sherlock, beach house is the final I or EI, and basement is 3, so Shay. And then like a shoal, which is the hand, you have SH, which is Shrek. Shrek is in the basement of the bakery. And in the basement of the bakery, he was looking at a closet for some dough, and he came upon a severed hand. And that's why this is hand, or te, right? Te for the Japanese hand. So that's how you get the pinyin. If you forget, obviously, but you can also get to the point where you're like, this is Sheishou. Oh, just kidding. Oh, it's the word meaning. Sorry. It's the word meaning, not the pinyin. That's actually a pretty, yeah, you get to construct your whole thing. So it's not too bad. It's really hard though. And what I mean by it's really hard for Kevin. It's really hard for Kevin because Kevin has to come up with a mnemonic that kind of makes sense, right? Like sense enough to be ridiculous enough to be remembering. So instead of saying like 2 separate stories for the things and you have to remember 2 separate things, it has to come together and make sure they're all attached. And oftentimes the stories can get a little wild, like really wild. Sometimes the characters don't behave like that, like Walter White, Legolas, You find it that the mnemonics in WaniKani that you remember the most is the ones that are, yeah. So I said that with a grain of salt because it has to make sense enough to connect, but it also has to be ridiculous enough to be memorable, right? So Kevin has to weave these together. So I really like this. I think the person's system, I'm a little biased right now, but yeah, I'm a little biased towards what Kevin's doing. However, there are a lot of trade-offs, right? It is ridiculous and it can get very long. Like, what is... I'll show you another one. With the, this is Sailor, by the way. Sailor, if you are a water, if you have water and a hand, like a helping hand, you get a sailor. So, like for this one, this is bi fun. So bi, it's made of, it looks like 2 spoons. It's a stack. So I have B. So that's Bigfoot. And when there's no final, Chinese is made of an initial and a final, but there are words that don't have final, so it's just B. So this is Bigfoot. Bigfoot is in the basement of the house. When it's a house, it doesn't have a final. And Bigfoot is in the basement of the house comparing spoons. You can see a spoon icon here. Comparing spoons. And he saw a stack of spoons. So the radical that they call 2 spoons stacked together is a stack. So he was comparing spoons. And the character, this character is compare. Is to compare. So he was comparing a stack of spoons in the basement of the house. Bigfoot is because he likes his spoon. He wants to replace his spoon. And then fun is it overlaps with Japanese. So fun, in this case, fun is, we have F, which is Frodo. You think you already remember that 3 is basement? Yeah. So 1 is to be outside of the location. So Frodo is outside of the infirmary. So the infirmary is EN because it's closer in meaning. So infirmary. So Frodo is outside an infirmary. What is he doing? There's a sword, right? The radical sword, which overlaps with WaniKani. So he has a sword, and he's wailing away at flying fins, right? WaniKani also used fins and swords, and he's trying to cut them into parts. And the meaning of this is part. So you're imagining Frodo running around in front of the infirmary, waving his sword, trying to take out fins and slice them into small parts. So that's the mnemonic for this. So 比分.
比分.
Yeah, that's a summary of pretty much. And then when you combine these, you have to remember them separately still though. Like, so now you have to combine the meanings. So there's a separate story that combines them. But for the characters, they're related to their sounds. So this is if you're comparing parts, or if you're comparing parts like things, it can be a score. Right. And let's see. Okay. So yeah. Obviously, focus on your Japanese studies, right? But I actually think for me, I chose to stagger and ladder the languages because a lot of times I don't even need to use the mnemonic for this. I can use the Japanese mnemonic. Or like WaniKani, and you can even add synonyms. It's similar design, so you can add synonyms and stuff to make it so that you can unify the components together. So what you're learning in WaniKani, it indirectly gets reinforced by, actually I find myself using some of the design that's laid out by Kevin for like parsing kunyomi and onyomi stuff in WaniKani, and then vice versa. Yeah, so I've been doing this both for about a month now. I wanted to stagger it a little bit. I wanted to I started a week earlier on the New Year's. On New Year's Day was when I start WaniKani, and then 1 week later I use HanziHero. And this is before last year. I was doing Japanese and Chinese staggered on the same day. So yeah. 和好.和好. Let me check on the tone on this one. So the last one is Harry Potter. Harry Potter is inside the electricity plant. So Harry Potter is in the electricity plant. Sticking a... Oh. Something in his mouth. He's sticking like a... Oh. He stuck something in his mouth and cast a spell. But what did he do with the spell? Something about turning a tree. And a slide. The heck? I don't remember this one.
和好
I mean, obviously I don't necessarily need it anymore, but I'm sure you know this, but it can get pretty overwhelming. I imagine, yeah. I imagine. I haven't really encountered that yet. 和好. 和好 is to reconcile. Hang on. Can I see? What did they show? Oh no, they don't show the individual character. So what was Harry Potter doing with a... It looks like a magic stick, but a tree as well. So he had something to do with sticking something in his mouth to cast a spell. Possibly. You were going at full speed on WaniKani until like level 14, 15, and you just could not? Oh, okay. Well, are you still like... So have you like found a newer balance? And still going now? What's your new balance? How did you moderate it? Dracula is in the basement. Yeah, basement, getting got flicked by fingers, and he pull out a stake. A spike to hit it with. To strike it with. You stop using WaniKani actually? Oh, you still do your reviews every now and then though? Oh, interesting. So what do you do now? You're making an app right now that should hopefully make WaniKani more manageable? That's interesting. Huh. I see. That explains your cautionary tale vibes. Yeah. My experience with my academic background, this is very relaxing. I think if I were to suggest like taking... I wouldn't be streaming if this wasn't relaxing, I suppose. So WaniKani full speed is just going to be WaniKani full speed. I either become a little bit more efficient and talk a lot less, or right, like at the moment when I'm streaming WaniKani, I'm actually writing stories to bring to chat with it at the same time. My academic background, I have a PhD in molecular biology. And most of my focus deals with like teaching and dissemination, like my extracurricular stuff. So it's been quite a ride, but I typically thrive in high volume. Yeah, I don't work professionally anymore, so this is how I replace it. Without going into too much detail, I don't necessarily have to work professionally anymore for a foreseeable future. So I choose to use most of my time to demonstrate different ways of management. Yeah, different ways to manage these things. And I really love to hear about your progress on your app. You are the second person that mentioned app design. Actually, sorry, you are the fourth person that have openly mentioned about app design so far, dealing with language learning. And it sounds like there's gonna be a future generation for apps. So that's kind of neat. I would love to see what that looks like in the future whenever you get completed. You are also possibly the 14th or 15th person that also has some background in I guess we'll call it software engineering, or in interest, or are you in a university right now? A lot of these peeps are also currently completing like their studies and stuff while juggling all of this. So it's pretty wild that you guys are doing all of this at once. I have to give you, like, if no one is telling you you're juggling a lot voluntarily, then it's incredibly impressive, right? Incredibly impressive. For me, since I don't work professionally in anything, if you gave me like 6,000 reviews in WaniKani, I'd probably do them every day. Like, so, you know, it's kind of one of those things that we have to keep in mind, that I'm also a person who used to have to do something and now I need something. so this is how I try not to end up doom scrolling for the rest of my life, if you know what I mean. And it's great that you're working on, you've noticed you're problem solving, you're actively problem solving things that you've tried and done, and then you integrated it into a way to utilize your experience to create a project, right? And that's awesome, as opposed to wallowing and then constant desert searching for something that is less pragmatic. So I want to say this to a lot of university people, because regardless of where you are, like, not like you don't have to be from the United States to appreciate the idea that that type of thinking is not very common in a younger generation anymore. So I am probably, if you're working on your undergrad, I'm probably almost 2 decades older than you. Like, so we have a whole full adult generation between us. At least probably 18 years between us, a full adult cycle. So it's lovely to still see people interested in intellectual enrichment and then problem solve, right? Continue to problem solve and be creative. I don't think people get asked or told that too often. Content creation is a little bit different, right? Content creation has a basis for evaluation and like iterative design on its own. When you're solving a problem that requires something that maybe perhaps people don't ask for or are aware because the product doesn't exist, that's a task that is requiring of a different skill set. Like, for example, I typically ask when someone says, "Oh, I stopped using WaniKani," or "I stopped using Duolingo." The most statistically relevant question next is to ask them, "Oh, so what did you decide to do after?" Rarely is it, no. See, I saw this problem, and I'm going to continue using this product, but I'm going to solve it this way. And while I have a new solution, I will present it in the future, right? So you could have easily as well answered like, okay, so I saw this deficit in WaniKani, and I have created a different type of negotiation or schedule that bends WaniKani's design to something else, and I would like to turn this into a product in the future, right? That kind of thing is rarely a response that I personally have gotten when it comes to, yes, there is emotional response and then there's constructive criticism, but are they creating and iterating on extracting what works and what doesn't work, right? What is the tool doing for you? In order to be able to know that, I mean, in order to create a new product that iterates on something, you are inherently going to have the skills in order to understand how a product works. How what is it designed to do for you, and then you have to create that, right? And then know the compromises and whatnot. Most of the time you hear like hot takes like um I don't know, Duolingo doesn't teach you anything. And I'm like, what do you mean by it doesn't teach you anything? It's like, well, it doesn't teach me anything. I don't remember anything from it. It's like, so in what nature, like, how does this happen? Do you understand, like, what didn't work? And then it would be comments like, everything didn't work. And I'm like, how, what is everything? Like, you haven't explained to me what you think Duolingo does, what the deficit is, and how do you remediate it? So then it leads to a conversation where someone's saying like, "Oh, Duolingo sucks. I find this better." And I'm like, "Okay, so how is that better? Like, can you like, I'm genuinely curious. How is something better than another thing, right? So you have to comparatively analyze this. If you're drawing a comparison, may I ask what metrics you are using? Like, how are you evaluating? So you recommend people to try it if they want to get into a language? Yes, I do recommend that they try it if they get into a language. If you already have 3 or 4 different languages under your belt, don't touch Duolingo unless it's for a scholastic curiosity. I started with Duolingo because it was scholastic curiosity. It's one of those things like I would not be able to understand and say all these things now if I didn't stream myself doing Duolingo in order to gather most of these anecdotal observations. It's a personal social experiment for me. I don't have a need to learn another language, right? These are voluntary choices. So the people that often choose to learn another language often do it voluntarily. Use Duolingo to learn the very basics of Japanese. You don't think you would get as far as you did? Yeah. So, and then you took that knowledge, right? You took that knowledge as like, thanks. I used Duolingo for what it did for me, right? You understood what value and where the value ends, right? It's like, okay, so now I can depart and use that. Take what you have and do that, right? I can't tell you how often someone says, I didn't learn anything from Duolingo, and then they use their next product and they said like, oh, so it can do this and it can do this. And I'm like, but the product you're stating doesn't even do that. Like, for example, earlier today, someone that I have a very candid conversation, I was trying to be a little like empathetic when they say like say WaniKani is such a great product, and then they say Duolingo is not a great product for them, and then they said that WaniKani is better than Duolingo. So I would ask, how do you determine if WaniKani is better than Duolingo? Now you can come up with a very cogent explainer. You can like explain it and I will accept it. Instead, they mention a property of WaniKani that does not exist in Duolingo. That is not the same as doing a comparative analysis that would vindicate, like demonstrate that you understand the product that you don't care about anymore, right? That's like, if it's not there, how like what is there? Like you're trying to cumulatively explain, like if you're trying to do a product that does both what Duolingo does and WaniKani does, saying what is not there won't get you to capture, understand what Duolingo is doing, right? For example, someone earlier today told me that their goal is to make a product, make an app in the future that promotes polyglottism, right? And one of the first questions I asked myself was, so they already shared with a lot of things when we talked about Duolingo and WaniKani and whatnot. And they said like they want people to use their product to understand that they want to learn more languages. And I was asking him, so what is the core foundation? Do you I wanted to ask, what do they think is the core foundation of encouraging people to want to learn multiple languages and even one language, right? And the reason why I brought that up is because there is something that Duolingo does very well that rarely is focused on. This particular guy thought that the main focus of Duolingo is to gamify language learning. And my thought was, I don't think there was an interview with the CEO that I ever seen or anywhere that said the focus of Duolingo, like the focus, as in the philosophy of what Duolingo is trying to achieve, is intentionally to gamify language learning. It is one of the consequences of how to achieve their goals, right? Like, to teach you a language can be an example of gamifying the language learning. So I told this person, like, the message that I hear most of the time from this interviewer, it's in some of their marketing, yes, but it's not their focus. It's one of many things that they do, but from the CEO themselves, the focus is to compete with social media. One of the major focuses is to get people through the door, get them to show up by competing with their next biggest competition. There was a podcaster that suggests, like, they were asking about trendy questions like AI, the integration of AI in the most recent Duolingo. That's what Duolingo does for your sister, at least according to her. Yeah, get the foot through it. Now here's the cost, right? Yeah, the cost. There's a compromise, right? There's a compromise. And that is where criticism can happen. However, what I'm saying here is, think about this guy's vision of trying to get an app that is polyglottism. It's supposed to encourage polyglottism. And they're saying that their major philosophy is to try to ultimately preserve language by getting people to be interested in multiple languages, right? My first question is, how do you get people to be interested in language in the first place? Now, WaniKani sits at an interesting place because that's pre-selection. WaniKani has a pre-selection factor, and they're not the upper selection factor is Japanese is trending. WaniKani didn't actually do anything in the terms of motivating people to initially be interested in adopting a language, right? So this guy is trying to think of polyglottism. So how do you get a person to do it? And my teaser here was, there's one thing that Duolingo also does that does not show up in other things, and it's one of the prevailing reasons that they focus on this. They focus on engagement, and one of the biggest engagement source of Duolingo is writing. It's its content creation. And you might be thinking, no. You might be thinking, what do you mean content creation? Like, no. There's no content creation. Like, the sentences are all the same. No, the content that Duolingo creates. So when you watch Squid Game 2, you might actually end up deciding to learn a couple Korean phrases, regardless of the content of the Korean. And that encourages you to start. And what the goal is to get you to start being interested in a language. The content itself is not there to get you to like an advanced state or anything like that. It's to get you wanting to learn language. And actually, the CEO went even further and suggested something like, they want you to get addicted to learning. And the way they go about it is to get you to start multiple things, not to become a master of one. So isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting how that's relevant to this guy's polyglottism choice? So why do they not constantly focus on one language and continue to develop one language? It's based on metrics. So the most popular languages get the most attention, and it's proportional to their web metrics, and that's how it often is designed. So yeah, it sucks for languages that are not popular and get secondary treatment. However, it's a filtered down design, and that changes the entire prospect of it. Why did they, and then people keep asking, like, why did they divert attention to math and music? Why did they make like a makeshift keyboard to play music? It's largely to get addicted to learning. Learning was the foundation of them. So they're ripping kids and people off their TikTok. That's what they're aiming for. So if you're watching in a channel, if you're watching one channel, it would be hopefully Duolingo's channel. And Duolingo's channel will constantly bombard you with an advertisement for something you like, possibly like, and also an ad for a language. And that's how they're competing, or attempting to. The CEO deliberately pointed out social media platforms, when asked what is the greatest opponent to language learning. And they didn't say anything like Babbel or Rosetta Stone or something. They say the attention, engagement. And I think he said something like, if they had to choose between more money and advanced things and all that stuff, engagement first. You don't show up and nothing happens, right? That was a sacrifice, I suppose. So in a way, it's cool. And in a way, it's kind of funny. I want people to get frustrated with Duolingo after a while, because sure as heck, you gotta know that you need more than Duolingo to learn a language. But the good news is you already started. So go and heck and kick some dirt and be mad at the green owl. But at least you're mad enough to keep on learning your language, your target language that you started. I think that's like almost a martyrdom than anything else. Hi Maka, how are you doing? I'm about to go to work, but I have to quickly share a video I saw yesterday. Is English just badly? Ooh, hang on. I think I might have seen this. I will look at this video. Rob Word, huh? Okay, Rob Words. Wait, I know this guy already. I already saw the video. You're right. No, I saw that video. I don't know if you're familiar with him. I learned, yeah. I actually watched the one video. I mean, you're gonna go. I'm just gonna say this for posterity. I love his video on the one where he decides theoretically what happens if we put accent marks back into the American language, like the English phonetics, like put in accent marks to accommodate the English language or the British. I forgot which one, but it was he makes some good videos. I think they're doing a good job for what they want to do. And it's interesting because now think about your app, right? Stay Blue. When you're designing your app, choosing Japanese means that it's a great choice to choose Japanese because inherently it's already trending, which is nice because you don't have to constantly bombard things. Like Duolingo does not spend as much advertisement money as they spend making viral videos, if you know what I mean. Stay Blue. So I actually think that's pretty sweet. I think that's pretty sweet that they're working on that. And I think there was a disclosure about like, what does the channel make? I think the channel is made to make more channel stuff. So they participate in content creation. Like I learned 4 phrases, 4 Korean phrases because they had an advertisement for Squid Game 2. It's pretty. It works. Obviously, I'm not gonna go into Korean because of my limited time, but How should you start learning traditional Chinese or simplified Chinese? Do you speak any other languages? Russian and English? Have you learned another language later in life? Unfortunately, I cannot read Russian. I think that's Russian. So Russian and English. How did you learn English? May I ask? Or which one were both of them like? Are you simultaneously learning? I usually since we don't know each other very well or at all, right? And I don't know a lot about Russian and how Russian education works. I would probably start with something that is familiar to you. So, for example, here, HanziHero, the thing I'm using here, is based on a flashcard mnemonic system. And it doesn't teach any grammar. However, it's pretty reasonable to try. Like, you can try this for the first 100 characters. And it has both a traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese. So you can actually even choose if you want to start learning traditional or simplified. And for me, I started with simplified Chinese because my parents are mainland Chinese. And the people I talk to are like the people in my personal space, like personal sphere, are likely to be mainland Chinese. However, I'm using this course to learn traditional Chinese, and I'm using my simplified Chinese to like mix with my my simplified and traditional. So I'm guessing traditional characters based on simplified. So you can start with either, right? Personally, it's definitely up to your use case. Most people type off my hand. I think I had a really privileged time to meet like it's about half and half. You are more likely on this side of the internet to meet people who end up typing in traditional. However, I did have a coincidence meetup with someone who is from China, from mainland China, and they I simplified. So it's a little mixed bag. I'm not sure if I could answer that. Simplified, if you're interested in writing, if writing is a big thing for you, there is a mechanical advantage to writing simplified. Like what I mean is, I started with writing simplified, and I have not written traditional yet because some of the characters they're kind of okay. They remind me of Japanese, so not all of it, but yeah, it's kind of tough to know. If you're expecting to talk to Chinese, like on a Chinese network, like a Chinese network, simplified, that's all I see, simplified. And then if you're like gonna hang out in Twitch, like Twitch space and like YouTube and stuff, I think I see more traditional than I see Chinese simplified. So when people make comments outside, oftentimes I see more traditional Chinese, especially when you bump into like Malaysians, Taiwanese, and so on. Not that you have to choose. Something like this will teach you both. This HanziHero could be something with a pleco. So like if you choose, there's I don't know if pleco has a free trial or not, but if you do pleco, and you can try this out. HanziHero is trying out for free. You can try this out for your first like 100 characters. And I have a feeling it's for both simplified and traditional. So you can just try this out. There's no cost. No cost. For the first 100, that's about a month. It takes about a month to get and then Pleco is somewhere where you can learn grammar and work on like doing the structure and stuff. So Pleco is a big source, so you can go around and Pleco does like, it's an extension too, so you can grab stuff and learn on your way. So hopefully that is a place to start. I started with Duolingo. I did the Duolingo Chinese, and it's only simplified. So you can only do simplified. And it took me about 200 days to complete. It was enough to cover the early conversational stuff. Not that you can speak, but it covers the material. It covers a lot of the first 900 or so words from, and then the grammar of this. So I'm gonna finish up the review on this soon. So that's where I started. Anyways, you think Asian language in general are really trendy? Yeah, it is quite trendy right now. Sorry, Blue. Are you studying at university for software engineering? Sorry, I said star. Stay. How is this related? Is it related to your university times? Ah, okay. Well, I would love to see what your app is gonna look like. Not really, to be honest. Oh, okay. I would love to see what your app ends up. I think all of this, like trying things and being upset with things, but using them as a constructive thing. I keep using words like things. When you try something and you're like disappointed, and then you try another thing and you know that there are things that work and don't, and then you combine them and make a new product. That's something that I love to see, for sure. So you started out with web development, so the visual design is going to be rough on the first go. That's perfectly functional, right? It's kind of interesting that I understand that there's gonna be, this is the reality, right? The reality is it's got to look premium, or it's got to look like visually aesthetically pleasing. But you're talking to a person who writes numbers on a piece of paper, and it just flips the piece of paper. Obviously, I would understand. I wouldn't. I play text, like I don't know if you ever played a text-based game. But I find text-based games even more arguably agreeable too. But you spoke to the WaniKani via email and they weren't happy with your idea, it seems. So I don't know how you'll sort that out with them. Oh, really? Oh, are you, like, the app is built, like, are you building on top of their API or something? Is that why? I don't see how they would be not happy. And I'm actually kind of curious what oh, okay. I think I might have actually even read your post. Did you post on the WaniKani forum? I read forum posts. So I typically use them as examples or commentary to see what. A while ago, you don't happen to use the same avatar, do you? Like the same profile? Interesting. So they're not happy about it, huh? I didn't think they had a issue with building. No, you don't? Just the default? Oh, okay. Then no, I haven't seen it. Do I want to wait? No, 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 no. You can. I don't think YouTube. I don't know how YouTube does with links. It's probably gonna be like no kind of thing. You know, like YouTube's just gonna be like no. Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait until you're. So, are you saying then you're making this app? They're not happy, but are you gonna still do it?
有 你
You're doing it cautiously. Okay, okay. You know, I did never ask other people like what did anyone ever ask the WaniKani devs what they thought about Kaniwani? The people did that Kaniwani.
北 20
Because that makes me think now, if you're building on top of their API and that's kind of, if I'm taking your word for it about the hat, like transparency and stuff, I'm kind of curious what other projects they're aware of, but not particularly. That's what your question would be too, because they would use the API in a similar way. Yeah. Maybe it's contrary to their business model. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you're able to do what you want and find an amicable compromise with them. Right? Yeah.
好看
So, did I already ask you what you do now while you're chilling? Are you doing comprehensible inputs? What are you doing to gather more inspiration? I imagine like there's got to be other sources of inspiration for how you're going about pulling this app off. Obviously, anything you're comfortable with sharing. You don't have to share anything. 上下文.
上下文
What was this? Frodo is in front. Frodo is in outside of the English manor. Oh, being blown by the wind. Yeah.
风
You're an open book. That's fair. I will try not to abuse my privileges. Nah, nar. Oh. Do I silence this? I silenced it. Is that what they want?
那儿书
对.
最
How long do you think you're gonna be working on this? Until you like do maybe like an open testing or a personal testing? You have some peeps? When?
问
Okay.
上好
上好. Oh, you have no one to help test, but you're going to post it on the forum in about a month? Ah, okay, okay. Intriguing. Good luck, good luck. It's a big moment coming up. What would you say is like the core of the interest? Like how are you going about suggesting a point of intrigue? I wanted to say, what do you think is the differentiating factor, but I don't think necessarily differentiating factors are any less valuable than similarities. Personally, it's, you know, the whole thing. Oh. Oh. 好像 no, not 好像女生
女生
Honestly, you think it's better if I just explain what the app does, if you don't mind? Yeah, sure. Sure. Go for it. I'll keep trucking along here. Hmm.
打工 见
Oh, what the heck are you? Oh.
看 一
Ah! One by one? One by one? Is that repeatedly? Probably repeatedly. Uh-huh. The gate. So what the app does is allow you to skip ahead, and when you get to the level where that item is, it does the review for you so you don't lose any progress. Oh. Oh. I see. Intriguing. I could see a bit of conflict of interest. For that. Hi.
小孩
Repeatedly? Son of a bee sting. Oh, it really is literal one by one. But it's kind of like one at a time too. What the? Okay.
外人
I can see how that is a conflict of interest. Okay. So we got one by one. 人人 was questionable too. Yi and 人人 don't really use those that way. What was guo? Oh, guo was 2. 2 instead of 3, and I wrote 3, but it was 2. Okay. Yeah, so this looks probably a little bit different, right? So this is their home landing page. It's HanziHero's landing page. Okay. Yeah. Seems like that seems like a feature that I can see other people. I can see especially in the thread in the community would be interested in. Need to have a lot of user scripts to get WaniKani to look someone like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, so if you look here, Kevin is a solo writer of this. They do curriculum updates on a bi-weekly basis. So, and then feature requests, Kevin does like tickets, right? Kevin is a new dev, like a more younger dev. So they're still in the process of integrating stuff. So they take their, in terms of settings and whatnot, it's kind of like do any requests, see what can be done, right? So you have things like oh, and the SR is different. So lessons happen no matter what. So you go up to 40, but usually it sets back down to 20. And then, daily word limits is different from dictionary limits. And then you can participate in beta if you want. There's a dictionary beta that, sure. And then continue to create more adjustments. Right now, I think the thing that most people that are queued up is probably like integrating FSRS, right? So you can do a little flexibility. But Kevin sticks behind the core principle of the stuff. So if you have a disagreement with the core principle of their design, which your scripts, your app design thing, it's against it. To me, I can see where the conflict of interest is because it's against the core principle of how SRS works. For flexibility, right? So for those who are interested, that's a choice. That's a choice they can make, right? So I totally understand when you described it, how that could be a point of contention. All right, so let's review. Now it's time for me to review. QU. What's QU? Quasimodo? Oh, Quasi. Quasi is our new character. Quasimodo. Pig. Pig. Dollhouse. Dollhouse. Crown. Elbow. Foreman. Elbow upon elbow. Cocoon. And bear. Okay. We have Guo. Yeah. Guo Jia Qi. Who's Q? Oh, Quasimodo, of course. The new one, Q. So Quasimodo Chi in the bathroom. Spraying a bunch of soil around. And the elbow running around. It was a weird story. Nung. Nung. Oh. Xian. Xian. D. Okay. May. Bai Tai. Da. You are the traditional character. We have the Empress, right? The Empress, it's Legolas making inside the house or inside the bakery. Legolas is inside the low. Low 下. Zuo. 左右 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 左右手 左右手 and 楼上 okay. Alright, so we make all these connections. 我 Goofy is in the office building. Goofy is in the office building with a halberd. With a halberd and mouth. Everyone has to kiss the halberd to be inaugurated into his country. He's establishing a country in the office building. Guo. 家 is Jimmy Neutron outside of the auditorium. Turning a dollhouse into a house with the pig inside. And we have Quasi is in the bathroom of the house. Spreading dirt around because he noticed that the elbow goes everywhere. The dirt does. Right, Quasi. Okay. Ned Flanders is inside the English Manor. Ned Flanders is inside the English Manor, waving something about a moon bear. He turned himself into a moon bear. I don't know how he turned himself into a moon bear, but oh, he had What? I don't know what, but it's a moon bear. It's a bear, a moon with 2 spoons, and 2 spoons for like elbows with 2 spoons. That's that's. I mean that's all I got. Wait, hold up. Let's look at this. So Ned Flanders is inside the English manor, showing off a new ability. Oh, that's right, his new ability. Granted by his fervent prayers, because it's Ned Flanders. He says, "Diddly doodly bear," and instantly turns into a bear. The butler all paused. Ned was using his ability. Oh yeah, so he doesn't need to do the spoon thing. It was just his ability to transform. He's a druid, basically. Ned, in his spare time, became a druid for the purpose of showing off. So, there you go. Ned Flanders is a druid. And then now we have... Then who had the double spoon thing? You actually prefer the UI here? I do too, actually. Yeah, I do like it for my purposes as well. I do something slightly modified for WaniKani because of a lack of like this box. This box is something I have to compensate for. This is my end of like stream recall to practice the method approach that they have, largely because I don't do this method, so I'm acquiring a new method, and that's for in anticipation for the future. So, we have Harry Poppers. Harry Poppers is in the bathroom of the bakery. Harry Poppers is in the bathroom of the bakery, doing something with sandals and a foreman and a cocoon. I think he was in the bathroom and he discovered a cocoon, so he threw the sandal at the cocoon and a foreman popped out of it to get him to go back to work. That's how that works. Foreman, cocoon, and a sandal. It was a cocoon. Oh, the foreman was behind the cocoon. That's how they got the behind. You never went too far into trying to memorize the mnemonics on WaniKani? That's fair. Yeah, you only have to remember what's necessary. Because your goals are to memorize, your goals are to know the character, right? At least that's how that would track. The logic would track from that. So Xena is in the bathroom. Xena is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. What are you doing in the bathroom of the pawn shop, Xena? Oh. Was looking for the scepter. Xena was looking for the scepter, so she managed to pull a walking eye out of the toilet. But no scepter to be found. No scepter was present. It's this time. And then B. How did the crown work? I don't remember where we integrated the crown. I think the crown was used to explain the dollhouse. Actually, I don't know. I don't think we have used the crown yet. No, it's fine. And then we have Diddy Kong. Diddy Kong is in the bathroom. Diddy Kong is in the bathroom of the house. With... Oh, no. Oh, Diddy Kong was in the bathroom of the house, avoiding an alligator that suddenly popped up out of the ground or the soil. Alligator. Hung up in the bathroom, trying to stay away from the ground. This is ground. D is ground. And then soil and alligator. Yeah, that's what we learned today. And then these are the vocabulary, which vocabulary is a mix of all. So, they're very straightforward so far. Usually they don't have anything too complicated. Not yet. Yeah, and that's it for HanziHero. Ooh, way later. I was supposed to take today easily. But we kind of got the earlier WaniKani session was ripe with lots of philosophical, ethical, and other types of talk. Yeah, that's the experience. At least that's my experience so far. We're probably gonna find other ways to do this thing as a wrap up. Oh, and I had 2 errors, right? What were my errors? Xeno was from last time, so E is 1 by 1. They want to E for 1 by 1. So 1 by 1. 人人 for everybody. Although I added people, everybody. How do you find memorizing it to be on this app thus far? I enjoy it. It's a fun little activity. The thing that I need to keep in mind about when doing HanziHero and WaniKani both is that I'm retroactively learning the mnemonics. As in, I know most of these characters already, and I'm using it to acquire their mnemonic system quicker. And you might be wondering, well, how do you acquire a mnemonic system when it comes to like Ko, like in WaniKani? I like to, the reason why I use these is for the sole purpose of trying to read into how they write their things. So whatever Ko is cooking, the things that Ko writes is what I'm interested in. Like how does he organize and compartmentalize the thing? So when it comes to remembering characters, right, it's probably negligible for now. It's very negligible. I am doing all of the things that they're focusing on that I don't typically focus on to remember characters. Because I use Duolingo for my first like 600 to 700 kanji characters and my like 6,000 vocabulary words, I don't necessarily have to focus on that. So now I'm doing things like on and kun separation, and I'm focusing on things like that, which was not a way that I would go about it. But now that there's on and kun classifications and whatnot, that's kind of how I'm distinguishing between how Ko is presenting on and kun things, which Duolingo does not do. Duolingo does not do a kun on separation. And then most of the knowledge is to prepare myself for when we get to a point where there are new characters. Yeah, they do not in Duolingo. Duolingo is straight up to compare and contrast a Duolingo system they do it. Actually, they do it somewhat closer to what I would do. They take a prototypic thing. So you have a topic, and the topic determines what is being exposed. So say you need to say food, right? So the topic determines your prototypic kanji. And that acts as the branching point for anything after, based on usually 3 criteria. It looks, or the meaning is associated in some way. The look is associated in some way, and then the sound is associated in some way. And then there is a 4th one, it's a lesser one, and that's basically by unit grouping, like chronology. But that's only if there's no overlap indeed. So you learn based on something that is relational in meaning. So for example, if you know how to say jozu, right? If you know how to say jozu, you also know how to say tokui, right? If you know how to say heta, nigate, right? And then if they sound the same, like for example, looks, if they look the same, it'll be a character, it'll be a radical that is similar. So they will give you as much as possible where there's an overlap. It could be all 3, it could be 2 of them. The ideal is to have all 3 overlap, but then they go to 2 overlap, and that's how they introduce it. So this is how I learn things most of the time. But this is only in their kanji section a lot of times. The lesson themselves is predominantly based on topics. So my favorite section is when you do kanji things, where they force you to know or to get used to seeing all the characters that sound similar and or look similar, or their meanings have something. So like it could be something like antonyms. If something is short, then the lesson will also have something that is long, right? So michikai and nagai, right? Michikai and nagai. And then if something is yasui, then it's also takai. You know, ikui for low, and I guess you still use takai in this case when you're talking about like height things. So that's kind of how they go about it. You spend the zenith is attaching to a meaning, and then you expand from there. So like counters are the same way, like early counters. Yeah. You have to get attached to the stuff, and then that's it. And now here's the thing, right? Then most people's criticism is there's gaps. It's like, yeah, there are gaps. That's the idea. Like you hope to fill in the gaps through the practice of associating stuff. So and that requires supplemental resources, right? And that was, in my opinion, their intent in the first place. Not that it's very apparent, so they don't make it very apparent. I think one thing Duolingo is potentially guilty, or like very complacent, is that they don't make an aggressive attempt to suggest that this is where you might want to look up our collab or something. Like they don't have like a collaboration or something, you know, like, hey, we would suggest you look up this thing because we don't have it in our apps yet, that kind of thing. Or it might not ever get added, that kind of thing. So no disclaimers. There's not quite a lot of disclaimers. So the thing is, they're not lying as well. Like I feel like there's this very harsh language dealing with what is expected versus what is advertised. Maybe they could. Yeah, maybe they could. Who knows? The thing is, whether I want to believe it or not, or other people want to believe it or not, when a casual person is approached with grammar, right? When a casual person is approached with grammar, what is the retention rate in the beginning with grammar? Contrary to a lot of hardcore Japanese language learners ever, in my opinion, those who self-study and select themselves into self-study, they are the minority when it comes to these things. So explicit information is, in my opinion, a product of the internet age and its self-selection. So for me, Duolingo is far more engaging than WaniKani and HanziHero. And not for the reasons that other people find engaging. Not the streaks or something. It's to figure out what is missing. So for me, I could give you an example of what this looks like. No, I'll show it maybe next time. So I make constructs. So when you do these topics, right, they don't necessarily connect all the sentences. So a lot of people say things like, oh, all these disjointed sentences, right? The sentences are disjointed. I don't want to connect them. Like, it would take too much effort to try to connect them. Why don't they just give me a paragraph of the sentences with the vocabulary so I can just read the story that connects all of them? Like, yeah, you're right. That would be pretty convenient, wouldn't it be? So instead, at the end, I take all of the vocabulary and I line them all up into a flowchart. And that flowchart creates all the missing gaps and leaps of logics that I need to fill in with my Japanese over time. So when I do a review every 150 days, usually, but 100 days, this just recently, I wrote down all my constructs in one page to show you all the units. Have you heard of the note-taking Obsidian? No, but I used to use a note-taking app or web interface called Evernote. Evernote probably serves the similar thing. They have like a graph node thing where you can connect different concepts. Oh yeah. But I can do it myself. So the idea is the act of doing it can be very investment forward. So I could use an automated process to do all of this, sort all these things. But it's the act of doing this kind of thing that promotes my retention. So, yes, sometimes it's great to have a tool that does everything. The question is, it's not exactly automated since you need to make a link yourself. It's just nice for visuals. This is nice for visuals. This is personal. I practice. Nice is a arbitrary look. So, like, no, I think I can show you. Here, let me show you what my notes actually. Without the propensity to write, right? If it works for you, that's all that matters, I suppose. I'm not sure if that's all that matters. From a teaching and an instructive perspective, I would not say that right off the bat. Hang on, let me grab. So I was supposed to finish this today, but I ended up digressing too much the last couple days. So I was gonna take a break today so that I can finish up the stuff. So just as a teaser, right? So this is what constructs look like. So I'll show you the Japanese one. So I finished my Japanese review. Whoops, those are... Nope. Yeah, so this is what the construct looks like in my last 100-day review of Japanese Duolingo. So this is from day 200 to 300. Right. This is the second half. The second half's up there, or the final couple. So this is what it looks like. You have like vocabulary, so these are a bunch of vocabulary, and they're usually used in simple sentences. So the simple sentences reinforce your sentence structure. So this is an extraction of all the vocabulary and their flow. And every time there's like brackets and arrows and stuff, you fill in with sentence structures, like understanding what the particles are and whatnot. So I don't write them again. Those are the things that are considered repetitious in Duolingo, and that would ultimately be reinforced by remembering these vocabulary words. So oftentimes I don't commit to a lot of effort to something that is already provided for me. I try to internalize it and use it to the best of my ability. So these would be this would be a way to outline how all the key words in all the sentence structures in it. Yeah, and I practice this at the beginning of every single Duolingo stream. So on day 1, I kind of, I think I have an explainer of this. So this was my last review, right? So I was explaining the day 1, day 2, day 3 cycle, because how I did SRS in Duolingo. Lots of people say Duolingo lacks SRS. I agree. Lacks SRS, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can't define your own thing. So on day one, I would create a construct like this. And for the next 5 days, I would do it from memory at the beginning of each session. And I juggle 2 units, constructs, and in each day and subsequent day, I line it up with what my intent is. The first day is to extract as much information to create the construct. The second day is to hunt for any missing things. And then the third day is when the unit ends, which I will review and add any extending vocabulary from previous vocabulary. So that's kind of how this ended up. And that's where my handwriting comes from, right? The thing I do on the website, the response rate on the website is the plugin is not the same as this program that I'm using, which is Krita, which happens to be closer to the approximation of what I'm writing in my hand. So I still practice those strokes and whatnot, but this is closer in representation. And then yesterday, today actually, I have this little gap here because I still have 4 constructs to write before I talk about the comparing and contrasting. I told myself that I would talk about these topics in my part 3, but there's actually 4-day thing. But like conceptions, misconceptions, contrasting between the Mandarin and Japanese course, and know what features are missing from Duolingo and what features are not, right? And that's usually how I keep myself honest. So I break down for myself personally, not for anyone else really, for myself personally, how I analyze pros and cons and how I would adapt my schedule to all of them. I used to do this every 25 days, but then I realized my retention meets my demand. So I then extended it to 50 days. And this recently was 100 days. Have you watched Viva Kiwi's video? Probably. I just need to see the guys. I need to see the person's face. No, I did not. No. Just looking at the thumbnail, I do not. I have stopped watching too many of Duolingo hot takes over time. Largely because they tend to overlap in themes. And they tend to repackage, which is not, it's not like it's intentionally repackaging, those individuals discover things that I feel like I probably also reiterate on in a different manner. So this is kind of a demonstration of how I would unpack design and then seeing how I would extract the information, right? And that goes with video games and most things. My focus on sharing my experiences have often to demonstrate learning and problem solving. So it's not the same as saying, does Duolingo work? What are the biggest mistakes I've ever made with Duolingo? If you want to use Duolingo, avoid these top 10 things. That's not how that works for me. Most of the time is, does it work? How do you know it works? How do you know it doesn't work? What do you do when you think you know it doesn't work? Do you go and look for a new tool? You could. That's definitely one way. Alternatively, I extract based on whatever I can do. Because in order to evaluate something, I'm not there for a goal in mind of fluency. So when people consume products and they review products, their perspective will be different from mine. My perspective is, if you needed to start somewhere, how do you use something and how do you solve problems if they don't have those things? So if, for example, we go back to HanziHero, right? It could be like you, right? You don't like the way the UI looks. If they allow you to do it, you can change the UI if you want it. If that was allowed, right? If it wasn't allowed, you make your own, for example. So one thing that people ask me a lot is, when am I going to use Anki? So, or have I used Anki? Well, this is my foray into SRS first and foremost. And then when it comes to Anki, I have another way to use Anki, and it will come a little bit later because I actually do play video games. The main inspiration for all of these things is dealing with how I interpret video games and the concepts and writing involved in video games. And my main project is Like a Dragon that's published by Sega. Sega, Like a Dragon is dubbed in 3 languages. And it's the next game is coming out on February 21st. Pirate Yakuza. And it's dubbed in English, Chinese, and Japanese. And they have separate casts already committed to that. And their writing is inherent. So what was before this? I started language learning almost about a year ago. Actually, I started at the last Like a Dragon game, Like a Dragon 8. So before this, I actually spent the entirety of 2023 playing every single Like a Dragon game. That is Like a Dragon 0 through 7 and Judgment. Two games in Judgment, so that's 9. And then Gaiden came out in 2023 November, just in time for that. And only a couple months later, in February of last year, is when Like a Dragon 8 came out. So this is before I learned Japanese and Chinese. So I waited. I completed the game in English, and then I started my language learning journey. And now, before this game drops, once I finish up my Chinese review, I am going to play the last playthroughs, the MSQ playthroughs of Chinese and Japanese Like a Dragon 8 to complete the game in 100%, right? Because I like completing things. And that's kind of where we are now, just in time for Pirate Yakuza. You play Yakuza 0 and Kiwami, and you're slowly going through Kiwami 2. Yeah, so those are the Japanese ones, and they're really, really awesome right in the beginning because of the Kiryu saga. And then starting at Casca right? Casca. At Like a Dragon 7, English, the English class was determined. So everything after had an English cast. And then at Like a Dragon 8, they officially have a Chinese cast. So now in Yakuza Pirates, I already saw that it is advertised to have all three casts. So, and it's a different set of characters too. So they had to cast new Chinese characters, as well as getting the returning people, because their hallmark is to retain it. The English cast did shuffle like one or two people, because it's difficult. It's more difficult, you know, in that manner to negotiate voice cast. But yeah, that's a lot of work for a whole lot of nothing, in my opinion. I absolutely love that Sega took the initiative. You cannot say, like, I cannot say that about so many games right now. And here's the crazy part. You might be thinking, oh yeah, but you know, the scenes, they're voice acted and limit. Now, hear me out. In Like a Dragon 7 and on, remember that Like a Dragon 7 and Like a Dragon 8 are JRPG games, right? And you know, the coffee table talk when you're like eating and they're gonna banter between party members, all of that is voice acted. Like, you know, even when they're talking about like random coffee, random topics, that's today. It's in modern times today. So when they talk about like eating and television and manga and stuff, it's voice acted in all three contexts. So if you wanted a reason, to play a video game that is chock full of slice of life stuff in a target language that is Chinese or Japanese, you can bet Like a Dragon 7 and 8 would be on that list. Obviously, in my opinion, Persona. Persona is another great one for Japanese only. Persona has not been dubbed in Chinese yet. It is a Sega-owned IP now. Like, Sega own, you know, it's a parental company of Atlas Games. And they did make a game that is Western fantasy-esque, which is Metaphor recently, you know, Re-Fantagio. So there could be a chance that in the future, those games can see another prominence in using the three languages. On what? I don't know how long ago it was. How long do you think? Is this news to you? I think Sega acquired Atlas in 2013. Pretty sure. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Atlas yeah, so Atlas filed for bankruptcy. Index was the owner of Atlas. Atlas was formed in 1989-ish, like for a long time. And under Index, they filed for bankruptcy. So Sega then took over in 2013. And if you know your timing, right? If you know your timing, then most of what Atlas is today is Sega forking the bill. So the stuff that you hear about, like Persona, right? Persona and the budgets and stuff, it's under Sega. So yeah, Sega owns the two, in my opinion. Sega is funding the two slice of life games. I call them slice of life games because they're the craziest mash of slice of life plus like game for game's sake. And you can see that why the JRPG, they're taking on the JRPG style in both cases. And they're also dabbing in other things, right? So all the quote-unquote spin-off legacies are the alternative genre, like Persona Strikers, for example, or Persona Tactics off of the Persona 5 game. And then in this case, Like a Dragon is releasing a non-JRPG mainline game with every other release of a mainline game. So Casca's Tale is going to continue with Like a Dragon 9, but Yakuza Pirates is a nod to the OG, right? To the legacy. It's part of the Kiryu saga. Although this time featuring Majima, right? Majima is the protagonist. You're probably going to see Saijima and stuff. Yeah, so it's cool. And you know what's cool about... I really didn't think they were going to release a game every single year, but it kind of looks like it. It's staggering every 2 games. And I think it is a incredibly rich way to learn a target language if you're into video games. Like how none of the Yakuza characters ever age. Yeah, you know, right? Majima is like, I think he's 50. Like in the game years, I think he's either 50 or 60 years old. I'm pretty sure he's 50. It's somewhere close to 50. So hear me out. This is the reason, by the way. This is the last reason. People ask me, so why are you learning? Like, why now? Why learn language optionally, right? Voluntarily. It's Sega. So, not sponsored, by the way. But I started my life with Sega. My video game childhood started with Sega. My father bought me a Sega Genesis when I turned 5. And it had a copy of Sonic the Hedgehog 1. Right. So, even though I went down the, Sony PlayStation route and so somehow it's come full circle. You can think of the first video game you played. You were really little. Yeah, when you were really little. Yeah. I played my first video game when I was 5 years old. But my father spent a lot of... Oh, you can't. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, I still remember Sega. My father bought the Sega when I was 5 years old. I remember quite a few things when I was 2 and 3. Especially when I burned my entire arm on a rice cooker. I remember that. No scar tissue anymore, though. The scar tissue is not visible. I think I was 4 years old when I decided it was a great idea to lift up a rice cooker. Yeah, so if you're into your Like a Dragon, if you're into your Like a Dragon game, playing Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2, and then going to Like a Dragon 7 and Like a Dragon 8. 8 is the swan song for to cap the Kiryu saga for the time being. So the ones in the middle, the triple, the 3, 4, and 5, and 3, 4, 5, and 6 can be except for 6. 6 is when the Dragon Engine was introduced. 3, 4, 5 can be very, very tough, but I really enjoyed how it all adds into it. And there's so much like slice of life things. So because of the slice of life things, it's what makes this incredibly appropriate. The thing is, conversations don't happen very often, though. Yes, Yakuza 6 is when, yeah. What you call it? The main draw, in my opinion, about the later games for Casca and Co. is that we're talking about from a Japanese standpoint or from a language learning standpoint. There are more the characters that is involved in the game are 6 times, like it's literally a multiplication of it. At most, you might have been juggling 3, 4, 5. You might have been juggling solo people. So you have interactions with maybe 2 characters. In the JRPG setting, from a language standpoint, their conversations are between each other all the time. They talk to each other all the time. So you yourself are being exposed to their usual different personalities interacting with each other. Another game I would say that's great for this type of system is the Tales series. The Tales series. And that's not how you spell Tales. So like Tales of Symphonia, Tales of Vesperia, they have the same character class system. The downside about that is it takes place in a fictional world. So they would talk about like magic and paranormals and like, you know, things that might not be in context. Meanwhile, in Like a Dragon, once you get to Like a Dragon 7, it takes place less than 10 years ago. And the most recent Dragon, the most recent Like a Dragon 8 takes place like within the last 3 years. And they usually place the game 1 year, or like they try to place the game on the year, so they like build for the incoming year that they release it. So oftentimes all the topics they talk about are topical, they're relevant, and coffee table talk and stuff, everything is on point. Yeah, people often say that you should like a sphere or a subject area for language acquisition. Yeah, exactly. And I think this one is very excellent. I can't advertise this enough. And all of this is related. So why do I learn Chinese and Japanese at the same time? It's because, I'm gonna be real, it's so hard for me not to like consume. Right now I'm watching I'm watching a Chinese animation and a Japanese animation at the same time, and an English live action show with a Korean live action show. So it's tough to not want to do all these at the same time. So yeah. And meeting all of these people, like meeting you, Stay, and other people, it's gotten me into really, really wonderful. It's intellectually stimulating. I'm no longer like, for example, some people say, but I need to doom scroll. And I'm like, I don't even have time to doom scroll. Like, I don't even have time to do my review today because I spent like 4 or 5 hours talking to other people about ideas, right? And then when the stream goes out, I eat my 1 meal a day. So I haven't eaten dinner yet, and it's 3 a.m. So once I eat, I'm going to be writing stories. I'm going to look at a couple of things and prepare my stories for tomorrow. And then I go to bed, I get up, I go out to run because you still have to exercise and whatnot. So you run, wash up, you get back, and you do the same thing over and over again. Not even exhausted. Obviously, I squeeze in while eating. I'm squeezing in like other things. So it's kind of like a university life. It's a university life. That's what I did when I was in university. You know, you had 6 classes, max your credits, and then during the 6 credits, right? You're either in class or you're doing a club activity. I'm either doing a club activity or I'm gaming, right? So I game, club, activity, I barely sleep. Let's go. We run to the lab. In the summertime, I still work in the lab, and then continue to do that. He deleted and disabled all short form content at the beginning of this year. I see. How's that going? Does that feel all right? Because if I had to, this sounds like an e-cigarette situation, but play a puzzle game. Like my personal thing is, if I say that, if someone tells me they're spending 3 hours doom scrolling, pick up a puzzle game. Get angry at a puzzle game. Like, spice in like 30 minutes of a puzzle game. I would love to hear how angry they got, how frustrated they got, and if they made it through, did they look up a solution? Anything. Like, what I mean is, it creates a distribution, right? A distribution creates the intellectual curiosity. And sometimes doom scrolling does not oftentimes it presents overlapping material that often removes the incentive to be creative. The thing is that you end up doom scrolling without even thinking about it. Yes, exactly. And I think that's right. Indeed. It's very passive. It's incredibly passive. Removing the root of the problem, it really doesn't feel like I'm losing anything, right? I actually, I do doom scroll when I'm tired and I went to bed and I need to find an idea to talk about, right? So I would type in something and I would doom scroll quickly to see if I can come up with a story for today. And I also like go on WaniKani's forum and HanziHero's forum, and I would like look, and then come up with a story. I don't get on stream without a story, and if I don't use the story, I just pocket it. So externally take in a lot of stimuli and then pocket a topic. This topic though is a recurring topic. So most of the topics that I have now are either iterated or have been iterated multiple times. And all the newer topical things I'm cycling in. So due to the nature of what I want to do when I'm having a conversation, the idea is I want to encourage people to either choose to actively participate in a discussion in exchange for doom scrolling and forming loose, tenuous, non-personal attachments to anything else. The reason why I want that is largely because there's too much of it. Not that you don't like, not that it's inherently bad. The idea is if you don't practice other skills that's dominated by something, you can't balance it. There's no moderation, right? If everything consumes on one skill set, it's incredibly, and I agree with them, it's hard to wean off something if you have no competing process, right? One has to get engaged and be as interested as the competing process. So that's why I kind of like Duolingo's challenge. Duolingo took the challenge to doom scrolling. Admittedly, it also creates an addiction of its own, right? Like the streak and the stuff. But the idea is give more options. Encourage someone to be equally, if not moderated, interest and enthusiasm in other things. Otherwise, the algorithm's gonna destroy your life, in my opinion. Like what? Okay, that was a little aggressive. What I mean is, the algorithm is gonna convince you of everything you already know, right? And they'll hold you there if it's enough, right? If you have enough already skills. We're not talking about someone who's like 50, like I'm a 40-year-old, I've been around enough. Even if the algorithm tells me what I like, I have enough things that will balance the stuff out. When you're talking about like someone who's 17 who had the chance of being interested in like 2 or 3 things, once you type it into the algorithm or on TikTok, you're locked in. Like, what are the alternatives? Like, I could do my math homework, but nah, doom scrolling. And then at some point, the math homework only gets harder over time. Like, I could go out with my friends and have a bubble tea. Nah, doom scrolling. And then immediately, on TikTok, it's like, hey, you can order DoorDash through TikTok. It's like, sign me up. Sign me up. I think the thing that makes doom scrolling scary is that when you finish doing it, go on. You will probably forget what you watched even 5 minutes ago. Exactly. It's from a content creator perspective, it's also very, very scary too. Like, what I mean is, Hank Green. I talk about Hank Green a lot. Hank Green is a content creator to to a lot of extents, but he's also someone who's very cognizant about this. He had to answer a question. He did do TikTok as a social experiment. So he was talking about how the short format has become so distilled in a manner that you can no longer form connections, or it removes the very tenuous possibility to create salient connections with anything. So he was talking more from the prospect of a content creator. Someone mentioned to ask him his opinion. Why isn't it sad when someone, a TikTok influencer or something, or a YouTube content creator, set up some meeting, right? And no one shows up. So he was talking about, maybe to a lesser extent, YouTube, but on TikTok, you can kind of see that that is a representation of the consequence of high efficiency engagement. The format, if you have 5 minutes to know someone, it sucks. Like, to me, my only thought was, if you ask someone, would you rather be a notable figure by 1,000 people or have a good friend? I always wondered, what would kids these days pick? Which one would these kids be? And we're not talking about on the promise of anything. Like, for example, you could make an argument like, oh, if I make that one good friend, then that one good friend could help me make new good friends. We're not talking about that. We're talking about not promise. If you were offered the opportunity to have one good friend in 1,000, I think that would be a much harder choice for someone in this day and age who have lost the sight of quantification of human value system and quality of interaction than quantity of interaction. So if in a 5-minute time span, you could have tenuously established relations with 30 seconds of like 40 different content creators, and you would not even remember their faces anymore after 5 minutes. That is, and then you think, you ask these people, are you happy? Do you have people, support systems around you? Like, do you have friends? Like, and I'm genuinely not even joking. I'm not like memeing or anything. I want to ask you, do you have a friend? You seem like you're having trouble. You're stressed. Do you have a friend of whom is not someone you think you know through a television screen or through a 5-minute, like, I do not qualify in this discussion. And I actually think it's very bittersweet when someone says, hey, it's nice, I never had this discussion with anyone that I know, like, immediately when I'm talking to this guy for like 3 or 4 hours during my language learning. And my thought was, it's very flattering, right? But I really hope that's not true. Like, the idea of thinking that someone's first time interactions of having this actually happened today. And I don't want to downplay it. I think it's very gratifying for people to say that. But 2 people that I've met recently said this is the deepest conversation they've ever had about this type of topic. And my first thought is, one's in university. Actually, both of them are in a university, right? They're very bright people. They have large aspirations, and they're at a university. How could that have happened? One person's 30, and the other one is in their 20s, and they are going to a university for higher learning, right? And my first thought was, I like to think that you probably had a lot more deeper conversations with people who are around you and your colleagues, right? Maybe even a friend. And I like to believe that even if, I'm not saying what I'm doing is in vain or anything, I hope that this type of thing gets normalized so that when people go university, they see universities as an opportunity to have deep discussions when otherwise you cannot on the internet. It is very, very rare in the internet scape what is a comment that I hear almost egregiously over and over again? No one cares about your opinion. Like, man, if I write this comment and I spend a lot of effort on it, no one's going to read it. It's not like people will read my comment. Let's just join in the bandwagon and iterate on some echo chamber of memes. And that's very unfortunate. I think it's funny, but it's unmoderated. There's no moderation to it. There are times and places where you can meme. Unfortunately, there aren't times and places where people actually talk to each other. I think most of the time these discussions end with, oh, sorry, I'm not being serious. Like, no, be serious. Like, someone earlier said like, oh, nothing against Duolingo. I just think I need something else. It's like, no, it is against Duolingo. Duolingo does not provide these things for you. So logically, it should be sound for you to understand that you should be against Duolingo if it's not providing for you. And the other person who's listening should understand that if you're presenting a cogent argument. The downside is that's not what social media allows you to do. You don't get to decide on your opinions. Like, if you share an unpopular opinion, you are going to be feeling, social media is going to make you feel very, very small. Like super small, right? It's to the point where the only way you can communicate on social media is with extreme behavior. You rattle louder, right? Whoever's loudest wins. And that's unfortunate because it squelches it squelches really, really heavily all sorts of nuanced discussion about things. You're either in the band or you're an outsider. And that used to be a saving grace. By the way. Too much compensation though, right? What the internet does really, really well right now was the beauty of the internet. Basically, everyone could find someone, right? If you had some very eclectic, exotic personality quirks, the algorithm is going to bring those people together, and now you have a group, right? If you love cat videos specifically designed to see owners flip out on cats, the algorithm will provide. It's so great with that, but it's, in my opinion, become so good at keeping people in their bubbles that people, in my opinion, a large majority of people no longer have the comfortable skills and personality and communication skills. Not that you need to be introverted or extroverted. You have to practice on these things. For both extroverted people, have to practice how to interact with other circles, right? Introverted as well. So these skills are no longer necessary, right? How do you not have to communicate with people? Automate everything. So now when you enter a classroom, if your automation is matched well enough, you no longer have to even communicate your disagreements, right? There's no need for that. The algorithm will put you in a correct place, right? Yeah, these algorithms by design, whether it's intended or not, yep, almost affirm confirmation bias instantly. So whenever I talk to, like, I've been talking to Gecko for a while now, recently. Gecko is a Belgian family figure, and we often talk about the idea of get your kid, like, think about your kids, give them opportunities, give them opportunities, because the moment you're like, okay, my kid likes a lot of good things, the things that I feel like my kid is well-rounded. Now, if you give them the internet, they're like, what the internet does best is awesome, provided that there was a foundation for it. So for example, if a kid says they love language learning, here's the internet, immediately they're going to be hyper stimulated by how to get the best way to learn the language, right? To the point where it could be like passionately violent. right? Because of algorithm. So though you can leverage that. One can really leverage that. It can also box the person in, and at an early age, and as someone who wants to change, right? This is the tough part. That that I am scared. I often am scared. Largely, I usually reveal this most of the time. Extreme behavior is exaggerated. It's enriched when someone does not have anywhere to go. So what I mean by this is, if you are depressed right now, the internet, to me, is probably it's often a very tight rope between you looking up depression and being fed as many hits to convince you that you're depressed, more than trying to offer you alternatives on how to escape this. So when you're thinking about exaggerated behavior, someone who is upset, the internet can amplify that instantly. And it's scary. So it's gotten to the point where when you get someone angry, you start being concerned about how the internet is going to amplify that, right? And that's pretty much my thought when I'm thinking about like encouraging people to express, communicate. Learn another language is a great way to maybe rekindle the aspect of needing to talk to people, right? What is the thing that oftentimes when you think of learning another language? This is my plug, by the way, and I'm probably going to end it with this remark. Why learn language learning? A lot of people do, like, ask me why do I, but I wanted to answer a little bit of why language learning, and that is my long segue into why learning language. Language, whether you're an analytical person or like an intuitive person, you're going to encounter the ultimate maybe problem or obstacle or pattern or practice that involves having to understand people, a different group of people, whether it's the language learners who are learning that language, the native speakers involved in that target language, or the people who write your material, right? Those three things end up making you revisit the idea that you have to interact with another person in order to reach a goal that is usually largely in common with a lot of people. Now, you might be saying, well, what about those people who only want to learn a language to read? Reading something in another language requires you to attack the language at a way like, oh, now I can understand this from a different perspective. And that perspective is also a bridge to exploration. So learning another language, it functions really, really well without necessarily needing an analytical mind. Like, you don't have to know the consequences of learning a language. If you do and participate in the act of learning another language, you have to evaluate how communication works, how people use language, how what your comments mean. Like, immediately you're like, oh yeah, I just read comments anyways. Like, I want to learn what people say in Japanese comments. Then you have to learn what they mean in Japanese comments. And hopefully, intuitively, you would then start to draw a contrast and comparison to your native language and what their comments mean. And at some point, this is pretty much my plug for playing video games, going to school, taking those chances to go out, to socialize and whatnot. You are able to revisit the foundations of something that, in my opinion right now, is incredibly lacking online, because full automation removes the need for expression. You no longer need to say, what do I want to do today? Like, this guy seems pretty interesting. No, you want this. The algorithm says you want this. Hey, pay attention to the algorithm. I'm the algorithm and I know what you need, right? This is what you need to do. You need to do the things that you like and stop thinking about having to try and do anything with someone else. Like, do this. You're watching this. You're constantly watching this. There's no need to explore anything else. You're fine here. And I think that's not saying that the people who originally designed all these things were malicious and intended for this to happen. It was to me, honestly, I think it was an unintended consequence of making an over-engineering, quote unquote, over-engineering the efficiency of how to get people what they want. And it becomes so efficient that maybe it's time for a little bit of a moderation, right? And I don't have to worry about me saying this. I don't have to be the face of this because other people are already doing this, at least in my opinion. People like Hank Green, John Green, like you're already seeing a bit of moderation for all these things. And I think the future of language learning online may be a great litmus test to people's interest in communication. Case in point, what happened recently with TikTok? What do you do when you remove access to a brainworm source of brain rot? One of the interesting consequences is that there was a 200% increase in traffic on Duolingo Chinese. Or it was something like that, 200%. Isn't that crazy? Like, of all the things that I would hear, isn't it incredibly crazy that when you remove the source of someone's, and the reason why I'm saying this is because I actually do truly believe that the Duolingo CEO knows what he's talking about when that happened. I was like, yeah, you're right. You are definitely competing with TikTok. Because when they removed TikTok, and they still went to like Red Note and stuff, the whole thing, but Chinese Red Note is Chinese. So what is the second thing they're going to go do and invest in their effort? They try to learn Chinese phrases. And where do they go? They go to the second biggest engagement for that language interaction, Duolingo. And that to me speaks absolute volumes. Like, it was a coincidence. It didn't even cross my mind. Like, the only way I knew about this is someone shared about the topical controversy, right? Like TikTok being banned and then stuff, and then Red Note, the migration. And then suddenly it's like Duolingo. It's like, do I think it's a good thing? It's an informative thing. However, humans have a way of overcompensating. So I don't know, because the Red Note thing was a mixed bag too. My thought is that there is the most good thing I can come up with that is people are still able to diversify. If you know what I mean. When you add moderation or you remove something, they are still able to adapt, right? My worst scenario did happen though. My concern was those people who didn't adapt, and that led to extreme behavior. Like, we won't talk about it, but there was a, crime committed, like arson and whatnot. So those are, like, it wasn't as, in my opinion, as crazy, but it is still so unfortunate. So that's cool. That's at least the silver lining is the addiction didn't lead to a full blown out like withdrawal, but it only happened for like one day. You know how crazy that is? That was one day. So if Duolingo is going to take on that, that's cool. Now let's make it not just Duolingo. If you know what I mean. let's make it not just red note. Like, one thing you can do to fan out dynamics is to diversify the people's abilities, right? So like when something falls, the whole world doesn't feel like it fall apart. That's what kids feel like today. I think, genuinely speaking, if I had to empathize with kids, when their thing that they love disappears, they no longer have anything else to fall back on. Yeah, you got to give them more outlets. More outlets. I think a tech company that is excelling without competition may unintentionally also entrap people into their dependency, right? And I don't think it's felt this way before, but having competition now kind of serves multiple purposes. And that's to allow people to have alternatives when something fails. Like, at the moment, there are so many single points of failure in people's engagement, right? Like, for example, what if Anki disappeared? There's gonna be something here. Yeah, competition for so many from so many different perspectives right now is a good thing. It's an excellent thing. Actually, if Anki disappeared, yeah, like think about it. Think about where the excess energy and will be challenged. Like, is it going to be negative energy? Like, we're talking about a small space. Anki is a small space. And my only thought is, boy howdy, I would have to be very concerned in streaming anything that's related that is considered worse than Anki, because they have to channel their energy somehow, right? They have to divert it somewhere. Some people might be like, "Ah, no, I'm just gonna give up." Yeah, like, I'm just gonna give up, right? And that's cool. So maybe to relate to what you're saying earlier, it's neat that there are other people who are iterating on designs and possibly trying to offer alternatives. I think the internet has been stuck on this, the best thing, this best thing, this best thing, that is the best thing, this is the worst thing, that's the best thing, to simplify everyone's choices. One of the talking topics of earlier today was that I was talking about the idea of, it's a very fine line, but the idea of having a learning style versus a learning preference. So when someone tells me, "Oh yeah, I'm not gonna try that out. My learning style is visual, and it's a very particular visual style. Like, I need to learn something. Like, I'm the best at learning from anime." And then my first thought is, that's not too far away from my only source of entertainment has to look like TikTok. And I wasn't trying to encourage the person, like, no. It's you can still do that. But it's a preference, right? Because you have some 5 minutes here. You're really good at this. Okay. You have 5 minutes here to try out, to bring up other things, right? Bring up a different approach. And that's kind of how I'm seeing your app design, by the way. Stay Blue. So my thought is, if WaniKani doesn't work for everyone and you're offering an alternative, the idea is there's no reason for both of them not to happen, right? Maybe what you're doing alternatively is a way that would also give WaniKani more exposure as well. So like, hey, if my app did not work for you, like whatever my app is, there's another person who has a different take on this app, this core design. So now you have two choices. You know, like, I know it might not work out in all of this or something like this. The idea is that you're presenting, it would be, right? It would be. However, are they being challenged in that space? Right? That's kind of the thing. If it goes back to the competition thing, right? Without challenge or anything like that, you can, even the most hardy, specialized and experienced people may still end up being complacent in the way they design. And I try not to, like, for myself, I see complacency in some of my skills, right? So what I tend to do is I try to spend like a portion of my time trying to destabilize it. Look at different ways. Like, is HanziHero an efficient way for me to learn Chinese right now? It is not. But why am I doing it? It's a different way to do it for now. It's not like I'm going to spend my entire life on HanziHero or my entire life on WaniKani. The idea is, if I see myself getting complacent and stale, and like there are lots of other mental limitations to someone who constantly do the same thing, and it's not in my nature anymore because I didn't grow up in the internet age. Like, when you tell me something interesting, I can be interested in that. It's very different when you're talking to someone like, oh, hey, did you see the last thing my favorite content creator did? And then you're like, no, I'm sorry, can you tell me a little about it? Oh, that's interesting. I have a favorite content creator as well. Would you be interested in hearing? No. My life is for this guy. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back now to my I just wanted to let you know that I wanted to recruit you to my doom scroll of this guy's content, because the top content creators are now incentivized by the algorithm to keep me engaged. So I'm gonna go back to my 1000th hour of this guy, and I just wanted to let you know, this guy, he has like 300,000 subscribers now. Oh, and if you come by, he might actually reach 400,000 subscribers, because algorithm. Right? And then my thought was, I'll take a look. I gave it 15 minutes. It's like, yeah, seems like a great guy doing stuff. Not that he's maliciously creating dependency. Algorithm is doing that, in my opinion. Not necessarily any particular person's fault. If your money and your livelihood is based on the system that is rewarding it, then it's a little bit of everyone's complacency. Everyone is contributing to this, right? So I don't want to point fingers or anything. The idea is moderation can happen at some point, right? My thought is, are you ever interested in anything other than the person that you're interested in, who might not even know you exist? That kind of thing. That's sucks, in my opinion. When someone says, oh yeah, I've got some really dark, like, poor examples. How someone becomes attached parasocially to someone, and then they realize, oh, their life changed. Like, they have fallen in love, and then now this person is like, dude, I'm in love with this person. Like, why would you do that? Right? And then immediately the person steps back, like, I got no one else. Right? Who do I watch now? Like, I don't know who I watch. And that, to me, people need that. Like, what I mean is, there has to be people for you. Like, I hope that most people in that situation will have someone else around them, in which that they don't cycle in their own, like, helplessness. Yeah, you see it a lot in idol culture. Yep. Idols. And now the internet has made that even more insane, in my opinion. Like, it's a very tightrope. The internet has created and exaggerated this even more beyond what it is now. And I hope these are ways to raise awareness that people love you, right? Like, there are people out there that will love you and want to interact with you far more unconditionally than watching your ideal situation come out in a parasocial relationship. Like, it's beautiful when people, like, for me personally, this is gonna sound so weird to a lot of people because they the younger generation think everything is ideal because of the algorithm. My first thought is, I fight with my friends. I have arguments with my friends, right? And I wouldn't trust anyone else with things that I have to care about, because this is a natural part of interacting with people. Friends bonds are strengthened by what they can overcome and compromise, right? But it's become so tenuous now because of the connecting people based on the tenuous algorithm. Like, friends, you can become friends when you're playing video games, but the foundation of your friendship is built beyond the video game. So I can't tell you how often I hear this praise, like, oh yeah, I'm going through a little patch right now. My friends left me. And I was like, oh, over what? We stopped playing the same video game. And that's kind of tough to hear. Like, I'm like, did you try to like talk to your friend again? Like, maybe you can find a new video game to play together. Do you want to like encourage each other to try different games? Like, no, it's not worth the effort. We'll just move on to the next thing and find the next person. Like, I'll play a new game and we'll just hop into the lobby and we'll do that. Right? That's okay. It's not my place, but I hope that you're developing ways to make friends other than relying on a tool that has a nebulous component to it. Like, the game should be telling you something about the people you're interacting with. And here I'm thinking games help you tell, and then I think of Call of Duty. And then I think about the regular interactions in like Fortnite and the regular interactions of for the record, it's actually very scary what the amount of traffic comes from. Like, it's disproportionately like 3 or 4 games where the interaction is bonkers. Like, it's so tenuous that, like, if you look up, it was a statistic. I don't know if there's like how reliable the metric is, but it was some absurd number. Like 60 to 70% of video game traffic, the bandwidth, is contributed to like 3 or 4 games where the relational interactions in these games are minimal, like absolutely minimal, if not deliberately toxic. And that, of course, I wouldn't blame anyone for not trusting anyone and like feeling like everyone has a chip on their block and everyone's in it for themselves and corporate greed is everything and people can't love each other because they only care about their own well-being. You would get that impression for sure. Not that I believe it's true. I don't actually think that's true. But you would get that impression if the vast majority of your relations, your communication style, and your talks all are enhanced based on what you do, right? If you like being in a competitive, toxic environment, you're going to get more competitive, toxic environments, largely because the internet serves you what you want or what you think you want. How rarely is it moderated with anything else outside of it? And really, I say this, but I don't really have a really concrete solution to it other than encourage other people to innovate and do other things, right? Like, I can't think of a way where, like, for example, if I wanted to do this, I don't know how I'd go about it other than sit here, start with one person, maybe 2 people, maybe occasional person would be interested, and then in that thing, they end up compounding and moderating and then creating competitive process. Like, I
I legitimately would want to say this in the future if I could. Hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to go on WaniKani to learn Japanese right now? Or do you want to go on Call of Duty and, get some headshots, right? And they would have to think about it. I was using WaniKani, but we're talking about some hypothetical competitive product that is entirely different from the other options. Like, would you want, right? Would you want to eat ramen or a bowl of pho? We're not talking about eating. Would you want to eat ramen or another version of the same ramen, of the same brand that you have eaten the last 100 times? Right? Because that's what the algorithm does. Oh, we saw that you like this product. Hey, here are hundreds more products that are similar to that product so that you can get what you want. Sucks. I in my opinion. Like the moment you're like, oh yeah, this product sucks now. Now I don't have anything else I could try that I want because I've only eaten that type of ramen. Well, that is interesting. Unfortunate. Social relations, right? And you see a lot in Idol. It also gets dangerous with their image of the figure gets shattered for whatever reason. Yeah. I noticed that very early on that online relationships are very tenuous. Yeah. Yeah, and you gravitate to those spheres without even realizing. Exactly. Do you think depending on who you ask, it will yield different results? I hope it still does. Stay. That's my hope. I hope it still does. I would be very, very scared if it doesn't. That would be a unequivocal, like if you randomly sample, or earlier today someone said, okay, well, how do you test learning styles, right? Okay, you'll take a random sample of people and then you're just going to survey them. You're going to survey them, are they visual or auditory learners? And that discussion would mean that I hope people say different things, right? Like the reason why is because in terms of statistics, a lot of times when things do not get supported, that doesn't mean they aren't true, but the idea is random sampling would create a non-correlation if there isn't a strong force to correlate them. And in this case, if I'm thinking of the way that would happen, I would like to think that it would yield a no correlation. As in, there would be a distribution of different results. In my back of my head, I think Google and people who do these things, right, have high throughput, high data sets, I would not be surprised if the data has a shift, as an enrichment, possibly statistically significant. So what I mean by that is, if they saw this data, then oftentimes they would take, from a business standpoint, from a pragmatic standpoint, they would capitalize on it, right? So the design of a lot of our stuff may be a way to indicate what is actually happening with the trends. So when you see the next microtransaction goes up, you're probably going to tell yourself, oh, I hate microtransactions. Why do everybody, but you're not everyone, right? So that's where I mean by, I hope it's a different result. But when people gravitate towards something, a natural business action and design is to address that trend, right? So if I had to glean from certain things, like, do people actually like to try different things? I would say probably no. At the moment. Not that I'm saying it's a huge significant difference, but I actually think there's probably a trend towards keeping people liking the same thing. Largely because of how effective it's been. Yeah, the average is probably no. They like to stick to the same thing or something very similar to the same thing. right? I wouldn't say I'm average because I'm no longer the target audience, right? If you're sitting here looking at HanziHero, right? Looking at Duolingo and looking at WaniKani and you're like, I can use this for what it is and then I can move on, then you aren't the target audience. So when you're looking at TikTok and you're looking at YouTube shorts and stuff and you're like 10 minutes, okay, I'll go do something else. You're no longer the target audience. So you might not actually be the average because TikTok is still growing. YouTube Shorts is still disproportionately getting more total watch time than the long format videos, right? At least that's what it looks like. They're continuously expanding into short form, right? So the indicators are that the data must suggest at least a trend towards that. Otherwise, that doesn't make any sense. And I don't think big business make moves that don't make any sense, right? So I would say yes, it's trending a little bit towards that. Is it enough to raise concern? Apparently the answer is not yet, right? It's not like, oh, there are countries though. There are other countries that say enough is enough, right? So that's interesting. There are different countries that are taking different approaches to this. Like for example, Australia is sort of enforcing a social media ban, like a social media restriction for like an age group, right? And people are trying different things, and I think that's cool. I think that's cool that I don't think humans are that self-destructive. So I know a lot of anime and science fiction would suggest or exaggerate this situation. I like to believe that humans are not, as a collective, are a little bit less destructive than that. So at the moment, you can kind of see little things here and there, and a little at a time. You're a little different in that you grew up with long format content. My addiction is in long format content. I don't think I can give it up. I grew up with documentaries. Like Fetish's linked me a documentary that was being released on like Russian, on Russia, and I think that's super interesting. So I'm probably gonna watch a documentary on the behind the scenes of Russian like culture or politics and whatnot. That Mr. Nobody versus Putin. Yes, it's called Mr. Nobody versus Putin. Yeah, that is really interesting. That is so interesting to me. I remember sitting down watching like Modern Marvels for days, or like National Geographic for days. Like Planet Earth was one of my favorite chill movies. Planet Earth. Like there's a new Planet Earth recently. So you don't like most short form content, Timmy? There's a time and place. I'm also, for the record, I'm saying both. Like I have already given my example where I dabble in short form content a little bit where it's appropriate, right? So keeping the short form content helps you appreciate the long form content. I keep saying comment. The long form content also helps you appreciate the short form content. Not that it's exclusively the other way. As you said earlier, you tried learning Russian, it was too overwhelming. This one is in it is in Russian, but it had English subtitles, so I'm gonna watch it. Yeah, it varies from person to person. However, it's not exclusive. It does not, in my opinion, it does not vary person to person about exclusivity. If a person does not get exposure to something, it does not vary from person to person. So what I mean by that is we're talking about the zero-sum thing, like the zeros and ones. If you don't understand short form content, you cannot appreciate the things that deal with short form content. So when I ask someone if you dislike something, one should be aware and why and how they don't like short form content. That does not vary from person to person. If you did not know and you do not do, you don't know. That is a universal, right? It's a universal. So you can choose to say, I hate this because I love this, knowing that you can't possibly know it's true if you never done the other. That's perfectly fair. That is being accurate with your observations. So like, for example, I would say, as an example, someone say, oh, what do you think about Anki? Well, I can tell you what other people have told me about Anki. I can't earnestly tell you what I think about it because I haven't used it. Yeah. So it's a difference between, it's a very big, important difference, right? If you hate something, that's different from saying you're not interested in that something, right? Nowadays, it feels like when you're apathetic to something, it's no longer an apathy. You are trained to hate your opponents, regardless if you hate them or not. For example, if you use Anki long enough, by mere exposure to a specific type of Anki user, you will hate something that you never actually even used or understood. I'll let you decide on what type of thing it is, right? Because actually there's more than just Duolingo. But the idea is, it's different when people decide, I'm just not interested in that. This already works. Why would I need to be interested in that? And knowing that is far more telling than saying, I hate this and there's no way I'm going to use this because this is better. And I'm like, how do you know it's better? And they're like, because I know it's better. I'm like, did you use the other thing? It's like, well, I used it like a little bit. People told me it's better. And I'm like, oh, okay. So can you explain why it's better? And meanwhile, it would be, in my opinion, a lot of times they would regurgitate what is being echoed in their community that they belong to, not something that deals with a suggestion of their own opinion. So when you are doom scrolling on TikTok, how much of it is because your dependency on TikTok is overshadowing your inability to quit TikTok? It sucks, in my opinion. I actually think overall it gives the other person less options, right? Like, here's a Duolingo example, I suppose. Yes, you can do Anki. You can also read a book. You can watch an anime. But what if you only had 5 minutes to do something in like a doctor's office? Would you watch 5 minutes of an anime, or you can pick up a different option for that 5 minutes? It's a short form content, right? You pick up a short form content. That's cool. Then at your leisure, you have the opportunities and choices to be made about long form. So I do optimize, quote unquote, optimize my life in this situation. Because I have options. I know what they can do for me and what they can't do for me. And I leverage them that way. There's a difference between saying I will not eat vegetables because energy drinks are just that much better. I didn't make this up, by the way. Literally, someone has told me that why eat vegetables? I would spend that money instead on energy drinks. And I asked him, so where are you going to get your vegetables from? Well, I was told that the nutrients in this energy drink will make up for the vegetables. And I'm like, what? Like, how do you know that? It's like, well, you see, this person explained to me that the minerals that they added to this energy drink is a way to substitute. I'm like, okay. Who told you this? It's like the people who are selling the energy drinks. Oh, okay. So who else are telling you? The influencers who are sponsored by this energy drink. Have you listened to anyone who differs? Like, have you ever talked to someone why they like vegetables, for example? Like, have you ever watched someone who says they like vegetables and you learned why other people like to eat vegetables instead of energy drinks, right? Like, no, because I'm disinterested, right? Right? I'm being devil's advocate. I'm sorry, Timmy. I really appreciate your candidness. I'm being devil's advocate here. So disinterest can often be avoidant as well. So there is a fairness going on. So this person suggests that since they're disinterested in the opinions of the contrasts, then they don't need to know what vegetables could do for them. The option of the usefulness of vegetables is completely removed. It's purely based on confirmation bias. There's no longer null hypothesis testing, right? You drink energy drinks. You are convinced that energy drinks can produce and substitute all the other things that you're missing. And you decided to say, I'm going to confirm my hypothesis. I like energy drinks. So no longer is it, maybe I like vegetables? Is there a chance I like vegetables? Maybe I should learn something about vegetables and what people like to do with vegetables and then try it. And you null hypothesis test, right? You test, you get interested enough to test if it's true or if it's not true. Algorithm removes this. It completely squelches this incentive. You no longer need to do that. You are, in my opinion, some people are aware of this and they embrace it. That's fine, right? I'm aware that I'm getting shuffled, and I'm like, you might be saying, what have I gotten shuffled? I've thrown money at people. It's like, oh, okay, that's okay. I'm all in it. If you rip me off, that's fine. I know where I'm going, so I don't get upset when I lose my investment, right? However, in kids, in like other people who are strongly disinterested, you could have someone who said that to me. You can, that's, I thought that would have been crazy, but I got some crazier things. I got some crazier examples. If I eat non-organic food, I will die of an infection. So my first question to this person, or actually they framed it in the form of a question for me. They asked me if they eat a lot of non-organic food, would I die of an infection eventually? And my thought was, I don't understand. What do you mean by non-organic food? It's like, well, you know, like when people put like salt and calcium and like synthesized pesticides and so, yeah, so this is real. It's a real example, so it's very concerning, right? And then like, would I eventually die because I consume those things? And my first thought is, the food you're consuming is organic. Like it's a living thing. The stuff that's being added, you may or may not consume, right? There are other functions for these things. It's like, but why would you need them? Doesn't all types of food don't need these things? I'm like, my first thought is, have you noticed that sometimes when you like pull up a vegetable or something, occasionally one vegetable could have stuff growing in it and not growing in it? Well, that is like an odds, right? It's an odds. The nice thing about your body is you're able to have an immune system that accounts for these things. So the question is, it's the truth is, yes, you could die from eating non-organic food, but hear me out. Have you null hypothesis test yet? Can you die from eating organic food? Because the answer is yes. So that is what I mean by being disinterested in other things. You do not null hypothesis test. So you do not include the possibility of other things. Like, the answer is you will die from you can be infected from eating organic and non-organic foods. What they wanted me to say is that if you eat organic, you don't ever die from an infection. And I'm like, that's not true. However, the way it was phrased, I had to ask them, what do you mean? And that is actually what ended up what they mean. Oh, here's another one. If I eat organic food, does that mean I'm not going to get cancer in the future? Like, I'm less, like, I'm guaranteed, like, I can reduce my cancer probability. And my first thought was, well, no. It's probably negligible. However, these are the questions I get asked because I used to work in, like, cancer-related things. But yeah. And it's not that far away. It was like 5 years ago. So it's not like it's even crazier now, in my opinion. So these are the questions that you ask, and I'm like, so have you compared the idea of eating organic and non-organic, and then like looking this up, right? Looking this up. The internet has this information. Have you compared the statistical significance between someone who consumes organic and non-organic and their propensity and predisposition to end up getting cancer, right? Cancer occurrence. So their answer was no. And I'm like, okay, how likely do you think someone, at least statistically at this point, how likely do you think someone who eats non-organic will have an occurrence of cancer? And they're like, well, obviously is a lot. I'm like, do you think this is any different from eating organic at this point? Like, well, yes, because organic means it reduces your cancer. I'm like, I don't understand where you're getting that idea. Like, how does someone even prove that to start with? Well, they don't need to understand that. They don't need to understand those things. They just need to believe in those things. Vibes and it's very sort of vibes and express opinions from others versus reality. Ironically, you would show more casual interest in short form content if the algorithm wouldn't show you more of. Yes, I agree. I can definitely empathize with that more casual interest for sure. I actually can't stay on short form content too long. I already made that joke about when I see one cat video, in a matter of minutes, you migrated here since the stream on YouTube is a bit dodgy for you. Oh, okay. No worries, Staple. So, what you call it? When I watch a YouTube short of a cat video, I told this joke to Fictitious, and it actually happened because I'm very bad with jokes. I saw a cat video, then like 4 shorts later, it was a remix of that cat video, and then several later, it's like 4 channels that are reposting channels of that includes that same cat video. And then somewhere far down the line, it's like a compilation with bass boosted remix music and an automated AI text to speech thing of videos that include that same cat video. And these things are 30 seconds long. Like, Thanks, Dave Blue. So my thought was, yeah, I totally understand what you mean by if short form content, if the algorithm wouldn't show you more of it, if you show some minor interest in it. Yeah. Like, I think I saw the same cat video like 8 times. I saw 10 different cat videos, but 10 of those, not a single one of them stayed unique in my 10-minute session. Like, what I mean is, each one of those 10 cat videos has shown up more than twice in a different format, if not more than 3 or 4 times within that time. So not only do you literally can tell you're not consuming new content, you are also using your time to consume the same content visibly. Like, and somehow to me that feels really bad. Like, I genuinely think that feels a lot bad. Like, that feels awful, but to others they believe it's tolerable. Like, that's sufficient. And my first thought was, I rarely dislike saying this a lot of times, but there are a few exceptions that I make, and the word waste, this is probably the closest thing I would concede. It is a legitimate, logistical, psychological waste of time when someone no longer process that there is a mechanical awareness of redundancy, that you no longer derive new learning lessons from it. This is my attempt to make my 10 minutes of being exposed to the same 10 cat videos to make it instructive, awareness, and a learning lesson. So I'm using this, literally this story that I'm telling right now is my honest attempt in trying to make this constructive for anyone who's interested, for YouTube, for Twitch, like anyone who's into managing their shorts. This is my loose attempt to making it constructive so that to me, it's not a waste of time. That is asking a lot, because if I saw that and I'm not even interested in short form content, how many millions of people have watched the same cat video over and over again, but contributing views to different posters who will get more views in other people, other people's recommendation to view the same cat video in tandem over and over again in different formats. In fact, I got even one crazier than this. I checked the reposter channels. 4 of the 10 reposter channels are related to each other. They have each other listed. So not only is it that I saw the same 10 cat videos, at least more than 2 instances across a 15-minute time, I saw over 7 reposter channels, and 4 of them are affiliated with each other. Like, dude, algorithm, you're maximized. And hear me out, content farms, they're working the algorithm, right? Can I blame them for being pragmatic when no one is creating moderation and countermeasures for this? Not really. Like, the harshest thing I can say is, that's fair game. You got me. That's fair game. You've content farmed the heck out of the algorithm. Make 6 different reposting channels, spawn them as fast as YouTube can cancel them. Take your money, leave, and do it all over again. And that's tough. Like, what you call it? I really like ProZD. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Sungwon. He voiced a lot of characters and the English characters in a lot of games that I play. There was one thing, and what better way to do it than cat content? Yeah. One thing that Sungwon said before, I thought it was out of the blue, but it's a concern. When he tried to search his own video, you know, the videos that gone viral one time, when he searched his own video, he couldn't even find his video. Like, he's the channel owner. His video is viral. It has like, you know, the major video would have, but there were so many videos and reposts that are so similar to what he's written. He couldn't even find his original video, even by writing his own name. Like, his own channel name made it difficult to find the original post. Crazy. Time to do your immersion before bed. Yeah, I'm heading out too. It's been swell. I'm probably gonna have to push this off again. It was a fun time, guys. It was a fun time. Stay safe, right? Stay safe. I know you were gonna bring up money and cost to me. It's a story for another time. Like, I totally think that's a really interesting point. Stay safe, guys. Stay innovating, right? Stay creative. Enjoy life for stuff, right? Keep like 5 to 10%. Encourage yourself to, hey, sometimes things are not interesting, but maybe you might surprise yourself kind of situation. I think a little spice every once in a while is great. I do it in like yearly periods or monthly periods, but that kind of sounds like I'm menstruating. Sorry. But like, I typically cycle through things every once in a while, but you know, you have your core values and whatnot, and those things can be refined all the time. They're your foundations, but keep it open. Algorithm be not, right? Anyways, guys, I wasn't expecting to do this for so long. However, yep, conversation, communication, happy dollars for everyone. All right, folks, I'm gonna wrap up today. Tomorrow, maybe depending on how early I start, I could squeeze in and wrap up the Duolingo Chinese thing. We'll see. I failed the last 2 times, so we'll see. Just because you show up, huh? Oh, just because you show up? Heard this was a 24-hour stream. I hope your PC is doing well. Wait, is it the weekend? It's not the weekend yet, you slacker. Go do your homework and your university thing, okay? Go do your homework and university thing. Tell me a little bit about what you ended up doing on it. It's so snappy. Alright. Hit me up in the Discord. I still have time to eat and stuff. I gotta see your crib. You gotta give me some fill me in the Discord. I'll talk to you in a bit. Alright, folks, I'm gonna wrap it up here. Thanks for chilling, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate Stay, Timmy, you know, Sing, and all the others. Got a lot of things to talk about. Again, most of these things are my opinion, right? My opinion. I'm not an expert in any of these things. I think if there's anything I can say by being human, is that having another human being that understands you, tolerates you, communicates with you, it's priceless. I think it's worth the gamble, right? So finding human connection in while you're doom scrolling and stuff. My pinging. And yeah, take care, stay safe. And if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? 谢谢. Yeah. 下次再聊吧, right? And talk about chat later. Stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys later. Bye bye.